Good afternoon, a very warm welcome here to the start of stage 4 of the Tour de France. We're on the finish line in Orcières Merlette. We're looking forward to a general classification day.
Whoop, Lopez. And their team leader is paying the price.
Alexander Kristoff is going to take stage number 1 of the Tour de France.
Le maillot jaune semble en difficulté.
Alaphilippe with a massive attack. Julian Alaphilippe, he's going to delight the French fans, or is Hershey going to take it? It's Julian Alaphilippe. Dan Bennett now on the front, Caleb Ewan attacks, and who's going to be on the line? Caleb Ewan. The pocket rocket Caleb Ewan took the stage yesterday like he had been slung out of a catapult. Julian Alaphilippe is the leader of the Tour de France after 3 days. He has a 4-second advantage on Adam Yates and a 7-second advantage on Mark Hirschi. The green jersey now on the shoulders of Peter Sagan with a 2-point advantage on Alexander Kristoff. It's going to be an interesting start to today's stage for Peter Sagan. Benoit Cosnefroy is in the King of the Mountains jersey, and the young Swiss rider Mark Hirschi in the white jersey as the best young rider. Let's take a look then at today's stage. We're going to ride from Sisteron to Orcières Merlette, 160.5 kilometers of racing over some tough terrain. The beginning of the stage should be fast to Vignes, and then it's all about the climbs, and finally the rise, the historic climb to Orcières Merlette, which will take us to 1,825 meters. The countryside around here is absolutely breathtaking. The drive up here to Orcières Merlette has left all of us just marveling at the scenery. The colour of the area is absolutely fantastic, and the weather conditions are perfect for a stage of the Tour de France today. The riders down in Sisteron, they finished there yesterday. The population, of course, 8,000 there. The incredible citadel is above the riders, not far from the race start. The peloton is just lining up. They will be rolling out of the race start in around about 7 minutes time. There's the incredible rock formations that we see outside this town. We're going to head towards Orcières Merlette, the finish of the stage around about 5:20 to 5:40, as we see the King of the Mountains, Benoit Cosnefroy, with 21 points. He's got a day ahead if he wants to try and hold on to this polka dot jersey for yet another day. Well, as we look down on Sisteron, alongside me, as always, yellow jersey in the Tour de France, Simon Guerin. Simon, we marvelled at what happened yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday being the first stage that we really saw Caleb Ewan demonstrate his speed in this year's Tour de France. An amazing finish, the way he found his way through the bunch in the final meters of the stage to cross the line with a notable advantage over Sam Bennett.
It was breathtaking the way that he rode that finish. It was like he was in a video game and there was no one else there but characters. He just found his route through. It was just something I haven't seen for so long. We've seen riders with straight line speed, but to be able to have the thought to be able to go through a gap between Sagan and the barrier so fast and not worry about it, we just showed the technical ability of Ewan and how strong and fast he is.
Yeah, it also demonstrated the confidence that he has as well. He said himself he was too far forward inside the final kilometre, so he actually drifted back a little bit in the bunch, and then when he wanted to accelerate, he just moved forward, accelerated, found the gaps, went up really close to the barrier to go past Sagan, drafted off Sam Bennett, and yeah, like I said, crossed the line with a notable advantage, and you can see the elation when he crossed the finish line. He's obviously gone into this Tour de France putting so much pressure on himself after 3 stage wins in his debut tour last year.
We were looking last night, we've replayed the highlights a few times. I actually watched Robbie McEwen's analysis as well of the sprint. When he started his sprint, he was in 17th place. Because you're right, you saw that he dropped back at 600 metres to go. He dropped right back in the peloton. And you're right, the confidence to know that you can go from 17th place and still win in a space of 600 metres, it just shows how mature he's become as a sprinter.
Definitely, and I think the fact that there was a slight headwind in yesterday's finale really played to his advantage as well. He's a small rider, he's very compact, he has a fantastic acceleration. Yeah, and now with the tactical nous and the experience as well, to find his way through the other sprinters to beat them on the line is just an incredible feat.
The peloton then has been called forward to the lineup of the various leaders' jerseys. Alaphilippe in yellow, Sagan in green, Hirschi in white. Benoit Cosnefroy is in the King of the Mountains jersey. We're here at the fortifications that we saw yesterday on the run into the race finish. The flag is about to be dropped on the start of this 4th stage, and already we have got a general classification day. It is one of those days that the favourites will have to come out. They'll have to be very focused. They'll have to fight all the way to the finish. This is not a stage that you should fall asleep on the sofa. This is a stage where you should certainly, if you plan to have cups of tea and refreshments, do it in the first 50k, but I think even that's going to be quick, but certainly don't miss the end.
I would advise not leaving the TV screen today. Actually, this is the stage that has something for everybody. There's going to be a fierce battle to make the breakaway today. We have the intermediate sprint in the stage only after 51.5 kilometres, and then there's some terrain ideal for the breakaway specialists with category 3s and category 4 climbs, and then we have a summit finish, which is going to give the GC a really good shake-up.
We're looking forward to it today. The weather couldn't be better. There's blue sky right across this region of the Haute Alps.
Well, we started with blue skies the last couple of days.
Yeah, true.
and had some rain for the guys. So, yeah, I think today is looking very nice. I hope the riders will have these nice sunny conditions for the duration of the stage. But, yeah, the weather in the Alps, particularly in September now, can throw anything at you.
We had lightning yesterday, didn't we? There's the flags fluttering, not too strongly. We'll look at the wind direction as the race goes on over the coming few hours. There's the lineup at the front. You'll notice that the riders are allowed to take their masks off 3 minutes before the race start. Within the last 3 minutes, they're collected, and then they're allowed, of course, then to race without them. Anyone who's at the race, if you're planning to come to the Tour or you have friends here, recommend that they wear masks. Everyone I'm looking out on here at the finishing straight are wearing their masks today. Peter Sagan. So the first sprint, you've just mentioned, Simon, 51 kilometres into the stage. He's got a bit of a conundrum here as to what to do.
I think there's no conundrum here whatsoever for this stage, and as far as the green jersey goes, all the green jersey contenders are going to want to be in the breakaway today. If there's a break not too far in front of the peloton, I think any green jersey team, any sprint team that have missed the break, they will reel the breakaway back in again. So it's all together, and their sprinter has a shot at taking the points on the line.
There's a fucking pandemic, mate.
Hugh Carthy. Yeah, we heard what you said, Hugh.
I think he's worried about picking COVID up from the camera lens.
I don't think he's going to. He doesn't need to worry. And that's the language they use in Preston every day. We're underway then with stage 4 of the Tour de France. A very short neutralised section today, or the shortest we've seen so far, 2.5 kilometres, 5 minutes of riding until the flag drops and we get this race moving. There'll be a lot of riders trying to get up near the front who are looking after the interests of their various teammates. Sagan right on the wheel of the car. Alongside him, a number of riders moving up. They'll be a little bit more nervous and a bit more urgent today.
Most definitely. With a short neutral zone like this, the riders only have 2 kilometres until they hit kilometre 0. All the riders who want to be in the breakaway, they're going to want to be up the front of the bunch and ready to follow those initial attacks. So the position behind the Commissaires car is very important with a short neutral zone like we have today.
Looking down on Sisteron, famous of course for tapenade, which we haven't had yet. And we're out of here, so we really should have tested that. And Provence d'Aube, which is a stew made from beef marinated in red wine, carrots and spices. And we didn't try that either.
Well, we missed our chance. We'll be back next year.
We'll come back next year. We'll have a little look at what is on offer. There we are, moving out then with the peloton past the rock formations. Just an update then on riders that we lost yesterday, and the biggest news was Anthony Perez, who had that crash. We reported during the race that Anthony Perez had crashed and broken his collarbone. Since then we've had a little bit more information, and it's a little bit more than just a broken collarbone. Unfortunately, after he punctured, and Simon noticed he punctured at the top of the climb, he was chasing back, he clipped a car at 80 kilometers an hour, and he now has got, unfortunately, an open fracture of the 11th rib, a lung contusion and a pneumothorax. So we wish him all the very best. He's in hospital in Dean Laban, and we wish Anthony Perez all the very best for his quick recovery. It was one of those moments where he went from potentially wearing the King of the Mountains jersey to unfortunately being in hospital and having some pretty major injuries.
Yes, I really feel for Perez, and this sport can be so cruel at times. He's obviously in fantastic form. He was so motivated to get that polka dot jersey in these first few stages of the Tour de France, only to crash out on a descent after having a mechanical issue. I understand that he may have clipped a car that had pulled over as they were letting riders past at very high speed. So it would have been a brutal crash, and he definitely has some quite severe injuries.
Luke Rowe, the team captain of Ineos Grenadiers, there in the blue and red, having a chat. Alongside, not far away, is Pavel Sivakov. There's Caleb Ewan, number 151. He's done his job. He's just got to get to the finish today to fight another day in the sprints.
I think Caleb will take it as easy as possible today, try and recover from his efforts in yesterday's stage, and maybe have his eye on tomorrow's stage for another bunch sprint. Interestingly enough, here we see the riders that are at the front of the bunch, and there's a real combination here. There's obviously a mix of the riders who are going to want to go on the attack, and then the riders like the Ineos Grenadiers riders that we see here that are going to try and shut the race down when they're happy with the group that goes, because I think we're going to see them really assert their authority on today's stage.
Yeah, this is one of those days where the likes of Luke Rowe and Tony Martin will be at the front, and I noticed Tony Martin very close to the front, who will say to the rest of the riders, that's it. They don't want a pace for 50k that's 45 to 50k an hour, do they?
Well, what they don't want is a big break to go away that they can't control from behind. They'd much prefer to have a much smaller group go that they can control with maybe 1 or 2 riders on the front.
Here's a reminder of our race leaders. Julian Alaphilippe, yellow jersey. Cosnefroid, King of the Mountains. Sagan in the green. Mark Hirschi of Team Sunweb in the white jersey. Julian Alaphilippe in the yellow jersey. This is his 16th day in his career in the Maillot Jaune. He looks very focused today. Is this a day he can lose the yellow jersey, or is this a day he could put himself in a stronger position?
This is a day that Alaphilippe could not only retain the yellow jersey, but potentially extend his lead over the other GC favourites. I had a good look at this climb up to the finish line today. I rode my bike the final 20 kilometre stage, and looking at this climb, the steep ramps, I think this has got Alaphilippe's name all over this finish.
Here's what everyone around the race, the journalists, think. Julian Alaphilippe as a favourite, Roglic, Yates and Pogacar as the riders who might win at the top of Orcières Merlette. Agree with those?
I couldn't agree with those more. I think, yeah, Alaphilippe, this is a stage that's really suited to him. But my tip for the stage is Roglic. I think now we're on a summit finish. He has a strong team around him, and he's going to want to claw back a little bit of time on Alaphilippe and potentially distance the other GC contenders.
Let us know who your favourite for the stage is. My favourite for the stage is Adam Yates. I think the way he rode the other day gave us an indication of how good he is on these steep climbs in the mountains. So Adam Yates for me, Roglic for you.
I think that Adam Yates is a good tip as well. I had a quick chat with Daryl Impey this morning from the Mitchelton Scott team, and he said, yeah, this is a great stage for Adam as well.
Christian Prudhomme is out of the roof of the car. We are near the end of this neutralised section, but Andre Amador is back at the doctor's car, which means I don't think we are going to see. In fact, we are going to go on. So Amador was in the cars, which is unusual. Here we go.
Allô, départ réel donné à 13h31. 13h31 de cette 4e étape de la 107e édition du Tour de France, une étape entre Sisteron et Orcières Merlette, longue de 160 km 500, 160,5 km au programme et 172 coureurs au départ. 172 coureurs au départ. The official start of the day stage at 1:31. 1:31, stage 4 of the Tour de France between Sisteron and Orcières Merlette. 160.5 kilometers of racing today and 172 riders at the start.
"160 kilometres to go, and the breakaway is already up the road. Ineos Grenadiers, Tony Martin and others have closed this one down in the group already. Quentin Paget, Viamos is in there as well, wearing number 38. Chris Nielands is in the group too, wearing number 175. Niels Pollitt and Bergerdo, wearing number 182, has joined in the group as well. There he is. He's in the blue, white and red. So this peloton has let them go very quickly. There is Quentin Paget of the B&B Hotels Vital Concept team. Really having to dig in and work hard.
Quentin Paget was the last rider to join this break, so he had a bit of a gap to bridge. So I think that's why he's skipping the first few turns as the riders start to find a rhythm in the breakaway. Just trying to recover a little bit from the effort to jump across.
It's a very hard initial start, isn't it? To go 2.5 kilometres and then go absolutely flat out.
I'm a little surprised with actually how quickly this break established, and I think we saw Peter Sagan right up the front of the bunch when the peloton hit kilometre 0. Maybe he was just controlling who was going to go in the breakaway. If the likes of Trentin or Alexander Kristoff jumped in there, maybe he was going to follow as well.
A few more riders clipping off the front now. A counter-attack starts to happen. CCC are represented in there. Also Jumbo-Visma and the Koenig Quick-Step tracking this one. Ineos Grenadiers trying to close this one down. One long line now at the front as they try to get across, and that attack looks like it is being nullified immediately.
The breakaway already have a 38-second advantage on the peloton, so they're obviously working really well together, all motivated to make this breakaway work. Behind from the bunch, CCC must have wanted to place someone in the breakaway as well. They missed that. They attacked with a rider, and that was very quickly shut down by the two GC teams in Jumbo-Visma and Ineos Grenadiers, as well as the Koenig Quick-Step, which have the yellow jersey of Julian Alaphilippe.
Caleb Ewan, all smiles from him today. He must be more relaxed now. He has broken the duck in this year's Tour. The breakaway group, let's just run through them for you then. Agi Désert, Le Mondial's Viamos, Israel Startup Nations, Chris Nielands and Niels Pollitt. We have got Bergerdo of Total Direct Energy, Tish Benoot of Team Sunweb and Quentin Pacher. That group of 6 riders going immediately. 49 seconds now is their advantage, and it looks like this is the breakaway of the day, heading towards the intermediate sprint point after 51 kilometres. Well, as we look down then on the peloton, they are taking it relatively steady. There is Jerome Cousin, who was in the breakaway yesterday. Let's take another think about what might happen on today's stage. During the build-up to a stage like today and every day, we ask some of the journalists and other people around the race who might win today's stage. Let's hear about that now.
It's the first summit finish, and I think we'll be seeing today who won't be winning the Tour de France.
No va a ganar el Tour.
It's not the hardest climb. It could be good for someone like Adam Yates, who is not far from Julien Alaphilippe.
I think Alaphilippe is going to lose yellow today.
But I think Alaphilippe will have a hard time. He's definitely capable of doing it. We saw how strong he was in the mountains last year, so he could definitely keep yellow.
I think that Sergio Higuita is my favourite for victory today. And then, of course, there's Nairo Quintana. As for Dani Martinez, it depends how he has recovered from the crash that he had on stage 2. The likes of Roglic, Pogačar, Landa and Bernal need to gain time somewhere.
Roglic has a superior punch in the last 500 metres, kilometre of the mountain stages, and that allowed him to gain a few seconds in the Dauphiné. We could see that again.
A real mix of riders being mentioned in the stakes today as possible winners. Adam Yates mentioned again, he's my pick of the day. Julien Alaphilippe, some of the journalists think are going to have a hard time on this final climb. Sergio Higuita, he's been really strong in the race so far. Nairo Quintana also, and Roglic. So some of the journalists agree with Simon and I as to who we think might win today's stage. Roglic, Yates, Alaphilippe being mentioned. We're not too far from what everyone else thinks could be happening out there on the road today. Nice atmosphere at the front of the peloton, quite jovial, everyone just sharing a few moments, a few stories as they roll out at a relatively steady tempo, letting the gap grow to 1 minute 13 seconds. Our 6 riders, Villemars, Nielands, Pollitt, also Burgado, Tish Benoot and Quentin Pacher.
So it looks as though the GC teams and of the race are happy to let this break gain a little bit of time. From what I can see very quickly, it looks like Villemars is the best placed rider on the general classification in the breakaway, and he is at 3 minutes and 53 seconds down. So he's not a threat really to Julien Alaphilippe's yellow jersey unless this breakaway gets a really big advantage, and obviously he arrives at the finish line with more than that 3 minutes and 53 seconds that he's down at this stage.
When you look at the peloton then and you look at that time gap, does that give you an indication of how long they might give the breakaway today, or is it more about the terrain that the riders are facing as to how much gap they're going to give them?
There's a couple of things that they'll use to decide how much gap they give the breakaway. Obviously there's the terrain. It's also who's in the breakaway, the strength of the breakaway, and where those riders that are in the breakaway are on the general classification. If there was a rider in the breakaway that was really close on general classification, they wouldn't give it much space at all, because obviously if that rider is strong enough to be up there in GC after a few stages, they're strong enough to stay away potentially and put in a good performance on this summit finish. So this is a break obviously they're happy to give a bit of time to. There's some very strong riders out there, but no one who's going to be a real threat to the overall.
The next few kilometres then for the breakaway will all be about establishing their lead. The sprint point is going to come up after 51.5 kilometres in Vannes, and then we go into the climbs. And today we've got a number of climbs that the riders are going to face. they get increasingly difficult. So a third category climb as a taster, then a fourth to calm things down a little bit. Then we go into another third category climb, and then we end up on the first category climb to Orcières Merlette, one of the famous climbs in the Tour de France. Not used so much, but it's a climb that's famous because of the 1971 attack of Louis Akana in the Tour de France on stage 11, when he beat Lucien Van Impe by 6 minutes and Eddy Merckx by 9 minutes. Bernard Thévenet saying a few days ago, we thought he had jumped in a car or got on a motorbike. He got so far up the roads. Here's the weather, 20 degrees centigrade, humidity 52%. The wind today, 3 kilometers an hour. Absolutely nothing to speak of, really, when we look at the comparison of the other day when we were over 30 kilometers an hour.
Well, as the riders are racing through sort of various terrain, various valleys, up over a few ridges and obviously a few small passes, the wind is going to swirl around quite a lot, and I think there'll be areas of the race where there's next to no wind and other areas where the wind will pick up significantly. When I looked at the final of today's stage, I rode the final 20 kilometres, and I found that it was quite a strong tailwind in the lead up to the final climb of the stage. So that'll mean the pace is particularly hot, I think, for the final sort of 4 climbs of the day in particular.
We're just going past and through the gorge of the Meuse, which is located 5 kilometers south of Lorraine, listed as a biological reserve. They extend over 7 kilometers. Colourful limestone on the sides and some small sandy beaches as well in that particular gorge. The Meuse is a small river, 39 kilometers long, and there's a medieval bridge in that particular area, nicknamed the Roman Bridge, but it's around Châteauneuf-de-Chabre as we head through those gorges. 40 kilometers an hour at the moment for the leading group. They're working well together. Riders already, even so early in the stage, starting to take some food on board, making sure that they keep nourished throughout the race. And you've talked a lot about nutrition and about the fact that it's very important to keep as much nutrition going as possible. We touched on it a little bit the other day, Simon, about nutrition. We talked about what riders eat before a stage and after a stage, but during a stage, do you have a scenario where you know exactly what sort of input you're going to take as far as nutrition is concerned? I'm going to look at these stats first and then we'll answer that question. Here's the stage favourites of the journalists. They've gone safe. Julian Alaphilippe. Mark Reggio's gone safe. Julian Alaphilippe. The fancy game agrees with you, Primoz Roglic, and the NTT data tells us that Tadej Pogacar of UAE Team Emirates is going to win today.
No Adam Yates up there.
No Adam Yates, no. No one agrees with me.
They don't agree with you again today.
No.
Yeah, I think, yeah, obviously they're the big favourites for today's stage. Julian Alaphilippe in particular. The contact I had with a few of the riders in the bunch before the start, they all say this is a perfect finish for Julian Alaphilippe. It's not overly long. There's some steep ramps there, and it will be quite a selection leading into it, which I think will tire many of the contenders out. But an explosive rider like Alaphilippe will be a genuine threat in a stage like today.
It looks to me like the pace in the peloton is relatively high now. One long line. Touching on nutrition then, we just saw one of the riders with a gel in his mouth so early in the stage, and we were only a few minutes in to the actual race start. In terms of during the stage, do you know how many grams of carbohydrate or protein or whatever you're actually going to eat during a stage? And when would you start eating? How many minutes into a stage? And when would you stop?
You would basically start eating really pretty much right away. As soon as if there's a quiet moment, you might try and get a bit of food in. The riders will have their large meal for the day or for the morning will be around 3 hours before the start. And that gives the riders an opportunity to digest that meal as much as possible before they start racing. But it's also very important that they keep snacking right up until the start and consistently throughout the stage. As far as what they're consuming, the riders will be given basically a choice of food to put in their pockets for the start of the stage, and they have to calculate if that's going to be enough to get them to the feed zone in the day stage. So what they'll try and consume is around 50 grams of carbohydrates per hour throughout this stage, and obviously on top of that, plenty of fluids as well, sports drinks, electrolytes, things like that. And they'll also have sort of carbohydrate heavy drinks too, as a way of, you know, consuming carbohydrates without having to eat everything.
Romain Bardet, 17 seconds down. He's playing things so calm this year. There's no hint of him going for the overall. And I'm sure if he puts himself in a strong position at the end of the second week, he will start to think about the possibility of a high overall position in the race. I don't know whether this climb suits him at the finish today.
I don't think Bardet will be too far off the mark today. I don't think it's I imagine we're still going to see a pretty sizable group going into the final kilometres. It will whittle down. There will be some time splits coming into the line. But Bardet, interestingly enough, I think he will try and stay up there for as long as he can on the GC classification. He's not going to intentionally lose time, but if he does start to drop a little bit of time, I think then potentially one day he'll sit up, take himself out of contention, and try and jump in a breakaway and go for a stage victory.
This is Chateau de Misson, the remains of a fortress erected in the 13th century, up there on a rocky plateau. It's made of pebbles, that particular plateau. It may well have been built as a fortress over an original Roman castle, which was built in 980 AD. Very strategic spot, located on the province Dauphiné border and a target of conflict at that particular time. We'll see whether Romain Bardet decides to go for a stage or what he decides to do in this year's Tour de France, as De Koenig Quick-Step set out their stall and start to set the tempo. They're now 2.8 kilometres behind the leading group, who are working all very well together, trying to keep the tempo as high as possible. Just coming back a little bit to nutrition as we watch this breakaway group go. There's lots of people who watch the Tour de France for all sorts of reasons, in terms of they just like to see the scenery, and the bike racing is secondary. They're just enjoying a trip through France for 3 weeks. And there's some of our people listening now and watching who watch the Tour de France because they love bike racing and they take part in bike racing or sportives or challenges. So when you're saying, like, as a rider, you take on food right from the start all the way through the stage, you take about 50 grams of carbohydrate every hour. Can you liken that to a rider who's a sportif rider? Should they have a nutrition strategy when they're out doing a sportif? And I think many riders don't eat at the beginning of a sportif. They're too worried about the challenge as opposed to anything else. How can you put it into their kind of context?
Most definitely. I think it's very important for every sort of cyclist, whether they're approaching a professional race or a sportif or just a weekend event, they have actually nutrition strategy. And one of the key elements of a nutrition strategy is don't try anything in your event or your race that you haven't tried already in training, because there are certain foods that really upset certain riders' stomachs. So it's very personalised, but you definitely need to have a strategy in place where you've planned exactly what you're going to eat, drink throughout your event. And one saying I always remember from racing, it's if you're hungry, you should have eaten already. It's too late. If you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated. You should have already drank. So the key is to never get hungry and never get thirsty in this scenario. You always want to be on top of it and one step in front.
Good advice. So do read up on your nutrition if you're taking part, whether it be in a bike ride, you decide to do a little challenge ride for the first time, whether your aim when the COVID pandemic finishes that you want to run a marathon or a 10K, or you simply just want to go out for a long walk. Think about it, because you'll probably enjoy it more. You'll feel a lot more with it, as we see this group really motoring along at 145.5 kilometers to go. They're putting in a lot of work here.
It doesn't look like there's a huge amount of cat and mouse going on today, actually. It looks like the breakaway is working really well together. and doing whatever they can to build up this this gap. And at the same time, the De Koning Quick-Step team has reacted behind and immediately put a couple of riders on the front, so the gap doesn't grow too quickly.
A few riders have been going back to team cars as we go past the Église Saint-Julien, which is in Orcières. We've just gone past the gorge of the Mayuge. Lovely little hamlet that we are racing past right now. This is a 17th century church built on the ruins of a 10th century church. As we're going through France, I've realised that most churches we're seeing are built on the remains of an old church.
I actually received a comment on social media, not too many castles in this area.
No, there don't seem to be. It's all about the church.
You seem to be speaking a lot about churches in these first few stages, but I'm sure we'll get to the castles and the chateaux a little bit later in the race.
We will, at some point. 347, 144.2 kilometres of racing remaining. Let's just remind you who's in the breakaway so far today. It is Viamos of Agi Desert Le Mondial. Two riders from Israel Startup Nation, Chris Neelands and Niels Pollitt. Bergado of Total Direct Energy, Tish Benut of Team Sunweb, and Quentin Pacher of the team of B&B Vital Concept. Looks like we're going past some vineyards in this particular area, little vineyards that we are rolling through, and of course lots of fruit growing and everything in this particular region as well, as the riders are in one long line. They're certainly more focused. It's not about sitting in the peloton having an easy ride today, is it? The tempo is really high.
The tempo looks really hot. Interesting enough that Israel Startup Nation has placed two riders in the breakaway today. For a stage that's not, I wouldn't have said is ideally suited for a breakaway. It's interesting they've really backed themselves to place two riders up there, obviously hoping this move will go all the way.
Little bit of conversation going on at the front between the De Koning Quick-Step riders as they continue with this pace-making. Egan Bernal looks pretty relaxed, sitting in the middle of the peloton and just staying out of trouble. Bernal has to come out today, doesn't he, on this final climb and be there and limit any losses or be involved in the finish.
This is the climb where all the GC contenders really need to be present. None of them can afford to lose any more time at this stage on Julian Alaphilippe or on each other. So I anticipate it'll be a fantastic battle between between Ineos Grenadiers particularly and Jumbo Visma today. They're the two teams that everyone is looking at to take control of the GC. We already see Jumbo Visma right up the front, and strangely or untraditionally, Ineos Grenadiers is hiding a little bit further back in the bunch.
Here's Sam Bennett. He must be a little bit disappointed after yesterday because that was oh so close. He probably thought he had the stage victory about 15 metres from the line, and then suddenly it was gone.
Yeah, I think Caleb Ewan really caught him by surprise yesterday. It looked like Sam was getting ready to celebrate a stage victory, moving to the centre of the road. I wasn't sure whether he was moving to the centre of the road because that's where he wanted his photograph taken, or he was just making Caleb Ewan go the long way around. But yeah, utterly disappointed with his second place yesterday.
He would be. Thibaut Pinot from Groupama FDJ. Again, he needs to be up there at the front later on. Constantly Thibaut moving around on his bike. He's always stretching his neck, shifting his shoulders. He's just got that style where he's just a little bit agitated.
He's constantly twitching and moving around on his bike, and that just seems to be his style, and he's never been any different. So he doesn't look like he's a guy that puts a huge amount of focus on core stability or anything like that, or off the bike training. He looks like a guy who he's an absolute natural bike rider, and he's out there doing the hours on his bike, and yeah, that twitching and moving is just part of his technique.
Talking into the race radio, that's an interesting subject you've just touched on about core stability and core training. And traditionally, if you went back to the Bernard Hinault time, the Sean Kelly time, it was all about an Eddie Merckx, ride your bike a bit more, and ride your bike. Whereas now, there's many riders who put a great emphasis on all-round condition. Was that something you believed in, or did you just ride your bike?
No, very much so. I think the off-the-bike training is crucially important. Core stability, the stabilization exercises, even having a strong sort of torso and shoulders where you can hold yourself very, very still and rigid on your bike. So you're not basically losing any power by rocking and rolling on your bike. There's certain riders you see that they're very stable on their bikes, and there's certain riders you see who just rock and roll the whole time, and that's just how they go about it. They're the guys that probably just simply purely focus on riding their bikes as much as they can. But many of these guys now are very complete with their training. They will do big gym blocks in their off season in preparation for the upcoming season, as well as consistent sort of maintenance work throughout the year as well.
So they will do more gym and stability training during the winter, and do they manage to fit it in during the season, or not so much?
They'll manage to fit it in around training blocks. Obviously, when you're in a race like the Tour de France, everyone will be so purely focused on racing and recovering as much as you can. So you're not going to be thinking about doing any extra bits and pieces around outside of that. But definitely in their lead up to the Tour de France and in any large training block, they'll be doing a number of core stability exercises, things like sit-ups and you know, internal muscle exercises is very important for the position on the bike.
Front of the race, Tish Benoot just having a chat. Today maybe looking to turn his Tour de France around a little bit and turn his season around a little bit. This is L'Église Saint-Martin, built between 1897 and 1902 after the demolition of an old church. And this seems to be the theme as we go through this particular region. It's got some fantastic stained glass windows manufactured by Buch and Balmet House of Grenoble, installed in 1902. Just a reminder then, the first sprint will be with 109 kilometres to go today after 51.5 kilometres of racing. That's where we will have the green jersey sprint. 4:11 now the advantage. Interesting headline and article as we see Adam Yates making his way back through the peloton. Interesting article in Le Parisien today, the French newspaper, and it's wondering if a famous sentence from Emperor Napoleon relates to Julien Alaphilippe, because Napoleon famously said, "If I cross Sisteron, nobody will stop me until Paris." He made that on his way back from the Elbe Island to reconquer power in the French capital. Let's see how he does today. Alexis Villermoz now becomes the virtual leader of the Tour de France, because the deficit of the peloton is higher than his deficit overall, 4 minutes and 6 seconds for the rider on the front. If things stop now, he would be the yellow jersey, but we know there is so much more of a story to be played out today on today's stage of the Tour de France. Niels Pollitt heading out of Sisteron. We talked a lot yesterday about him being beaten by Jérôme Cousin in Sisteron, so he's leaving that behind and he's now going on the move. A rider who's a very strong classics rider, winner of a stage of the Deutschland Tour, finished on the podium of the Paris-Roubaix. Jumbo-Visma setting themselves up behind De Kooning Quick-Step. Let's take a look at the 3D graphic. And this is the deficit in terms of kilometres between the head of the race and the peloton. 2.8 kilometres between the two groups already. That would seem like an awful long way. But as we get towards Orcières Merlette and we get towards the other climbs, that gap should drop back down and the peloton will be looking to bring this all back together.
There'll be a number of teams that will look to bring this break all back together for the final today. and I think it will be very much largely dictated about the GC teams. This is a stage, if it suits a certain rider, that certain rider will definitely be a contender for the overall as well. It's always fantastic to see the first summit finish of the Tour de France, because it's the first true indication of the condition of these riders. When the stage finished on stage 2, there was obviously the Col d'Aires and the Col de Quatre in the final of the stage, but I kind of feel like there are many contenders in that stage that didn't put a full effort in. They saw Alaphilippe attack and they thought, it's too far to go, I think he'll be reeled in by the final, so they didn't react. On today's finish, nobody can afford not to react to a big attack. They all have to be there and they all have to cross the finish line together in order not to lose any time.
It's certainly going to be an exciting finish of today's stage. One rider who's riding his way into the Tour de France at the moment is Pavel Sivakov of Ineos Grenadiers. He's had a terrible day on day one, 2 crashes, covered in bruises, covered in bandages. I did like his tweet last night. It was my tweet of the day. He's tweeted, "Another day done, recovering slowly but surely, and jumping into the lead of the Lanterne Rouge."
Well, at least he still has his sense of humour. It is so difficult for the riders to recover from crashes during the Tour de France. They're putting their bodies through so much stress and strain every day, just by the pure physical effort of the race. So when they're cut up and trying to recover from any injuries they've sustained from crashing, whether it be in the Tour de France or the races leading up, it does make it very, very difficult.
Those of you who don't know what the Lanterne Rouge is, it is a traditional prize award for the last rider in the race. He has the brake light on, he has the red light, so he is the Lanterne Rouge, and Pavel Sivakov is looking to win that now. In the end, it becomes quite a thing to win. If you're that far down, you might as well be the last rider.
There are some riders that tactically try and finish the Tour de France with the Lanterne Rouge. In years gone by, where there is a lot of sort of post-tour criteriums after the Tour de France, and where riders will receive an appearance fee for racing these events, and the Lanterne Rouge was always a sought-after rider.
Really?
So the rider who was able to finish the Tour de France with the Lanterne Rouge would often get a bigger appearance fee at doing these small races than many of the other riders.
Excellent. So we'll see whether Pavel Sivakov can stay in that particular position. It's obviously worth something.
I doubt we're going to see Pavel Sivakov finish the Tour de France in Lanterne Rouge. I think once he recovers a little bit from his injuries, he'll be a very, very important teammate of Egan Bernal in the mountain stages. So once the road goes up, I don't anticipate seeing him in the last groups on the road anymore.
We'll keep you updated with who is the last rider in the Tour de France. Amazing scenery today. When we get towards the mountains that we're heading into, it is absolutely stunning, and we're looking forward to going there. So early in the Tour de France as well. No longer is there a 5-day of stages for sprinters. It's 5 days of really tough bike racing, and we don't have a rest day until the beginning of next week. So there's plenty of racing left and some really, really tough days that the riders are going to face before we get to that initial rest day. And then now we have 2 blocks of racing thereafter that bring the race to its conclusion. 135 kilometres to go, 3:47. Let's just recap for you so you know what's been going on. This breakaway group went immediately the flag was dropped. We lost Anthony Perez yesterday. In the yellow jersey is Julian Alaphilippe. But the breakaway group now, Alexis Villamoz, who is 3:53 down on the general classification. Chris Nielands of Israel Startup Nation with his teammate Niels Pollitt. We have got Burgado of Total Direct Energy. Also in here, Tish Benut of Team Sunweb, and Quentin Pacher riding in the green of the B&B Hotels Vital Concept squad. That's the makeup of the breakaway. They're trying to get now to the green jersey sprint, which is after 51.5 kilometres of racing. That comes up with 109 kilometres to go. And then immediately we're going to start the climb. So first of our climbs will be crested at 93 kilometres. We're going to start that just over 100 kilometres from the finish. So just about 8.5 kilometres on from the first King of the Mountains point of today's stage.
There's some very strong riders in this breakaway today. I was just looking at Alice Villemose, and I remember when winning a stage in the Tour de France. It was in 2015 up the Mer de Bretagne. He put in an impressive attack on that stage to break away from the front group and finish on his own in front of the likes of Dan Martin and Alejandro Valverde. So he's a very explosive climber, and if this break stays away, and if he's in the front group, he would be very difficult to beat on a finish like this.
Could he have been put up the road by the team to help out Romain Bardet on the final climb, so he waits for him?
This is not the typical stage where you would place riders up the road to help out on the final climb. Once the riders are on the final climb, there's very little their teammates, particularly teammates that have been up the front all day long, would be able to do to assist them. And on top of that, I kind of feel like the lower category climbs that are leading into the final, the Category 3 and Category 4 to climbs, they're not going to prove overly selective. So we should see quite a large group going to the final Category 1 climb at Orcières de Merlette all together.
This is the Nativity, the Church of Our Lady of the Nativity. Built between the 12th and 14th centuries, this church. And it was listed as an historical monument in 1931. It was damaged by a big lightning strike in 1852, but it's been relatively redone since then as we fly past the Church of Our Lady of the Nativity. Some stunning scenery today around on today's stage of the Tour de France. I don't think the riders have got any time to look at the scenery today. It's way too quick in terms of how this stage is going so far. The average speed, 45 kilometers an hour so far, so they're ticking along quite nicely.
Ticking along very quickly, and particularly considering these guys will be riding ever so slightly uphill up this valley for the first parts of the stage. So, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, absolutely no cat and mouse going on today's stage. This break is working really hard and trying to build up as large advantage as possible.
The headline in L'Equipe today, shootout on the summit. That's what they're expecting, and the photograph is Alaphilippe, Roglic, Pinot and Bernal with the mountains in the background. They're setting this one up as showdown time, aren't they? And I think it's certainly going to be like that. We're talking a lot about how this finish is going to play out. We'll wait and see. We've got a few hours until we get there. Don't forget you can message us during the race. We've had loads of questions, loads of messages sent in by you. I had a message last night from Ryan, one of our viewers, who said, do riders sleep in the same hotel or a different hotel every single night? And within the team, do they have control of the hotel they sleep in? And what comfort additions would they have, if they have any of them? This is the Canal of Saint-Genis. I'll get you to think about that. Forms part of the hydroelectric complex built along the Bouche, and it links through various canals to the Sisteron power station. An incredible canal. So riders, in terms of hotels and sleeping and all that sort of thing, because sleep must be critical as far as being a bike rider in a 21-day stage race is concerned.
Yeah, most definitely. So that was about a four-pronged question, I think. So to start with, the teams don't choose their hotels. They're allocated by the race organisation. And how it works is they try and give an average rating of each of the hotels. And each hotel is kind of rated by how many stars the hotel it has, it holds, and how far it is from either the start or the finish of the stage. So every hotel is kind of categorised by the organisation, and what they try and do, they try and basically sort it out so every team has an equal category of hotels throughout the race. So no team feels like they're getting unpreferential treatment from the organisation. So the hotels are selected by the organisation. What they also try and do is they try and send the same teams back to the same hotels each year. So that way it gives the opportunities for the teams to sort of build a relationship with the hotel owners, and that way they can potentially get a little better looked after when they go to those hotels. As far as the comforts that the riders have when they go into a hotel room, different teams have different approaches here. A lot of the riders will travel with their own pillow, so they can have a consistent sort of pillow every night, and that's a little comfort they like to take from home. Some teams will like to change all the bedding on the hotels, so even as far as mattresses, they'll replace the mattress, all the sheets and the pillows, so they're basically, they're in control of that to know that the riders are sleeping on good quality stuff and stuff that they're familiar with every day, because sleep is one of the most important elements of recovering from each Tour de France stage.
That means then, as far as teams are concerned, and when we go around the race, last night we drove past some of the hotels as we go on board with a rider who was in the sprint yesterday, Hugo Hofstetter of the Israel Startup Nation. Lovely shots here from the back of the bike as he looks back at Jerome Kuzan. Kuzan is 2 wheels back from our onboard camera. Lovely shots. Look at that blue sky today, matching the colours of the Villiers team bikes. We went past some of the hotels last night and we went past where Ineos Grenadiers are staying, and they had a truck, big van, they had a kitchen truck with an office in it, a team bus and a load of team cars, all with the team as we drove past. That means then that we understand why they've got so many bits of vehicle, because they must be then transporting mattresses for 8 riders, pillows, blankets or duvets and everything like that. So they actually carry them around with them every day.
They will carry them around every day, and it will be one person's specific job to take care of the bedding. And that's all they'll do on this year's Tour de France. They'll basically pack up the bedding from the hotel rooms, load that in their van or their truck, go directly to the next hotel and set up the bedrooms again for the riders in the next hotel. So that's one thing, that's a very important element that that Ineos like to do to take care of their riders.
Our leading group is away. They attacked right at the beginning of the stage. They're building their advantage. It's a hot day out here so far. We're looking forward to this run-in to the finish in Orcières Merlette. 2 riders from Israel Startup Nation combining in the front group of 6 for the leading rider in terms of the general classification, Alexis Villamos. 1 rider from Agi d'Isère Le Mondial who's been on our screens a lot of the time so far is wearing the King of the Mountains jersey. He was a world champion at under 23. We're going to find out a little bit more now about the Frenchman that is in the King of the Mountains jersey, Benoît Cosnefroy.
I'm happy to win against this field, but I'm not yet at the highest level of the World Tour. It was my lockdown companion. I spent quite a few hours on it, but I'm really happy to leave it behind now and stick it back in the garage. This is a world away from the home trainer. Even if it's raining, it's great to be out right now. He's a rider with a real sense of victory. He's a puncher, a winner. He can go really, really high in cardiac intensity to go and chase down a victory. Onto the final climb into Rocamadour then, and it's Omar Fraile. He leads the way for Astana, but he's got Benoît Cosnefroy on his heels, the man from AG2 à la Mondiale, and here he comes, Cosnefroy, breezing past. I miss that sensation of fighting for victory in the final, at the moment anyway.
Ça manque en ce moment.
Well, the chase is on here, but I don't think they're going to catch Benoît Cosnefroy. He's heading for victory. I'm still looking for that first World Tour win. I've won quite a few Class 1 races recently, so that's what I'll be aiming for in the weeks and months to come. Today is another step up, but I'm not quite at World Tour level just yet.
Great to hear a little bit more about the Frenchman who's in the King of the Mountains jersey, Benoît Cosnefroy. We've enjoyed seeing him on the attack over the last few days. He had that lovely tussle with Anthony Perez. The mountains are in the background. We're heading into the climbs for the end of today's stage.
Just seeing the mountains in the background of today's stage, one question that the riders always get asked from the viewers of the Tour de France is, do you get to enjoy the countryside? Do you see what you're racing past? And the honest answer to that is no. These guys are also concentrated on the race at hand. They're thinking about tactics. They're obviously watching the guys in front of them. It's so intense, the concentration throughout the stage, that you really don't have the time to appreciate the beautiful countryside that you're racing through. The only opportunity that they may have to do that is on a reconnaissance ride, for example. If the riders are out in these roads, just checking the roads, checking the climbs leading into the Tour de France, so they're familiar with the roads. Then you can actually pause for a second every now and then and take in the surrounds, because it is such a beautiful area in France that you really don't get to enjoy when you're racing.
No, it's absolutely stunning. It's totally breathtaking. And I guess when you finish riding, there's some riders who say they never touch their bike ever again. And there are a few of them. But there's riders who just still love riding their bike. I guess then you realise, you come back to areas like this and go for a ride and think, wow, it's truly beautiful, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Many racing cyclists, they often sort of remark to each other that, oh, geez, I'd love to come back here one day and really enjoy this area, because you don't get the chance to enjoy it when you're racing. You may do many Tour de France's over the years, but you never really enjoyed it as a tourist, and it is such a beautiful tourist area.
126 kilometres to go. There's been a few of you highlighting Adam Yates as a possible winner of today's stage, so our thanks to all of you for your messages. Simon and I spend most of our time in the car on the transition to the next stage, going through tweets and Instagram and picking up your messages and thinking, right, okay, how can we weave some of what you've asked into this tomorrow morning and start to talk about some of the subjects that you've asked us. So you asked us about bedding and sleeping and that sort of thing. You've asked us about nutrition, and we thank you for getting involved and taking the time to send us your messages. And it's great because it keeps us going with the subjects that we'd like to talk about. We've got our ideas, but we'd also like to talk about the things that you want to know. Some of you are brand new to cycling, some of you have been watching the Tour de France for 30 years, and it doesn't matter, because no question is silly. People still want to know the answers to many things. So tweet at @McCrossan or at Simon Gerrans, or get us on Instagram, and we'll do our utmost to try and find some of the answers that you are wishing to know as we go towards Ceres, which is the next area that we're going to ride through. This town has a population of only around 1,300. It's one of the few towns around France with a palindrome as a name, if you noticed. It's a village built as a semicircle. So an interesting layout of this little village that we are going to head towards now. Julien Alaphilippe in the yellow jersey. There he is, wearing number 41. There's Benoit Cosnefroy taking a bottle, or 3 or 4 on board, or jackets up his back by the looks of things. They haven't got the vest that you put on.
They don't have the vest, and it looks like it may be his race radio just hanging out the back of his jersey there. So Cosnefroy has obviously stopped for to fill up on food or grab a bit in for himself, and he's grabbed a couple extras for his teammates as well. It's important that these guys all work together. If anyone is back at the car searching something out for themselves, that they jump on their two-way race radio and ask their teammates if anybody else needs anything from the car, because it's much easier for the rider back at the car to pick anything up than another rider to drop all the way back up to the back of the bunch, call the team car up and search what they're looking for.
He's working his way back in. He's got the polka dot helmet on today to match the jersey. He's gone full white shorts as well with the sponsors on them. He's going to work his way up the left-hand side of the peloton. Now, last night when we were travelling between the finish and the new finish, I think we had a little bit of more of an entertainment-fueled kind of conversation. We were talking about films, and we were also talking about a particular video. So last night the subject was American Flyers, because you didn't know that, and I think it's a good little bit of cycling trivia that people don't know, that one of the characters in American Flyers was played by Ryder's dad, who has just retired. So, yeah, go on.
Christian Vande Velde. I was actually texting Christian this morning. Obviously, Christian is normally here on the Tour de France, calling the race for NBC. Unfortunately, unable to come over this year. So, texting with Christian, but obviously a lot of family cycling history within his family.
Exactly. So, Christian Vande Velde's dad played one of the characters in American Flyers. If you've never watched American Flyers, it's one of 2 cycling films you have to watch. You must have watched American Flyers, and you have to watch Breaking Away. Hugo Hofstetter's bike. We were also having a little bit of an entertainment-fueled evening in the car, but we'll tell you about that when we hear from our next interview, which is coming up very shortly. Let's just update you then on the riders who are on the attack right now as they continue with their breakaway. Here's the breakaway group. Alexis Viamals of AG Désert Le Mondial. Chris Neelands, a former Latvian champion for Israel Startup Nation. Another Latvian in the group is, in the peloton, is Tom Scoynes. Niels Pollitt is in there as well, so is Burgado of Total Direct Energy, Tish Benoot of Sunweb, and Quentin Pacher. This morning then we caught up with the rider who is in the yellow jersey. He's got a day today to defend the yellow jersey, or maybe try to extend his advantage. Let's hear now from Julien Alaphilippe.
It was a great day to enjoy the yellow jersey. The team controlled things well, it was superb. We tried with Sam for the sprint, he came second in the end. That's just how it goes. It's an amazing feeling, a real source of pride to have this jersey on my shoulders. We defended it today, and we'll defend it again tomorrow. I haven't really looked, but I know it's a tough stage with a summit finish, so my opponents will definitely be looking to put me under pressure. I just hope that I can keep hold of the jersey. As I've said, I'm taking it day by day. Tomorrow's tough, but I'll give it my all.
Julien Alaphilippe in the yellow jersey. Do you believe that interview? I haven't really looked at the climb of tomorrow.
Well, I do believe that interview because a number of the riders that I reached out to this morning and last night actually haven't looked at this final. They obviously am not overly concerned. It's on paper, it's a relatively short finish, short uphill to the line. Seeing it myself this morning for the first time, I think it could be very decisive. But you know, I reached out to George Bennett, Daryl Impey, and a couple other riders, Richie Port as well. And as much as they've seen video footage, or they often try and use Google Maps and things like that to get a feel for what the roads are like, very few of them seem to have ridden it. So no big surprise for me that Alaphilippe is part of that group.
Let's see if the climb does surprise them later on. Heading now towards the intermediate sprint. We're not too far away from there. We're going to go through with 109 kilometres of racing remaining. So only 12 kilometres until we reach that intermediate sprint. We've been riding now for 54 minutes. The average speed is 43 kilometres an hour. Thanks to all of you for joining us as we look down on a peloton enjoying beautiful weather here in France on stage 4 of the Tour de France. It has been a relatively fast day. Things have calmed down a little. But for the first time at this stage in the race, we are seeing groups of riders, all as teams, all lined up within the peloton, as opposed to just a jumble of colour as they make their way along the road. This is the aerodrome at Serres-la-Bâtie. And this airfield was created in the mid-1980s. It hosts the Eagle Alpine Soaring Academy, a gliding centre, and it has a grass runway of 650 metres in length and 90 metres wide. Not open to public air traffic. Of course, gliding is a form of flight without an engine, so they are either winched or towed off the ground, and they enjoy gliding in the thermals once they get up to the right height. Still many fans at the side of the road, less than we would normally see because, of course, of the pandemic. There'll be less people on the climbs, and the reason for that is the climbs are being relatively closed, apart from people who walk up and cycle up, unless they have appeared here a week or so in advance in their camper vans. And as we drove up this morning, there are a lot of camper vans on the climb, but they're not on the roads the way they would be normally, and there are not thousands of fans the way that we would normally expect, which is a shame, but you've all got the chance to watch it on television. At least we have a race, and we hopefully will be able to have the fans back in 2021. This is the first ever day of a stage of the Tour de France held in September. It's never happened before. It's a bit of an historic day.
I think the fact that the race is in September is a large part of why there is less fans on the side of the road. Typically, a lot of people in France will take their summer holidays within July, and this year, with the race being pushed back by a couple of months, there is a lot less people around.
On the back of Julian Alaphilippe's helmet is a little red tag, and you were asking me about this last night.
Yeah, so I received a message again on social media with people asking the question, what is that on the back of the helmet of the Bora riders, as we can see a couple have just gone past now, and the Koenig Quick-Step riders as well?
That little thing on the back of his helmet is called Angie, and it's a patented helmet-mounted sensor that measures the forces transmitted by your helmet during a crash, as well as harmful rotational forces, and it's also a tracking device, a live tracking device, and a safety beacon. So basically Specialized, who are the sponsors of his team, they make not just bikes, they make shoes, they make saddles, helmets and everything else. They've come up with this sensor that goes on the back of a helmet, and that means that someone can go out on their bike, it will instantly live track them, so it can, if their family are worried about them at all, it tracks them while they're out on a bike ride, and it will also send a message if something bad happens to an app, if they have a crash or something out on the road. And it also will help in terms of recovery because it knows how badly someone has crashed. So if there's a need for concussion protocol or whatever it might be. A really slick little piece of kit on the back of the helmet of Julian Alaphilippe.
Yeah, that sounds like a fantastic piece of technology, and it's great to see these suppliers, these manufacturers doing all these sort of things now, thinking about rider safety and well-being. It's not always all about performance, it's about safety as well. So I wonder if that little tracker on the back of the helmets also counts how much time the riders will spend at a cafe.
Maybe you can program the app for that. Chamois time is training time. The Koenig Quick-Step continue with the work on the front. UAE team member, it's taking some bottles. They're just going through a feed zone. As we've mentioned before, the feed zones are not advertised at all because we're trying not to have fans in the feed zones, although some have managed to find the feed, which they will always do. They're masterful at finding different areas and working out how the race actually goes on while they are rolling along the road. We also had another interesting question, and I think you were asked yesterday the cost of some of the team's pro bikes. I asked Trek about their team bikes just to get an idea of how much they would cost for someone to buy. Of course, there might be different wheels or something put on some of the Grenadiers bikes or whatever, but I had a message back just now, thanks to Chad at Trek. The Monda has a team spec runs at about $8,000 US, depending on the spec, and there are other customizations available. So a bike around that level, 8,000, some of the bikes maybe $10,000. That's the kind of price for a pro's bike.
Yeah, so that's the kind of price for the price point for a professional racing bike. And it's worth actually noting that all the bikes that these riders are riding on are by manufacturers that are available, products that are available to the public, and that's why they use them. The bike manufacturers obviously want to present their bikes with a racing team to demonstrate to the public that, you know, this is the equipment we have, and this is available to purchase as well.
Chad's also said to me that a full spec, if you went all the way, $12,000 US. Here's a comparison then of the general classification based on the previous 6 years' UCI results between the climbing capability, the general classification aims of Jumbo-Visma and Ineos Grenadiers based on last 6 years' results. It's a little bit like top trumps, isn't it? Jumbo-Visma get a 9.4 out of 10 and Ineos Grenadiers with their lineup an 8.9. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts are they forgot Luke Rowe. They haven't put all 8 riders in there. Just, well, have they put 8 riders, or just am I not counting correctly?
There's 2 Van Baarles in there.
There's 2 Van Baarles. Maybe one of those Van Baarles is supposed to be Luke Rowe.
Yeah.
So we see there those teams are very evenly matched. And I wonder if that was tactical. I wonder if, like, if the directors or the team managers thought, well, if they put that rider in their team, we're going to put this rider in our team type thing. Or if one of they've just chosen their teams and said, this is the best combination of riders to win this year's Tour de France, because obviously that's the big goal for both those teams.
The full spec then of a team bike, $12,000 if you're riding for Trek Segafredo, $8,000 if you get still the same team bike, but you don't go mad on the spec.
Well, it's probably worth noting as well that all of these teams will have their bikes supplied by sponsors. They won't have to go out and purchase these pieces of equipment. And not only will the bike sponsors supply their teams with equipment, often they'll tip in some money to the team budget as well. So they'll pay to sponsor the team. So the bigger teams obviously demand a little bit more money from their bike sponsors, as well as often more equipment, whereas the smaller teams, they probably don't quite generate the same publicity as the bigger teams will, so they don't quite have the same bargaining power, and they will often get maybe just the equipment supplied, but with no money involved as well.
We should also say that every element of what is on a team bike has to be in some way commercially available. The UCI now note all of that. I remember heading towards the Olympic Games, which were cancelled in Tokyo. They went through a whole program on the track where they had to look at every single element of all the teams around the world and what they were using, and everything had to be commercially available in some form.
Funny story on having equipment available that's commercially available. I do remember a couple of years ago, a Lotto Soudal rider Adam Hansen was making his own shoes.
Yeah.
He worked out how to sort of mold the carbon fibre, and he was making his own customized shoes that were extremely light and extremely stiff, and obviously exactly to the shape of his feet. But the problem was those shoes weren't commercially available, so I think he built a website and said, I'll make shoes for you if you want, but I think he put a price tag on them at around $5,000. So if anyone wanted to fork out for a set of Adam Hansen customized shoes, they could, but they're extremely expensive.
I wonder if anyone did.
I'm sure they would have.
Yeah, exactly. Heading now towards the intermediate sprint. We're about 6 kilometres away in the breakaway group today. We have got 2 Israel Startup Nation riders. I've just asked Israel Startup Nation, was it the plan to put 2 riders into the breakaway? Asked the team owner, Sylvan Adams, and he's come back to us and he said the first option, the plan this morning, was to put Niels Pollitt and Ben Hermans into the breakaway, and Krits Nielands was asked as a second option if he could try and get in the break if that combination didn't work.
Interestingly enough, the best, probably the best chance of a stage win of that trio would be Ben Hermans, and he was the only one who missed it.
Yeah.
Ben Hermans is a very strong climber, probably one of the key climbers in Israel Startup Nation, and unfortunately he missed the break. So if he had been out there with one of those riders as support, it could have been a threatening combination.
3 minutes the advantage for our breakaway group as we head towards the intermediate sprint. Didi the Devil in the background has arrived at the Tour. There he is. You're just going past him. A few people were asking me about Didi over the last couple of days. There he is. He's out on the Tour every single day. Let's recap then on what's going to happen at this intermediate sprint. We have one of these a day, and in the run-up to this, we like to just remind you, this is for the green jersey, and the points classification means that at each intermediate sprint, 15 riders will get points, from 20 points down to 1. And then at the finish line, there are also points available, depending on the difficulty of the stage. And the rider who has accumulated the most points is given the green jersey at the end of every stage. And then when they get to the finish line in Paris, if they have the most points, then they are at the green jersey of the Tour de France. Peter Sagan has won it 7 times, and he's aiming for his record-breaking 8th. The riders will be sprinting for that very soon, 113.5 kilometres to go.
At this intermediate sprint that's coming up in around 5 kilometres, so there are points awarded to the first 15 riders that cross the line in this intermediate sprint. Obviously, there are 6 riders in the breakaway here that will take up most of those points, which will leave 9 points available for the first rider in the bunch to cross the line. 9 points is can be a critical amount in this green jersey competition, so I expect to see all the sprinters that are in the bunch up the front there and vying to win sort of those remaining points on offer.
The team of Jumbo-Visma in the yellow and black, behind them UAE Team Emirates today. David de la Cruz is sitting at the back of the group. De la Cruz seems to be recovering a little bit. He's also a rider who's got a problem with his sacrum. What is going on here? Niels Pollitt looking for the team car or going back to the peloton?
No, it looks like he's just going back to the peloton to have a chat with his race director, maybe talking about the upcoming sprint or finding out what's happening behind in the bunch.
Didi almost getting hit by a bottle.
Was that Remy Cavagna that threw the bottle like that, there? Yeah, he thought that was quite amusing, didn't he?
He did. Didi the Devil. He's been part of the Tour de France since the 1990s, and it's great to see him here. He had a scare, and we all had a scare a few years ago when he was very, very sick. They had him in hospital, and he said he might have to never go back to the Tour de France, but he has recovered, and it wouldn't be the Tour without Didi at the side of the road somewhere to spot.
So, tell me, do you know what Didi does when he's not a devil at the Tour de France?
He has a bicycle museum with loads of memorabilia of the Tour de France. He builds crazy big bikes. You've seen his big Didi the Devil bike. So he spends his time doing that. And, I don't know, other devilish things that he does.
It's always interesting to find the backstory out to these characters that turn up on the Tour de France every year.
Well, now also he's, in a normal year, he would be taken by the Tour de France to events. So he's come with us to China, Japan. I've been with him at some races, and he also gets invited to races like Deutschland Tour and other events as well. I think he's pretty busy.
Good for him.
He's created a complete life around the Tour de France by just standing in a devil costume. It's amazing, isn't it? Looking down then on Primož Roglič. He's the rider in the yellow with the stripes around the chest of his jersey, because he's the Slovenian champion. Slightly different jersey to the rest of his squad. Just was having a bit of a conversation with George Bennett behind him. And Sepp Kuss always sits behind Primož Roglič. He's generally the last rider to come forward and to help out in the mountains before things kick off.
I received an interesting question about the Jumbo-Visma jerseys and the colour being so similar to the leader's jersey of the Tour de France, the yellow jersey. In years gone by, we have seen teams with yellow jerseys. Remember the Once team? they were very yellow jersey, but however, for the Tour de France, they would swap them out for a pink jersey. And the question was, how have Jumbo-Visma been allowed to have a yellow jersey in the Tour de France that's so similar to the leaders' jersey?
I'm not actually sure about that, and I think we'll need to find the answer, because you're right. I remember you were never allowed to have a yellow jersey. You had to switch. You were told by the Tour de France, if you're riding the Tour, you have to switch, and they haven't.
Well, I guess there is a lot of black in the Jumbo-Visma jersey as well, so it doesn't get, it's not hard to differentiate that from the leader's jersey of Alaphilippe in the race. But yeah, it's just strange that it seemed to be very traditional not to wear a yellow jersey in the Tour de France in years gone by unless you were the leader, and now Jumbo-Visma are doing that.
Our leading group is heading towards the intermediate sprint now. We're about 1 kilometre away before we get to that intermediate sprint in Vannes. It's after 51.5 kilometres of racing, long straight roads now as the riders make their way towards the mountains. Once we go through here, the next point on the horizon is 16 kilometres later. We're going to crest the top of the Col de Festre, and we're now 1 kilometre from this intermediate sprint. Let's see who takes the bonus points, who's interested in getting themselves higher up in the green jersey competition. That's where we are on the profile. Down at the bottom of the screen, see the yellow arrow, tells you where we are. Primož Roglič has had that injury after the Dauphiné. We'll see whether he can come out fighting today. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The leading group should be lining up now, ready for this intermediate sprint. Still De Koning Quick Step setting the pace. They're the riders in the blue and white. 500 metres to go. Tish Benoot at the back in the colours of Team Sunweb. That's the white and black kit, wearing number 201. Everyone looking around at each other. Quentin Pacher is in the green colours at the front. Going through Krits Nielands. Alexis Villamoz is looking for this, and now Niels Pollitt opens up the gas nice and early. Tish Benoot tries to get in the slipstream. Bourgadeau is the rider in the blue, white and red, but Niels Pollitt seems to have the power in the legs today as he makes his way to the intermediate sprint line. First across the line, Niels Pollitt, Israel Startup Nation.
I'm a little surprised to see how seriously those guys took this intermediate sprint. I don't think there are any overall green jersey contenders within this breakaway, but it's obviously a breakaway of opportunists, and they're going to take everything they can get on the road today.
Great sprint by Niels Pollitt to take that.
Maybe he's working on his green jersey sprints in preparation for his change of teams for next year.
Maybe he is.
Being off to the Bora Hansgrohe team alongside Peter Sagan for the 2021 season.
Yeah, that kind of got a little bit lost in a lot of the announcements, because there's been so many announcements that teams have made. So he's moving to the Bora Hansgrohe team. I think he'll be happy. It's a German-based squad and a very, very good setup for him.
Well, he was in a German sort of base squad in Alpecin, which sort of merged with the Israel Startup Nation, and that's how he's ended up in that infrastructure. And now, yeah, off to Bora Hansgrohe. So I think a loss for Israel Startup Nation, a big win for Bora Hansgrohe.
1,500 euros he wins for going across the line first there. So maybe there's an element of money as well being shared amongst the team, because it's not about you, is it? It's shared amongst the team during the Tour de France. The peloton now heading towards the intermediate sprint. Let's see what Peter Sagan does. He'll be looking to clinch a few points. Simon told you earlier, 15 riders get points, so we've seen 6. And now another 9 riders will get points. Edvald Bosenhagen's camera looking back at the peloton as he starts to turn up the pace. 3 minutes and 11 seconds, still the advantage. Very, very fast pace through that roundabout. And now Sagan will get himself ready as we go past the Church of the Saint Saviour here in Vannes. Is Sagan going to win this bunch sprint? He'll get himself up towards the front. Normally Daniel Oss will be the rider who will set him up. This church, an 11th century church, one of the oldest buildings in the town. Here we go now with Total Direct Energy up there. Jeffrey Soup is leading things out, moving up the green jersey of Peter Sagan. He gets onto the wheel of Kevin Razor, riding for B&B Hotels. Brian Cockard is the sprinter that Razor is looking for, but he seems to have been washed away a little bit. Sagan is now looking for the sprint. He moves out. Coming up on the outside, Christoph seemed to be there as well. Sagan is looking for this one, and he's sneaking out, but he's not going to quite get there. And it looks to me like Sam Bennett's going to be first across the line.
Sam Bennett first across the line there. It looks like Morkau might have crossed the line in second place, just to put a little bit of extra gap between Bennett and, or chew up a few points there from the other green jersey contenders.
Good sprint there by the De Koning Quick-Step riders. Sam Bennett will be pleased with that. So let's take another look at the replay, Simon, from the helicopter.
Yeah, so great lead out there by Morkau. Trentin putting a strong sprint as well. Sagan seemed to get completely lost. He was unable to find a gap. We see Nizzolo and Cockard up there as well, and Alexander Kristoff all getting a few points.
Good sprint there. Sam Bennett in the saddle. The bunch sprint taken by Sam Bennett of the Koning Quick-Step. He's not having it all his own way so far, is he, Peter Sagan?
It looks as though Peter Sagan is going to have to really chase his green jersey all the way to Paris this year. He definitely has some stiff competition within the green jersey classification.
106 kilometres to go. Now we're going to head our way towards the climb. The next climb, the first climb of the day, comes up at 100.6 kilometres. So we only have 6 kilometres till we reach there. Coming back to entertainment in the car last night, we were all laughing at the video of Mitchelton Scott, which I think is the best video in the Tour de France we have seen for a while from a team. Fantastic, wasn't it?
It was quite comical, very funny, and Mitchelton Scott never shy away from having a laugh at themselves, and posted on their I think on their social media networks with Matt White's inability to say the name Greg Van Avermaet.
Yeah, and so they turned it into a Muppet Show video. If you haven't seen it, I think it's on my Twitter profile, probably on Simon's as well. No, he hasn't posted it. I've posted it. If you want to have a look, it's there. It's very, very funny. And Greg Van Avermaet has also done a reply.
Yeah, he has quite a good sense of humour, Greg. It's very dry, but a very good sense of humour. He's a great guy, a great leader for the CCC team.
Take a look at it. We really enjoyed it. We were laughing at it in the car last night on the way to our next hotel. Chris Neelands having a chat to the director in the car, taking a bottle on, and he'll go back through and do his work. Setting ourselves up for the first climb of the day, the King of the Mountains, the Col de Festre. There'll be 2 points and 1 point on offer at the top. A 7.6 kilometre climb at 5.3%. The riders relatively over the last 1 hour and 18 minutes have been on flat roads. Suddenly we're going to go up a climb. How does the body respond to that?
Well, these riders will be very adept to climbing. They've had a lot of climbing in the first few days of this Tour de France, but yeah, it's pretty safe to say they've enjoyed all the flat they're going to get in this stage. Basically, from here on, the road starts to go up and down, and it doesn't look as though there's a kilometre of flat between here and the stage finish.
Thank you to all of you for all your messages. The race is going very fast at the moment, so we haven't gone to too many of the messages from today yet, but we appreciate them. We're getting a lot, and we've covered some of the subjects that you wanted us to talk about yesterday. Trent Fulton, thanks for your message. You're looking for Sergio Higuita today. You think that that's a great possibility. Pete, you're enjoying listening in while you're at work. Don't tell the boss. Headphones on, looking busy. And Chuck King has sent us Didi the Devil's Wikipedia page. He's an inventor who's created numerous unusual bicycles, including the largest rideable bicycle in the world. Confirmation that Niels Pollitt took 20 points, Bergadeau was second, and there's confirmation that Sam Bennett took 9 points with Morkau, and then Trentin was also up there as well in that sprint, the only sprint of the day. John Tolkamp is looking for a surprise and statement win from Tom Dumoulin at the top of the climb.
Wouldn't that shake things up?
It would.
Wouldn't that shake things up? So Tom Dumoulin has stated before the Tour de France this year that they're here to win the Tour de France, and it could be himself or Primož Roglic who leads the team. So completely contrary to what we've seen from the Jumbo-Visma team to this point, they've all been very much behind Primož Roglic in the races leading up to the Tour de France. So, yeah, Tom Dumoulin keeping things interesting.
I'm sorry to some of you who keep messaging us to say that you are trying to work. So the Tour de France is keeping you away from working. Glauto has said the same thing, so thank you very much for your message. Our apologies that the race is so good right now and you're enjoying the scenery and everything else. John Lai going out on a limb and suggesting Pogačar for today's stage.
That's a great tip.
I don't think it's going out on a limb.
No, not at all. I think he could be right up there. Yeah, someone is saying why not the white jersey of Hershey as well. Early on in the Tour de France, for a young rider like that, I expect him to be very competitive, at least for the first week or so of the race. He may fade a little bit as the race goes on, without sort of the years of endurance that many of his sort of competitors will have.
There's a rider that's being mentioned, Egan Bernal. We just went past St. Philomena Chapel, which was built in the 19th century. It's actually one of the oldest chapels in this particular area. Egan Bernal looks comfortable today. Behind him is Richie Porte. Dylan van Baarle is also there as well. I don't know if today you might have a surprise ride from Richie Porte.
I'd love to see a surprise ride from Richie Porte today. He is an explosive climber. We see him win on short summit finishes quite consistently. So, yeah, today's a short, punchy climb. I had a quick chat with Richie before the start and sort of shared my insight, what I saw of the climb with him. I think, yeah, this could suit him quite well. So he hasn't shown much since the return of racing this year. I mentioned his last win was probably in the Tour Down Under. So, yeah, it'd be great to see him back at the top and vying for stage victories in the Tour de France.
He was beaten this time in the Tour Down Under, wasn't he, by a rider who took his first World Tour victory on Richie's Hill. They might as well rename it. But Matt Holmes beat him that day.
Matt Holmes did. However, I think Richie was happy to succumb his title of the King of Wollonga Hill this year because he did win the overall title.
He did, yeah. But surely at some point they're going to rename that road Richie Road.
They should do. They should do. It's an area actually where former Australian cyclists used to hail from. Patrick Jonker. He's from that area, so it always had Patrick Jonker's name all over the climb. But I think it should be definitely replastered Richie Porte's Hill.
Pozzovivo, he's pretty bandaged and banged up, isn't he? This rider's shown tremendous courage to fight his way back after a career-threatening crash with a car last season. And now he's had pretty terrible crash on the first day. As we go past this chapel again. Now, one team that is using innovation in this Tour de France is the team of Bahrain McLaren. McLaren is pulling out of cycling at the end of 2020, and they may well come back. They've been part of the reinvention of the Bahrain McLaren team. So we thought it'd be interesting to find out from Rod Ellingworth, their team principal, what they have got in store for this Tour de France.
Of course, the Tour is, you know, the one which everybody wants to win. I've certainly come here with that ambition to try and create another Tour de France winner, yeah. My name is Rod Ellingworth, and I'm the team principal at Bahrain McLaren. obviously I was working with one of the best cycling teams in the world in recent history, but I certainly just wanted a new challenge for myself. I think the McLaren side was really interesting, and just the draw from them and potentially what they can bring to the sport was, you know, potentially something which I was really interested in, you know. And certainly in terms of the aerodynamic side, there's sort of modelling around team time trialling, and all that side has been done with some of the Formula One guys. And just sort of things like, you know, a project of how do you make a bike perform better, how does it interact with the human on the bike and the road surface. You know, they've got so much data and information around, you know, I don't think quite a lot of people don't quite realise, I think a Formula One driver has so much sort of insight on the car, and there's a lot to learn from that, I think. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about talent, so it's quite a nice challenge, really.
.9 kilometres to go, heading towards the first climb of the day, the Col de Festre, which is a climb of 7.6 kilometres at 5.3%. That's going to get the legs warmed up for the rest of the climbs. I found that little feature on McLaren and Bahrain McLaren and Rod Ellingworth fascinating. He's a fascinating character. He's got so much knowledge from his time at British Cycling and then Team Sky, Team Ineos.
Yeah, a very important signing for the Bahrain McLaren team to bring Rod Ellingworth across. A wealth of experience, a guy that I worked with a couple of years of my career in Team Sky. So, yeah, a wealth of knowledge, and I think not only that, he was obviously pretty influential in Mark Cavendish being at that team as well.
The team before the Tour de France, as we go on to the climb now, we've got 7.5 kilometres of climbing up to the crest of this hill, and then we'll have the King of the Mountains points, 2 points and 1 point for the first riders across the line. Before the Tour de France, quite a lot written about them. Mark Cavendish not selected by the team. Cavendish put out a statement saying that he felt he wasn't ready to ride the Tour de France this time, which I thought was an interesting approach. Do you think they miss him being here as a rider in the team? Are you surprised about that selection or not, or Mark taking himself out of the selection?
I'm not surprised at all. I think in the races that we've seen so far this year, Mark Cavendish is not the Mark Cavendish we know from years gone by at the Tour de France. He hasn't been very competitive in the sprints. If anything, he was more involved in helping his teammates in the sprints than sprinting for the victories. So no big surprise to me that Cavendish has been left out of this Tour de France, because all in all, if he was not at his best and he's not going to be up there and competitive in the few bunch sprints that there are in this year's tour, it's probably best he's not here, and they focus more on their GC contender in Michael Landa.
Just looking there at the Bure Plateau Observatory, which is on the Plateau de Bure, right up at the top of 2,500 metres. This is the largest astronomical project on European soil, a network of antennas 15 metres in diameter, which can extend of distances over 1.7 kilometres and observe all at the same time. It probes cold universe, minus 250 degrees Celsius, and helps understand the formation and evolution of galaxies, stars, planets, and the building blocks of life. Right up there on the plateau. Been operational since 1988. You just touched on Michael Landa. No one has mentioned Michael Landa at all, hardly in the Tour de France. We've hardly mentioned him at all. We haven't talked about him today as a possible winner. Why?
Well, he's flown completely below the radar leading into this year's Tour de France. The big highlight for Landa so far in this Tour de France is the fact that he didn't crash on day one like many of the favourites did. But I think today will be a real gauge of Landa's condition. Obviously, like I said, he's flown below the radar. He hasn't been talked about whatsoever. If he puts in a good performance today, all of a sudden he'll be back on everyone's radar very quickly. He's the sole leader of the Bahrain McLaren team. We saw them up the front in the sprint yesterday's stage. Their sprinters actually up the front pushing the wind just in order to keep Landa up the front and out of trouble. So they're all behind him. and now's his first chance to show them that he's in good shape.
Landa's always been looking for a team that would give him sole leadership, total ability to do his own thing. And this is the first time that really he's been given that opportunity. It's a real test of his mental ability, his ability to take pressure, his ability to get himself ready and on form. It's a bit of a career-defining day for him.
Well, yeah, a career-defining day and a career-defining Tour de France for Mikel Landa. Yeah, we've seen him change teams a number of times over the years, and he's always been put in a team where he's competing for leadership with one of his teammates. The Mubistar documentary that was released earlier this year, you could just see the frustration that he had going into these races, not with sole leadership, which I think he was probably promised in going to the team. At Bahrain McLaren, there is nobody sort of with his Palmars on for 3-week stage races. So he has no competition in that in this team. So yeah, we'll see what he can do in this year's Tour de France.
5th appearance in the Tour, 3 stage wins in the Giro d'Italia, King of the Mountains of the Giro in 2017, stage winner Vuelta a España, 4th in the Tour de France, 3rd in the Giro d'Italia. He does, you say, the Palmares. He's been there, done it, and almost got the T-shirt.
Almost, yeah, almost, not quite there though. So yeah, with a clean run at this year's Tour de France, not a lot of time trialling. Obviously, we just have that time trial in the penultimate stage with some climbing in there. Traditionally, he's always lost a lot of time, so it's cost him dearly in the Grand Tours that he's done. So yeah, this is a parcours that could suit Mikel Landa really well.
De Kooning Quick Step still on the front. Thank you for joining us. Let's just recap for you on what's been going on today's stage. 6 riders broke away. Alexis Viermos of Aju Desert Le Mondial. He's the highest placed rider, 3 minutes and 53 seconds. In the group as well, Chris Nielands and Niels Pollitt of Israel Startup Nation, Burgado of Total Direct Energy, Tish Benut of Sunweb, and Quentin Pacher of the B&B Hotels Vital Concept team. This 6-rider breakaway has been away right from the start of today's stage. We've gone through the intermediate sprint. Niels Pollitt has taken that for the team of Israel Startup Nation. We're on the first climb of the day, the Col de Festre, which the riders are now making their way up. And we look forward to seeing who takes the King of the Mountains point at the top of the climb. The King of the Mountains, still Benoit Cosnefroid. I don't think he's under any danger, really, not on these initial climbs, but he could be in danger once they get to the final climb of the day today, the first category climb to Orcières Merlette. We talked about Mikel Landa. He's got Pello Bilbao, Damiano Caruso, Sonny Colbrelli, Marco Haller, Mate Moric and Wout Poels as his riders alongside him. They've lost unfortunately, Rafael Valls. Here's our 3D picture. This is where we are. We're on the 3rd category climb. There's the peloton. We're working our way up to the head of the race. And then this is where we're heading. All the way up the climb to the top of the Col de Festre before we make our way to the next climb of the day after the descent. We don't descend for very long today though, do we, after the top of this?
Well, it looks like they stay up on top of the plateau just for a few kilometres before they have a bit of a longer descent in sort of rolling terrain before they attack the Côte de Corps. I'm looking forward to the riders getting to the top of this climb today or for this summit sprint, because I think it will set the tone for the rest of the stage. They race very aggressively for the intermediate green jersey sprint, so I'm interested to see if this group of opportunists are going to sort of attack the summit or the mountain sprint in the same way.
Let's see what happens. This is Super Dévoilé, which was created in 1966 as part of the 1964 snow plan. Created in that time. We're at an altitude there of 2,500 meters, made up of 53 pistes with 100 kilometers of alpine skiing. Nice place to go and ski. Orcières Merlette, where we're heading, also a ski resort. Lots of people outside our window now. looking forward to the arrival of today's stage of the Tour de France. Not as many people as normal, but that's to be expected. Everyone with their masks on and staying within the protocols of the COVID-19 pandemic. A reminder then of the general classification. Alaphilippe leads, Yates second, Hirschi is in third. They are separated by 7 seconds. Then there are a load of riders at 17 seconds, including Pogacar and Bernal in the top 6 with David Formolo. Niels Pollitt setting the tempo as they make their way up the climb. After the intermediate sprint, Sagan and Bennett both have now 83 points. If that situation remains the same after the stage, the green jersey will be awarded to the highest ranked rider on general classification, since none of them has won a stage or an intermediate sprint so far, and it looks like Sagan would still get the green jersey.
He should be easy to spot then in the distinctive jersey of this Tour de France. We still have Tim de Klerk and Remy Cavagna here, towing the peloton around. These guys have already done an enormous amount of work in the past couple of stages, defending the yellow jersey of Julian Alaphilippe.
It's interesting that Jumbo-Visma are now fully there with their team and have been all the time. George Bennett's there in the team. You were messaging George earlier on today. Did he give you any little insight as to what's going to happen today?
It sounds as though they're very motivated for this stage finish. They see it's an opportunity for a stage that suits Primož Roglic to take some time on his rivals, because, as you mentioned before, pretty much all the pre-race favourites are placed at 17 seconds behind Julian Alaphilippe. There's quite a large number of them there at the same time, and this could be the opportunity for the first little shake-up of that.
George has got some work to do today, though, and is going to have to look after his team leaders, Dumoulin and Primož Roglic. We haven't heard much at all from Primož Roglic in this race. He's keeping himself to himself. He's doing very few interviews.
Well, he did very few interviews following the Dauphiné as well. It was a bit unknown whether he'd actually even come here to the Tour de France. With his crash in the penultimate stage, he obviously had quite a few injuries, and he's still quite bandaged up from that crash. So his participation was actually in question for quite some time. Not a guy who does a lot of interviews, is he?
No, he's one of those riders who will also refuse the interviews in the protocol. There's certain things you have to do in the yellow jersey, aren't there, in terms of press conference and the protocols afterwards. But Roglic will do the bare minimum on many, many days.
Well, not every rider is sort of comfortable doing interviews and comfortable with the media, particularly guys who are expected to speak in their second language. Already Roglic, being Slovenian, he's English or French or potentially Dutch in the Jumbo-Visma team would be a second language, and the expectation he would be doing the interviews in those languages. So when a rider's not overly comfortable, maybe they'll close up a little bit and feel probably a little bit standoffish in the media, but he's a very well-liked guy within the peloton. He's very well-respected. And I say well-liked and well-respected, and that's nothing to do with his results. In fact, that's more to do with, you know, his the way he is with his colleagues and the rest of the bunch. He seems like a very well-liked rider.
Do you remember the first time you had the yellow jersey, as to the protocols you had to follow after the race? Can you give us a bit of an idea? What is it like that first time that you have to then face the press, and how much time does it take, and how many things do you have to do?
Well, it's not like I had it hundreds of times. There was only 2 days I had in yellow, but the first time over the second time, it is a bit of a whirlwind experience, winning the yellow jersey and doing the interviews. It's very different in this year's Tour de France, because the journalists have limited contact with the riders, and all the contact they have to have is at a distance. So you generally, obviously, finish the stage. You'll go through the podium protocol where you'll be presented the jersey. Then there's the opportunity to do a number of interviews. You'll do television interviews. You'll do interviews with press from different countries. You'll obviously have the anti-doping protocols to go through as well. And it can drag on for quite a period of time and actually really eats into your rest time as a rider and your recovery period. So often the yellow jersey won't get back to the hotel until a good hour or so after the rest of the team. Often they'll miss the team bus going back as well, so they have to do the transfer in one of the team cars. So yeah, it does eat in quite a lot to your recovery time and can be quite a stressful period, particularly for riders who have had the jersey for a number of days. You see that really starts to fatigue on them after that period of time.
Sounds like it's wonderful to have, but then it also detrimentally affects your performance, potentially, unless you know how to manage it.
Yes, you have to be very aware how to manage it. And I think it can be detrimental to your recovery, but not so much to performance. You see so many riders with the yellow jersey on their shoulders, they just rise to the occasion. It's such an honour to wear the yellow jersey and be the leader of the Tour de France. You really see riders step up and they wear it with pride, and they really race above and beyond what they're probably normally used to.
All the teams now, though, have press officers, and the press officers are there to try and, in a Grand Tour, manage the pressure for the riders, aren't they? So they manage the requests of the journalists, they manage your time, they help you with answers, because some riders may never have been in that scenario ever before, just helping you, guide you through that experience.
The press officers, the press officer is in a very important role in these teams. They manage all the requests that come in from the media, and there are lots and lots of requests on these riders throughout the Tour de France. A lot of the time from their home countries, but as well as the typical cycling press that will follow the race around. So these riders, if they had to manage it themselves, they would just be completely inundated. So it's the role of the press officers to sort of decide how much media the rider should do, and they will sort of help the rider manage those requests in a big way. But what they'll also do is probably not so much tell the riders what to say, but they'll probably help them navigate around a few more sort of sensitive subjects, I would say.
When I get to know the press officers, because they help us out a lot with little bits and pieces of information, it's actually interesting now how many Australians and British press officers there are. So you look through the teams and you've got Mitchelton Scott, Taryn Kirby, she's from Australia. CCC, Phoebe, is their press officer, she's from Australia. You go to EF, Hannah Troop is British. Sunweb, Emily Brammeyer, the sister of Matt Brammeyer, who used to be a pro rider, she's the press officer for Team Sunweb. And then you could just go on. It's interesting the way that role has evolved.
Yeah, it's interesting the way the role has evolved, and I think the peloton now is so international, and the language of the peloton was probably more from being more of the traditional cycling countries, being French or Italian or maybe Spanish. It's more English these days, so it's no big surprise that the press officers are more English speakers or English natives than any other nationality, because a vast majority of the requests on the riders and on the teams would be coming from sort of English press.
1,700 metres now to go to the top of the climb. John McCain has said we've forgotten a cycling film, The Triplets of Belleville.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
It's more of a cartoon type film.
Okay. How about the Peloton? Is it the Peloton?
Yeah. I haven't seen that.
Was it Peloton?
I think it's called Le Peloton.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen
the French one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very funny.
Is it?
Very funny.
Okay.
We see Well Pals suffering away on the back here. He had some pretty serious injuries off crashes on stage one.
His banana out of his pocket today. We've forgotten the Flying Scotsman as well, about Graham O'Brien, which I actually find really shocking at the start, and it kind of takes you back and realises what Graham went through. But it's a very good film. True. Right, there's very many, but definitely you have to watch Breaking Away and American Flyers. That's the minimum. Anything else is a bonus. from there. Almost at the top of the first climb of the day, the Col de Festre. 93 kilometres to go is where we will go over the top. The terrain after that is down to the Côte de Corps, which is 63 kilometres from the finish line. That's a 2.2 kilometre climb, and that is not going to be too testing for these riders. It's a 4th category climb. And then we work our way down to the next point, which is 35 kilometres going. That's when we're really starting to get close to Orcières Merlette. We're well inside the 100 kilometres to go, the magic number of any stage.
We see the riders riding through the feed zone now and receiving their musettes from the soigneurs of the team. I actually received a question on Twitter a little bit earlier today about the soigneurs and the mechanics and how much recovery they get. We've obviously been speaking a lot about the recovery of the riders. Again, the unsung heroes of any cycling team is the personnel. They're the guys that do the really long hours. They work into the late hours of the night, and they're up before anyone else in the morning preparing for the stage. So they get actually very limited recovery during the Tour de France. It's pretty rare that those guys would be going to bed before midnight, and I'd say they'd be up, around 6 o'clock every day.
Here's the attack then on the climb, and it comes from Pacher of the B&B Hotels Vital Concept squad. He's going to try and go for the top. Can he take this climb? This is a very impressive move here by Quentin Pacher. He's looking for the maximum points.
Well, I guess he didn't want to wait around for a sprint. He was definitely out-muscled in the intermediate green jersey sprint, so he's attacked them a little way out to get an advantage to try and take the maximum points on offer.
This is his first Grand Tour, 6th in the Arctic race, 2nd in the Circuit de la Sarthe, and he's 344 metres from the top of the climb. Be a lovely moment for him in his first Grand Tour to clinch some King of the Mountains points, just testing himself out. He's gone a little bit early here, and I wonder whether anyone's going to chase him down before he reaches the top of the mountain. Looks like he might get there.
He has quite a comfortable gap here. I think he should pick up all the points on offer.
He's looking good as he pedals his way towards the top of this first climb. Nice little move by Pacher. And he's almost there now. 8% is the gradient. He looks around, no one's chasing him down. And the 32-year-old from France is first over the Col de Festre. Quentin Pacher is the first rider to crest the summit. And behind him, it looks like it's going to be Niels Pollitt in second place as the rest of the group just ride tempo over the top of the first climb of the day.
Now back on cycling films for 1 second. I've been corrected.
Have you?
Yes, it wasn't called Le Peloton, it was called Le Velo.
Oh, Le Velo.
Le Velo,
okay.
yeah. And corrected, I might add, at this point in time, by my wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And it's her birthday today.
Oh, right.
So she's listening, she's obviously listening and correcting me as she would be doing at home. So happy birthday, Rana. I'm sorry I'm not there with you, but here alongside Anthony instead.
Yep, Rana, happy birthday. Thanks very much for your message and keeping us on track. Someone has to. And it's, a shame that Simon can't see you today for your birthday, but I hope you have a great day. And what a family couple of days then. 2 birthdays in 2 days. That's busy. That's a lot of cake.
It's the festive season in our house. Birthdays last week, birthdays straight after the Tour de France. Busy time of year.
It is. Have a great day. Downhill for the breakaway group. 2:45. De Koning Quick-Step setting the tempo on the front still. They're doing an awful lot of work. Jumbo-Visma in the wheels behind, in the wasp-coloured kit, the yellow and black. The workload of these 2 riders on the front, constantly having to keep the tempo high, thinking about the breakaway group, thinking about how much time they're being given and making sure that they do not let this group go away too much. There's an awful lot of emphasis on these riders, isn't there? The 2 pacemakers of the squad.
Now, a big motivation for the peloton quite early on in this stage, only allowing a small breakaway to go up the road, is so they can control it from behind with fewer riders. In the Koenig Quick-Step team, they've obviously brought Tim de Klerk along, and he can normally do the work for about 3 riders on the front of the bunch by himself. So they have him here, really controlling these breaks. Remy Cavagna was a late call-up, understand, replacing Stibar, who was a last-minute withdrawal from the Tour de France. I don't remember why Stibar was put out of the team, but obviously a very strong young French rider, strong time trialist. So again, with the engine and the capabilities to ride all day long on the front like this, and either bring back a breakaway for their team sprinter in Sam Bennett, or to defend the yellow jersey of Julian Alaphilippe.
The top of the climb beckons now for the peloton. No points on offer. They've already been mopped up by the first 2 riders across the top of the climb, Pacher and Pollitt. Over the top, with the wind coming from the left-hand shoulder, De Koenig Quick-Step lead with their 25-year-old Frenchman Remy Cavagna. Cavagna, stage winner in the Vuelta a España, winner of Dwars West Flandern, and replaced, as Simon said, Zdeněk Štibar, the former world cyclocross champion who had a ligament injury and was unable to take to the race start. Cavagna coming in very late. And of course, in these times of the COVID pandemic, it was all planned ahead as to who might come in. They had to be in bubbles of 10 riders so that if one rider out of the 8 couldn't ride, then they could swap someone in, and they'd done all the protocols and they kept an extra rider just in case. Sign at the side of the road there with the bin is where we have the start of the waste zone. There are 6 of these along the route, and that's where the riders have been asked to throw gel wrappers, bottles and anything else to try and minimise the risk as far as coronavirus is concerned.
Well, it's great that the organisers of the Tour de France are taking every precaution they can to limit any spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also using this race to really publicise how important it is that people take note of social distancing measures and protecting themselves with face masks. ASO are handing, the race organisation is distributing 2 tons of hand sanitizer to the public on the side of the road. So they're obviously handing out little bottles of gel and whatnot, encouraging everybody to sanitise their hands as well as wear masks.
Also around the finishing areas, there are guys with dispensers on their back, so they're able to dispense hand sanitizer to everybody. And there are also people going up and down the finishing straight to make sure that there is no one without a mask, so they are handing those out and ensuring the protocols. This is an interesting question from 545 Velo. How do the teams handle all the jersey-related bling? Is there a central supply of yellow bar tape, yellow helmets and so on, or does each team that expects to be in the mix provide their own?
Well, the race itself only will really provide a limited amount of yellow jerseys. So let's talk about the yellow jersey for a second. Yellow jersey products for the rider who leads the race. The rest of it is on the team. So the race will provide a yellow jersey to race in, then often a vest, a rain jacket, a long sleeve jersey as well, so the rider can sort of have adequate clothing for a range of weather conditions. The rest of the stuff is bought by the team. So the teams will often bring a spare frame, or they'll definitely have a few rolls of yellow bar tape in the team truck for when their leader will potentially take the yellow jersey, and they have that there ready to go. We saw Alexander Kristoff on stage 2, and he's a guy who wasn't expecting to win the yellow jersey, but they had the yellow shorts there ready for him. They had yellow stickers on his bike, yellow bar tape, so they really make sure they have this on standby, because it is such an important thing for a team to wear the yellow jersey and to sort of and really treat their rider and get the most press out of it available.
So there's no superstition around carrying yellow helmets, carrying King of the Mountains helmets or anything. It's like we're being prepared, and we're hopeful that we're going to take a jersey or we're going to win the race.
No, I don't think there's any superstition based around that whatsoever, but it's very important for the the sponsors of the team to have that stuff provided to the team ready to go for the race, because, yeah, again, they want to make sure they get plenty of press out of this.
Julien Alaphilippe throws his bottle in the waste zone. You'll notice all the gel wrappers also being dropped. Perfectly okay. There are loads of guys there picking up this litter, making sure it's cleaned, making sure everything is tidy along the route. And the riders doing exactly what they have been asked. And it's a bit of a change in mentality. It's a change in what they've done before, but it's not a bad thing. It's good for the environment, but it's also good in terms of making sure that nothing happens with this pandemic around the Tour de France.
Yes, all the riders are very conscious of their responsibility within the race, what they have to do within their teams as well, and their contact with the public to reduce any potential spreads of this virus. Some of the measures that the teams are taking, I think we could probably touch on that again, is, you know, these riders would be used to being on the Tour de France and sharing a room with one of their colleagues. This year, many of the teams, they're putting the riders in their rooms on their own, because if there was a rider to sort of come out with the virus, straight away they would have to remove their roommate from the race as well. So just to limit any spread within the team. There is bubbles sort of within the teams as well. There are certain team members in the personnel that are able to go out and shop for the team and get supplies during the race, where there's a large number of the majority of the team that will not be able to have any contact with the public or go out to any sort of shops or anything throughout the race as well. From a media perspective at the Tour de France, it's very limited which media are able to have any contact with the riders or team personnel. So Anthony and I have been doing what we can to keep in check with the guys that we know within each team, just via phone calls and messaging, and trying so we can give relevant updates to everybody at home.
Yeah, but we're not allowed to be near riders. We're not allowed to talk to riders now the Tour de France has started in face-to-face situations. And in reality, even if we saw riders, we shouldn't approach them. It's to keep them in that bubble, and everyone in the bubble is in a race direction bubble as well. And we're in a television bubble as far as our team is concerned. Nils Pollitt's going alone. He's decided to try and go out there and build the advantage. So he's attacked the group. He's a strong rider, Nils Pollitt, 26-year-old from Germany. 4th Tour de France appearance, 2nd in the Paris-Roubaix. He's just trying to press on a little bit, build the advantage, and potentially try and get over the next climb safely in the lead. And then we've got a little bit of time where we roll along until we get to the next climb of the day. But he's not holding back, is he, through these corners?
No, he's having a red hot go down this descent, but yeah, maybe he wasn't quite happy with the pace of the breakaway or the cooperation of his breakaway companions, and he's decided to go at it alone. I think this is probably an attack more for publicity than anything else. I think Pollitt would not rate his chances overly high on a short, steep summit finishes like this one. So now he's up the front of the race. Why not lay it down and try and do a few more kilometres out front than everybody else?
He looks like he's having some fun anyway as he goes down the descent. Moving up on the left-hand side, Richie Porte, putting his nose in the wind, not coming up with any teammates. Remy Cavagna in front of Tim de Klerk. It's a bit of lunchtime now in the peloton. Lots of riders taking on some food, taking on lunch, getting their musettes. That's the little bag that they carry.
So each rider would have received a musette a few kilometres ago there from the Soigneurs on the side of the road. The musettes, they're going to be pretty much all the musettes that the team Soigneurs hand out for their specific team are going to be the same. It's not really possible that they can make an individually requested musette for each individual rider within the team, just because it's so hard to pick out the riders as they come along. Often they'll pass through the feed stations up to around 60 kilometres an hour, so it's very difficult to hand out these musettes. So they make one that has some food and some drinks in there that everyone will be relatively happy with. If a rider has a special request about they like to eat a certain sort of food, then they'll keep a supply of that food in the team car, so that rider or one of their teammates can drop back to the team car to get anything special from there.
Watching the peloton now inside 85 kilometres to go. It's a sunny day on the Tour de France. It's a beautiful day at Orcières Merlette. the finish of today's stage. We just catch a glimpse there in the green jersey of Peter Sagan as he stretches a little bit to make sure that the legs are feeling good. One rider who started the Tour de France with a little bit of an injury was a teammate of Niels Pollitt from the Team of Israel Startup Nation. He started after a heavy crash in the Dauphiné, and he didn't know if he could get to the Tour de France. He's an Irishman, he's a stage winner in the Tour de France before. He carries the hopes of a possible stage win for Israel Startup Nation. So we're going to hear now from Dan Martin on his thoughts this morning as we headed towards stage number 4 of this year's race.
Long tour. I'm not 100% fit yet with my back. I'm nearly there. I'm like 95, 96%, you know. It's hard to put a number on it, but yeah, it was more my condition that was lacking because I didn't train for 2 weeks after the crash at Dauphiné. Like I could ride my bike, but it wasn't hard training, you know. So yeah, it was part of our plan. Also to lose a little bit of time to try and aim for stages like today. See how the race unfolds at the start, see how the legs are, and then obviously there's also lots of other opportunities in this race to come. So. But yeah, it's a difficult race, a difficult stage to decide what's going to happen. We'll be the favourites to decide the stage victory or breakaway. So it's an interesting stage.
Dan Martin then, Dan Martin who didn't train for 2 weeks after the Dauphiné because of his condition of his back, but he's looking for a stage victory. He says it's an interesting stage today. He's not sure whether it's going to be the favourites who decide the stage victory or the breakaway that decide the stage victory. Looking at the time gap right now, what would your analysis or thoughts be on how this race will unfold?
Looking at the race at this stage, for me, it's definitely the favourites that will decide the stage victory. The breakaway is a mix of sort of opportunists and I think guys who just sort of trying to get out there, get some press for their teams. Obviously, we saw Pollitt put in a big effort for the green jersey sprint a few kilometres ago, but I don't see there's really enough firepower in this breakaway to stay away right to the finish. And there's probably a little too much motivation still in the bunch. Opportunistic breakaways tend to survive a little bit later in the race once the classification is a little bit more decided and probably larger time gaps. But today I think, yeah, the favourites for the stage are definitely the favourites for the overall classification. One of the favourites that could potentially be for the stage that hasn't come up whatsoever is the oldest guy in the race.
Alejandro Valverde.
Alejandro Valverde. I think if you wound the clock back a couple of years, you would say this a stage of this graphic would be right up Alejandro Valverde's alley. This steep sort of punchy climb, summit finish. He was an absolute specialist on these sort of finishes for many, many years.
I think you could be right. You know, we haven't mentioned him at all. Rocas said this morning about Alejandro Valverde. Rocas has been struggling with a back injury, and he's one of a number of riders who've been struggling with back problems leading up to this Tour de France, but he mentioned that they were going to try and look after Alejandro today as they make their way to this final climb. And yeah, that's a good call. You know, we haven't talked about Alejandro Valverde at all, but a 7-kilometre steep climb with a run into the finish is perfect for him, because he loves these sort of really steep climbs where he can just use that lovely pedaling style he has, where he rides that huge gear but still looks like he's fully in control, and real power. If he's feeling good, he could jump away on that run-in.
Yeah, it's a climb that suits Valverde really well. And now he said going into this year's Tour de France that he was here to ride in support of the 2 young Spanish riders in the team, in Enrique Mas and Marc Soler. And now these 2 guys are big GC hopes for Spain. And obviously Alejandro Valverde has been around for many, many years. He has a huge amount of experience, and I'm sure he's sort of passing on his wealth of knowledge to these guys. But it makes sense to me that he's going to go, Valverde is going to go all out for certain stages and then sort of assist the other guys where he can and potentially take a few days fairly easy.
Michael Landry says no one is talking about Emmanuel Buchmann either. Watch him on today's final climb.
Yeah, that's a great shout. And Bookman, there are so many guys that could be contenders on today's stage, and I think that's why it's going to be such an exciting finale to watch. But yeah, Bookman, what was he, fourth in the Tour de France in the past?
Last year.
Last year, fourth in the Tour de France, and the real GC hope for Bora Hansgrohe. They've taken the majority of the team here to support him. We haven't seen much of him this year's Tour de France. He's very much stayed off the radar, and we could see him come to the front today.
Jeff Lawton has just messaged me on Twitter, and do message us in if you'd like to, at Macross and at Simon Gerrans, and he says you've just well, he's pretty much saying you've just removed the myth about the yellow jersey frame builds, and that there was a last-minute frame build for the riders to rush it through and everything, but actually it's all prepared. But there are certain frame builds, particularly for the winner in Paris, aren't there, where they create the yellow bike and everything else, and it's an important moment for the mechanics and everyone.
It's really nice to see the teams go all in on building the yellow bikes and having the yellow equipment, and often they have yellow special jerseys for the final stage into Paris for the team and the rider that have won the Tour de France. So I think a bit of special effort goes into that one, but yeah, otherwise the mechanics will have a frame stashed up the back of the team truck somewhere in the correct size for their team leaders in case they do come up and have the opportunity to lead the race. For Alexander Kristoff, I'm not sure if he had a completely yellow bike, or there may have just been some strategically placed yellow stickers on that one to stroke his ego and compliment him for winning the first stage.
Heading downhill, John Gregg, thanks for your message. Just want to know, do we practice pronouncing riders' names? It must be a challenge.
No, I don't, and that's probably why I get so many wrong.
But we do try. We do our best to try and get them right. And we do try and practice pronouncing some of the places as well. Like before the stage, we do try and run through and see if we can get them right. There is a climb today that is really difficult to pronounce. The Côte de l'Olagnier. And we were practicing that before the race starts.
Yeah. There is some mouthfuls of names, and it is terrible that every now and then, or more often than not, I'll absolutely butcher one of these French names or certain riders. But yeah, we're doing our best here, everyone.
And we do ask the different nationalities of people around the race if they can help us out a little bit so we don't get this wrong, and we don't do a Matt White.
A mother Matt.
Let's recap for you. This is what's going on the Tour de France today. The riders have been riding for 2 hours and 7 minutes. The average speed, 39 kilometers an hour. 6 riders in the lead. Alexis Viamos, Neylands and Pollitt of Israel Startup Nation. Bourgadeau of Total Direct Energy, Tish Benoot of Sunweb, and Quentin Pache of the BNB Vital Concept Team. They're advanced now 3:17. The peloton led by De Koenig Quick Step on the front. Casper Asgreen now. He's taken over the work rate from Remy Cavagna and Tim de Klerk. We're heading down now towards the next climb. The climb is the Côte de Corps, and it's crested with 63 kilometers of racing to go. So we'll hit the base of the climb with 65.2 kilometers of racing remaining, and then we'll work our way up the climb over the top, and then it's back down again to the next climb of the day. We're finishing at Orcières Merlette at the end of today's stage, a very famous climb, one of the most famous climbs in history in the Tour de France. We don't come here very often, but when we do, everyone remembers what happened to Eddy Merckx here in the Tour de France and the ride of Luis Ocaña, who beat Eddy Merckx by nearly 10 minutes on one of the biggest days in the history of the Tour de France.
We see a bit of a changing the guard now at the front of the peloton. A couple of fresh De Koenig Quick Step riders have come up to the front. We're seeing Morkau now and Asgreen give Remy Cavagna and Tim de Klerk a bit of a rest. So it's good to see the De Koenig Quick Step guys are sharing the load around a little bit, because they still are taking large responsibility for for controlling the race and maintaining this gap for Julian Alaphilippe. He stated when he donned the yellow jersey for the first time in this year's Tour de France that he wanted to hang on to it for as long as possible, and he's relying on his trusted teammates to do that.
We've just had a message that corrects me from earlier on, but we'll come back to that in a minute, because we're going to take a look at that historic moment in the Tour de France in 1971 when we were at Orcières Merlette for the very first time. A solo victory of Luis Ocaña in the Tour de France, the first time we reached this climb. It's become legendary. It's become one of the most historic moments in Tour de France.
In 1971, for the first time in its history, the Tour de France visited the resort of Orcières Merlette in the Southern Alps. And what a day it would turn out to be. Luis Ocaña was among the contenders for overall victory and put in a sensational performance to pile the pressure on his arch-rival Eddy Merckx. After going solo at the Col du Noyer, the Spaniard saw his advantage grow and grow. Try as he might, there wasn't a great deal that King Eddy could do to bridge the gap. Ocaña closing on one of the greatest solo breakaway victories in Tour de France history. Triumphantly reaching the finish line in a shade over 4 hours and claiming his third stage win on the Tour. It was a simply stunning feat. His closest challenger on the day, Lucien Van Impe, crossed the line almost 6 minutes later in second place. Ocaña savouring his victory as he awaited the arrival of Merckx, by then a two-time Tour winner. The Belgian star out sprinting the other chasers for third place, but he had lost a whopping 8 minutes and 42 seconds to Ocaña. There's not really anything to say. He was the strongest today. He impressed me hugely. Ocaña capturing the yellow jersey for the first time in his career, but days later his hopes of glory faded as he crashed on the descent of the Col de Monte. He would have to wait 2 more years to win the Tour.
An incredible day in the Tour de France, and so many people still talk about 1971, Orcières Merlette, and the climb of Luis Ocaña with one of the most daring solo victories in Tour de France history. It's always great when the breakaway stays away, but when they manage to win by 6 minutes and take nearly 10 minutes out of the great Eddy Merckx, then it's a talking point that continues to be brought up many, many years. 3:20 now for our breakaway. Now, we just need to cover about breaking away and American flyers. Have we lost a rider from this group at the moment, or is Neil Pollitt still up the road? He is still on his road.
Yeah.
John van der Velde, Christian's dad, was in breaking away, not American flyers, which is contradictory to everything that's written on the internet. But if he was a member of the Cinzano team in breaking away, that's even better than being in American flyers.
I don't think that's the case.
No.
Obviously, you're quite impressed by his calves, John. The second one is, Anthony, and Anthony, you can help us with this because you actually commentate quite a lot of women's cycling events. Will we see women someday racing the Tour?
I don't think we'll see women ride the Tour de France, but I think we are going to see a women's version of the Tour, which will be maybe shorter because the women's peloton doesn't necessarily want to ride 3 weeks when you talk to many of the riders, but I think we're going to see a version of a women's Tour de France, and I think you are probably only maybe a year or two away from that actually happening.
Well, there used to be a female version of the Tour de France, no? And now it's sort of abbreviated. La Course is a race run, a ladies' race run by the Tour de France organisation. But there used to be a proper Tour de France, correct?
There was, so it ran alongside the men's race. And there are great photos where you had Stephen Roach winning the Tour de France and Jenny Longo on the Champs-Élysées together, having been the winner of the men's and the women's. So there's been a women's Tour de France. They will come back in some form in the next couple of years.
I really hope so. The women's professional peloton is getting stronger and stronger. The racing is getting a lot more coverage, and deservingly so. These ladies work really hard. They're great athletes and great ambassadors for the sport.
We had a great race on the first day, La Course by Le Tour de France. Here's Niels Pollitt. He's our solo leader. He's gone clear. He seems to be enjoying his day out, though, smiling away. This is the back of the peloton with Pogačar trying to come back through the cars, getting himself back into the race. He's obviously had a little bit of a stop, and now he's coming back. Marcato is there with as one of his teammates. And it looks like we also have Trentin in that group as Tish Benoot hunts down Niels Pollitt, who's making this group work hard to try and draw out the leading group to give them a little bit more of an advantage. There's some good quotes in L'Équipe today from various riders about Alaphilippe and the possibility of him winning the stage. Alex Dowsett of Israel Startup Nation, his teammates are here in the leading group. He tweeted, and it was quoted about Alaphilippe. Seems Jumbo-Visma could have the same issue Ineos had last year in the Tour de France. What to do about Alaphilippe and his Alaphilippe-ness.
Yeah, Julian Alaphilippe certainly was impressive in the first couple of weeks of last year's Tour de France, and just with the sheer way he attacked each stage, he raced every stage. It looked like he was racing a one-day race. He never shied away from attacking and going for a stage victory. He built up a good margin on the GC. He won the individual time trial, which was a real surprise result for so many people, and then eventually faded in the third and final week of the race to slip back a little on the general classification.
Guillaume Martin, riding for the Cofidis team, has said, in my opinion, Julian Alaphilippe can win today. This climb suits him perfectly. It will depend a little bit on the rhythm, but if the climbing isn't too fast, and even then, we saw what he was capable of in the high mountains last year. Thierry Marie, who was the last Frenchman before Alaphilippe to wear the yellow jersey in consecutive editions of the Tour de France in 1990 and 1991, has said yesterday, I've never seen a rider like him. He controls his rivals in the breakaway and still keeps an eye on those behind him. What incredible racing intelligence. He's a born winner. He has no complexes. To him, only victory is beautiful. I approve of his philosophy.
How much do you think a French team would love to sign Julian Alaphilippe? How much press would he bring to a French organisation, whether it be Agitois Le Mondial or Groupamano Français de Jeu? What do you think? I think
Agitois Le Mondial or the other French teams, I can imagine they would like to offer him quite a few million to be part of their team, because it would be incredible.
Yeah, he's definitely the highest profile French rider currently in the peloton, and deservedly so. Everyone loves the way he races. He's attacking, he's great with the public, yeah, he's a brilliant ambassador for the sport as well.
Talking of French teams, the leader of Groupama FDJ is Thibaut Pinot. His team manager gets lots of publicity. His name is Marc Madio. He tends to get a little bit excited when it comes down to bike racing. Madio, of course, though, was a very, very good bike rider. I certainly watched him a lot when I was growing up. We asked him this morning about today and about the Tour de France today as we take a look at Julian Alaphilippe. So let's hear now from Marc Madio, the manager of Groupama FDJ, about his thoughts on today's Tour de France.
Well, for me, this is a day of commemoration, first and foremost. We're here to pay justice to Luis Ocaña, who claimed the win of the century here in 1971, beating Eddie Merckx by almost 10 minutes. I mean, it had never happened before. For me, that's the race of the century. In my personal pantheon, the biggest day in the history of cycling.
Marc Madiot not thinking really about the race today and more thinking about Luis Ocaña and his win in the Tour de France by almost 10 minutes from Eddie Merckx and 6 minutes from Van Impe on that historic day. I thought he might go for something a little bit historic. Can you see Julian Alaphilippe riding, though, for Groupama or Agiduzère?
Yeah, I can. You see a number of French riders over the years will sometimes start in a French team and do a number of years in a foreign team, whether it's a Belgian team or something like that, and then come back for the latter years of their careers in French teams. Sylvain Chavanel is a good example of that. He started in French teams. He was in the Term Pro in Bonjour, and which continued into Le Brioche Le Boulanger, and which is the formation these days of Direct Energy. He went to Quick-Step for a couple of years as well, and then came back into French teams. He probably arguably had his best results in Quick-Step, so there's no reason why Julian Alaphilippe one day might race for a French team. Yeah, who knows? But like we said, I think they would all dearly love to have him.
What sort of worth would he have in terms of a contract? You've got riders who, I think the highest contract in the professional peloton is around 6 million. What's his worth?
Well, that's hard to say, but yeah, he would be one of the most valuable riders in the peloton these days. And you know, he's a guy that can ride Grand Tours. He can ride classics as well.
Here's the rider's position as we look at the run into the Côte de Cour, which is the next climb of the day, the 4th category climb. We are now approaching that with our leading group of riders who've reformed at the front, with Niels Pollitt having been brought back. They've managed to reel him back in. He had that little escapade. We're looping our way around the big lake in this region, which is a breathtaking view from the top of these mountains around this particular area. 250 to the peloton. Pogačar at 324.
Well, Pogačar, maybe he stopped for a mechanical issue or something like that, or maybe he stopped for a toilet break, and the racer could have just sort of sped up a bit. So the fact that he's so far behind, it could just mean he's a long way back in the convoy, and there are many cars that follow the peloton of the Tour de France. So there's obviously all the cars from the organisation, but every team has 2 cars in the convoy as well. And the reason there's 2 cars there, it gives the teams the opportunity, if they place a rider in the breakaway like this group today, they're able to send one of their team cars, often the second team car, up to support their rider in the breakaway, and they'll always keep one car back behind the peloton as well to support the rest of the team that's in the peloton. So when you line up all those riders, I can't remember exactly what the number is, but there would probably be in excess of 50 or 60 cars following the race, particularly in the early stages. So you can be a long way behind and still in the draft of the convoy to come back from any mishaps.
You've got 2 team cars for every team. Then you've got the red car. You've got the doctor's car as we go past the Lac de Sauté, which is stunning in this region. Look at it. We drove round this earlier on today. It's an artificial lake, water reserve created by EDF, which is the Electricité de France. They built a dam on the Drac downstream from the Souloise, and it now extends over 350 hectares. Offers many activities. There's kayaking, there's boating, electric boating on that particular lake, man-made lake. Onto the second climb, the Côte de Cour, the 4th category climb, 2.2 kilometers. As you can see, the riders making their way round past the dam.
It's amazing the colour of the water.
It is. Round the Barrage de Sauté. It is so blue, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a real aqua blue coloured lake, and I think that's a result of the different minerals that are obviously in the ground here that make the water that colour.
The dam then built between 1930 and 1934. It was filled in March 1934. It's a hydroelectric vault dam, 128 meters high, and it can retain 108,000 HM cubed of water. The foot of the dam is the gorge, a great recreational area for extreme sports. There's a climbing wall, a zip line, and it's been dubbed the big thrill route. Some of the activities down in that particular area. The riders making their way up the climb now, maintaining their pace. The riders in the breakaway have settled in for the long haul, haven't they? We are getting towards the top of this climb, and once we crest the top of it, they've got a little bit of a descent. 2 minutes 40 now. The top of this means they've been on the attack for 97 kilometers. So we're getting towards a long day in the saddle in the breakaway. A little bit of tiredness starting to seep in, I'm sure. The riders will start to feel it a little bit. And there's less fans along the route this time, so the motivation of the riders is maybe not sometimes what it's in the Tour de France when you get all the fans out here. But these riders will be doing their jobs, and they are making sure that they stay in there. But mentally, how challenging is it for a rider to just stay in the breakaway, go through the motions, having achieved what they needed to achieve today?
Well, these riders won't be lacking any motivation in today's break. Obviously, the atmosphere is not quite what they're used to in the Tour de France. There's normally so many more spectators than this, but you know, as a consequence of the time of year and obviously travel restrictions and restrictions around COVID-19, there are very few spectators on the side of the road. But this breakaway out front today, they're going to be very motivated. We can see they've sort of just dropped into a rhythm now where they're maintaining around that 2.5 to 3 minute gap from the bunch. And the bunch seem to be quite content to leave them at that distance. Again, they're not going to want to bring these guys back too soon because that will encourage other riders to attack, and maybe a group will go out there that it's more difficult to control. But yeah, this is a good break. These guys are all very motivated, working well together, and the bunch is, you know, just keeping them in check at a little over 2.5 minutes.
Youngest rider in the breakaway, Mathieu Bourgadeau of the Total Direct Energy team, 21 years of age. Having a good day in the Tour de France, his first Tour de France appearance, and he's already in the breakaway on day number 4. Great to see him in here in his first Grand Tour. A lightweight rider, only 61 kilos. For a young pro rider to get in the breakaway, day number 4 of the Tour de France, that's a wonderful moment.
Yeah, not only is it his first Tour de France, it's his first Grand Tour altogether. So it's his first experience at racing a 3-week bike race. So it'd be a huge thrill for this young rider to sort of make the break and sort of insert, well, have an impact on the race so early on. And it's great that he's out there in the first week, getting some valuable publicity for his team sponsors.
Almost at the top of the climb, 63 kilometers to go. And Quentin Pache is the rider who is setting the tempo. If we cast our mind back, he took the first King of the Mountains on the Col de Festre, which was after 93 kilometers to go, after 67.5 kilometers of racing. And he looks like he's going to crest the top of this climb without any major challenge, unless Tish Benoot decides to try and go past him, which he doesn't. Top of the climb, Quentin Pache of B&B Hotels Vital Concept takes the point that was on offer.
Yeah, he just got on the front there of the breakaway and just wound it up ever so slowly. His breakaway companion sort of really didn't show any interest in taking the one and only point on offer for the Category 4 climb. Summoning that climb in second position is Tish Benoot. Now, I'm a little surprised to see Tish Benoot attacking. I was surprised to see him lose time already on stage 2. You see him sat up in the early slopes of Col d'Aires. But I'm also surprised to see him going on the attack on a stage like today, when the likelihood of a breakaway succeeding on today, in my opinion, was quite low. He's such a good quality rider. He's had some incredible results in his first years of being a professional, that I thought he'd be targeting maybe an overall classification result, but definitely going up the road in the latter stages of the tour where it's much more common for breakaways to succeed.
He's won Strade Bianche. He's finished second in Paris-Nice, and he's taken a stage in Paris-Nice this season. Things obviously in this race are just not going his way, but you're right, there's other stages that Tiesj Benoot could win.
We saw him up the road in last year's Tour de France. He finished second in the stage behind Daryl Impey on Bastille Day, in fact. And yeah, he was very strong on that day. He had a great race with Daryl Impey in the final. It could have gone either way. Obviously, Daryl come out the stronger rider down on top, which yeah, I was very pleased with, a good mate of mine. But yeah, Tiesj Benoot, he's just announced that he's extended his contract with Sunweb for another year, I think. But yeah, a rider with loads and loads of ability and potential, and one of those guys that's just competitive across all terrains.
Confirmation that Quentin Paché took the 1 point at the top of the climb for the B&B Hotels Vital concept. Quentin Paché is on a hunt for some points today. Tiesj Benoot tucks in on the wheel as the yellow jersey of Julien Alaphilippe makes his way towards the top of the climb. Still Remy Cavagna and Tim de Klerk doing all the work on the front of this group. Now and then they get a little bit of a swap over with Casper Asgreen, but they are saving some riders for later on in today's stage. Some people want a Tony Martin sunglasses update.
So Tony Martin didn't wear sunglasses on stage 1, and he's worn them every day since, so we're completely off the mark there.
I thought it was going to be something, I don't know why. Why was he not wearing sunglasses on day 1?
Maybe he forgot them.
Maybe he did.
Or maybe he knew it was going to rain like it did.
Yeah, possibly.
There wasn't a lot of sunshine there for a few hours on stage 1.
No. Over the top of the climb for the peloton, they have reached the summit of the 4th category climb. Going back now to the team cars, just caught a glimpse of Connor Swift in his first Tour de France. Connor is a British rider, British champion. There's Warren Barguil, one of his teammates. It's quite difficult sometimes to, when you look from behind these two riders, they both have the red, white and blue stripes on the sleeves. So you've just then got to look at the rider and work out which of them it is, because they're similar height. Connor Swift, the cousin of Ben Swift, who rides for Team Ineos. And Connor started his cycling career a little bit later than Ben Swift did, as we look back from the onboard of Hugo Hofstetter. Was in a tiny British team. I remember being in a car in a race that Connor Swift suddenly ended up in a breakaway, and we looked at this guy and thought, he's one classy bike rider. He was snapped up by Roger Hammond's Madison Genesis team that was then in the national championships, guided by Colin Sturgis, who was a former world 5,000 meters individual pursuit champion. Roger had gone to Dimension Data, and he totally outwitted the World Tour teams and won the national championship with a solo breakaway in the last few kilometers, and then went to Arkea. He's had a meteoric rise. This is his 5th World Tour race, and he's in the Tour de France.
Well, Arkea Samsic obviously see the potential in this young British rider and want to give him the opportunity at the Tour de France. I think he'll play an important role of looking after Nairo Quintana or maybe Warren Barguil on the flatter stages. I think he'll have a little bit less responsibility when the road goes up, and more of the climbers of the team will really step in. But yeah, great opportunity for this young British rider.
Scooter Mercato sent me a quick message. This is not for the faint-hearted, is it? Tightrope walking across the gorge.
Oh, he's got a safety rope.
He'll be fine.
He'll be right.
Scooter Mercato has said to me, sent me a little message. So, Owen, please stay focused on your schoolwork and not the Tour de France all the time.
We did get a message a little bit earlier saying, will you guys be a little bit less interesting for the next hour or so, because I need to get some work done.
I would not do this, would you?
No.
That's incredible.
What some people do to be on television, huh?
Exactly. That is very, very impressive.
They need to go a bit closer with the helicopter.
Get a bit shaky. That's a long old rope, though. I thought he was just going to walk a very short tightrope, but that's a long old walk, that. Once you get halfway, there's no going back. In fact, there is some going back because he's just turned round. Right on cue. Downhill for our breakaway, 58 kilometres to go. The profile of the stage coming up, we have got another climb. And that climb comes up with 35 kilometres to go, will be the top of the climb. We go to the bottom of it at 38 kilometres from the finish, and that is the Côte de l'Olagnier. 3 kilometres at 6.4% as an average gradient. So a climb with a few little steep sections in it. Then we go over the Côte de Saint-Léger de la Malaise, which is another 2.8 kilometre climb, and then we finish on the first category climb of Orcières Merlette. It's 7.1 kilometres, the final part of the climb, as we see Alexei Lutsenko making his way to the team car and back into the race.
Now Lutsenko is an impressive rider. He's a guy that wins on all sorts of terrains. Was it in Oman earlier this year? He was doing really well. We've seen him win stages of Paris-Nice in the past. I'm not sure what his track record is like in Grand Tours, but yeah, definitely a hope for Kazakhstan in the Astana team.
He's only 27 years of age. His birthday is this week, so his birthday will be on the 7th, and he's won a stage of the Vuelta a España already in his career. I anticipate that he will become a real Grand Tour contender in the future. He was world champion as an under-23, and he's getting stronger and stronger all the time.
It's interesting, we see a real rise of the younger riders, or riders performing at a younger age, whereas sort of in years gone by you would sort of say it took riders until the sort of later 20s to work their way up into team leadership roles and sort of mature enough and build up that strength and endurance. We see the breakaway just a split here, Anthony.
Breakaway has split in two. Viamos, Pollitt and Pacher have now gone clear. They've decided that they've got some passengers in that group, and that Tish Benoot is one of them. These three riders then attacking to try and press on a little bit at 50 kilometres an hour and try and break the will of those breakaway companions, and also when the peloton catch them realise they've still got some work to do. They've got to go up the road a little bit further to bring back the rest of the breakaway.
Yeah, obviously the cooperation is not quite there in the breakaway, and for it to break up like that with so far to go, it's a long way out to be attacking, thinking about attacking your breakaway colleagues to think about the stage win. But just going back for a second there, again, young riders in the peloton. We see so many good young riders getting really big results at a younger age now. It's a real shift from a few years ago. Even to the point where they're competitive over 3 weeks. So I think that's sort of showing that there's a lot less of a difference now between under-23 racing and professional ranks.
3 riders in the breakaway. Today is a day for the general classification contenders, and of course one of those contenders is the winner of the Tour de France last year, as Niels Pollitt drops off the front group. The winner of the Tour de France last year was Egan Bernal. He was one of the youngest riders to win the Tour de France. Let's hear from him now.
It's the first summit finish, so we're hoping to do a good job. We'll just have to see how it all goes. It's a really good, a really interesting test for all of the overall contenders. And I think that today we're going to see some interesting things in terms of the general classification. There are still plenty of us in contention at this stage of the race. I wouldn't really say that there's one rider I could identify as a main rival at this point. Everybody's up there in this position in the GC because all of us have good legs.
The breakaway is a little bit messy at the moment. There's no real cohesion. There's no real working together anymore. Viamos having a conversation with some of the other riders. There are moments in a breakaway when this happens. Is it generally because someone is sitting on, or the pace isn't high enough, or something has been said?
This generally starts to happen when riders start to miss turns on the breakaway and not contribute to the break sort of staying away. Often it always starts to happen in the very dying stages of the race, leading into the finish where riders are trying to save their legs and save their energy. But for this far to go, to around 55 kilometres left of racing, I'm sort of surprised that they've stopped working together. They worked hard to build up a significant advantage over the peloton, and they're now sort of starting to throw that away due to simply the lack of cooperation.
Seems to me like there's a lot of chat going on. Thanks to PJK Dakota for your message. How many teams are still using tubular tyres? And why can't you message me on Twitter? I don't know why not, but you can certainly message me on Instagram if you're having problems with that, as we make our way past our next monument along the route. This is the Chateau de l'Estiguière. This is an historical monument listed since 1978. The ruins of a castle built in 1580 by the order of Francis de Bon, the Duke of this particular area, between 1543 and 1626. King Louis VIII spent a single night here in February the 23rd, 1629. Must have been a nice place to stay then.
I hope it was a little bit better condition back then.
The riders then heading towards the next climb of the day, 52.7 kilometres to go. How many teams are on tubular tyres?
Good question. I'm not sure what the mix is these days. There's a big shift in tyre technology, even down to the width of tyres as well. I remember many years ago it was all about narrow tyres because everyone thought they were faster. But now tyre widths seem to be going wider and wider to the point where it's not uncommon at all for riders to use sort of 28mm tyres, even on road stages up to 30mm tyres. They say the roll resistance is less, the more comfort in the road, and aerodynamically they're better as well. As the rims have got wider, it's important to have sort of wider tyres too.
The riders riding 25, 28mm tyres?
Typically most of these riders will be riding a 25mm tyre, I would say. It's probably still the most commonly used racing tyre, and they have a range of different tyre suppliers for each team. Certain tyres are better in certain conditions, but all in all they probably go for a tyre that can handle a real range of surfaces and weather conditions, because like we've seen in the first few stages of this year's Tour de France, it can all change so quickly.
That was the Lady of Salette Sanctuary we just flew past, built between 1852 and 1879. It spans over nearly 1,800 metres. It's the second Catholic pilgrimage in France after Lourdes. It's right on the edge of the Les Écrins National Park, standing on a flat area between the Mont Blanc and on the slopes of Gargas and Chamoux. The Virgin Mary is said to have appeared there in the guise of a crying woman on September the 19th, 1846. Tyre choice is not one for the riders, is it? It's more about the team will just put tyres on the bikes unless you're doing a specific race like Roubaix or something, or as you as a rider, were you able to say, look, today I'm going to try, and for me today is really important, I'm trying to win Liège or whatever it might be, I want these specific tyres?
I want the fast tyres.
Yeah.
No, it's, well, as far as the sponsorship goes for tyres, it's very much down to the team. And you might have sort of 2 or 3 different options of tyres to choose from. But again, that is very much dictated by the mechanics and the team sponsors to say this is a tyre that's best suited to these conditions, or this is a tyre that you should run at this air pressure, which dictates how hard the tyre is and how much comfort you're going to have or grip you're going to have from that particular tyre. But yeah, again, there are certain preferences that riders have. Some riders like to have their tyres relatively soft and they don't mind that cushier sensation. that a soft tyre gives. Other riders will like to have them as hard as possible because they don't want to feel kind of any flex whatsoever through the tyre and the wheel. So yeah, your options when it comes to tyres are fairly limited for riders because you're largely dictated by team sponsors. For the general public though, there are a huge range of tyre options that you can choose from and buy, and a number of different ways or tyre sort of setup systems now too.
Amazing how tyres have changed and the thoughts on tyres have completely swapped around in the last few years. This is the Château de Herbais in Chafoyer, which is Herbais Castle really in the community of Chafoyer, built in the 13th century and then thoroughly transformed in the 19th century. It was the home of the Herbais, the lords of Abussan and Chafoyer since the 14th century. Looks like a very nice place. The formation of the riders, is that telling you anything?
What that's telling me is the wind is coming from the right direction, from the right side of the road. You can see the riders fanning across the road at the front there and lined up in the gutter on the left.
There's the speed of Julian Alaphilippe and Quentin Paché on the Côte d'Or. No real difference between them. 1.4 kilometres an hour, which shows that the peloton was taking things relatively steady, and Quentin Paché a lot quicker on the climb, trying to get to the King of the Mountains point to secure the maximum points today. We're getting to that magic number now, 50 kilometres to go. Here's Guillaume Martin. Not too much has been said about the possibility of Guillaume Martin winning the Tour de France. Finished on the podium of the Dauphiné just a couple of weeks ago and moved to the Cofidis team, a French team from the Wanty team. Possibilities for him.
He's definitely a GC hope for France and for the Cofidis team. He was recruited across from the Wanty group, where he spent the first few years of his career. They were always invited to the Tour de France, I think largely because he was in the team. A big signing for Team Cofidis, which really have two ambitions in this year's Tour de France, is support Guillaume Martin, but also the sprints with Alain Viviani as well.
Guillaume Martin then is the rider in the Cofidis team we're just talking about as a possible winner of the race. He's got Viviani, as Simon just said, alongside him in the team as their sprinter. Well, this morning we thought we'd find out what Guillaume Martin's thoughts were on today's stage and on the Tour de France. So let's get the thoughts of the Frenchman, the philosophy graduate, Guillaume Martin.
We'll just see how it goes. Hopefully there'll be a bit of movement. We'll have an interesting final. It would actually be good for me if there were a few attacks today. I'd like to get involved and perhaps even get a result on the stage. And are you happy with your tour so far? You're pretty well placed overall and anything's possible. Yeah, for the time being, I'm just trying to stay in the background a bit. I hope that I will have opportunities to show what I can do in the coming days. But for me, so far, so good. And have you thought about nicking the yellow jersey from Julien? Well, to do that, I suppose I would need to win the stage, so perhaps I'll focus on that. Winning the stage would certainly be a good start.
Guillaume Martin looking forward to the stage then today and looking forward to the possibility of winning the stage if that's at all possible. I think he's a dark horse for this Tour de France. His performance in the Dauphiné was great. The only thing that ever strikes me about Guillaume Martin is I've never seen him put in a huge attack that's put anyone under any difficulty. What he's superb at is staying there, being consistent every single day, as we just go past the 19th century St Anne Church.
Yeah, Martin, I think, you know, he was 12th in the Tour de France last year, so generally he's definitely showing a lot of strength in the GC of Grand Tours. A top 10 would be a great result for him. I think it would be an outstanding to sort of find his way into the top 5. Anything above that, he probably lacks a little bit of depth in the team to support him in the GC. I imagine when we have some serious selections in the mountain stages, he'll be fairly quickly isolated. So he doesn't have any sort of teammates around to help him potentially if he was in a position where he needed to defend a jersey, or again have someone to sort of up the tempo to set him up for an attack or anything like that. So he's showing plenty of potential, but he's probably lacking a little support.
Let's see how things unfold for him over the 3 weeks of racing. We're only at stage number 4. There's a lot of kilometres left in this year's Tour de France. This front group is having to ride pretty hard to try and get to the next climb. It looks to me like the pace is very much up. The peloton in one long line. The game is being played now, isn't it? Being played out with 50 kilometres to go.
You can see the breakaway have just upped the intensity now, and maybe they had the mark of 50 kilometres to go. They said, okay, let's just ride together until that point, and then we'll try and accelerate to the line and catch the bunch off guard, because you can see the intensity of their turns has really increased. At the same time, though, the cohesion has really dropped away as well, as people are starting to miss turns. So maybe there's some tired legs out the front there already.
Bit of land art as the riders make their way along this particular stretch of road. The farmers putting in a big effort in this region to be shown on television. And here's our group. The pace very, very high now in this front group. Nearly 50 kilometres an hour. Actually, we just go over that, up to 54 kilometres an hour. 227, Tish Benoot. Right tucked down now over the handlebars, just trying to get as aero as possible. He's trying to encourage everybody to work, trying to get everyone to go through, do their little bit of tempo. In terms of the workload and how the riders work in a breakaway, for those who are new to the race, you see this constant movement. It's like a washing machine going around. Rider goes through, swings over to the right-hand side, lets the next rider come through. Is there a perfect formation for a breakaway to work in? How is the workload distributed, and how do they keep this pace high?
So when you have a breakaway with this many riders, what you're seeing is they're just basically what we'd say through and off. They're basically rolling to the front, doing a turn, pulling over to the side, and letting the rider behind them come through to push the wind and set the tempo on the front. When you have a smaller breakaway of maybe 4 riders or less, riders will tend to do a longer turn on the front. They might stay up the front for sort of up to 30 seconds by doing a turn, and then swing off and go to the back. The reason they do those longer turns is simply to enable them to have more rest at the back of the breakaway. Whereas when you're with a bigger group, you can do a short turn and still get a significant amount of rest by everybody in the breakaway contributing to the front and contributing to pushing the wind.
And on the front of the peloton, we always see the long line, that arrowhead formation, and that's because everyone is quite happy to sit behind. They are getting shelter. Now and then they'll move to the left or the right to get a little bit more shelter.
Well, you see the peloton is in a long line at the start, and then it slowly but surely fans out and gets wider and wider as the draft and the slipstream increases. When you get to the finishes, you see the peloton taking up the entire road, and it'll be in a line across the road. It might be sort of 5 or 6 riders wide, and that's quite simply because everybody's trying to be at the front at once. In this scenario here, we can see the Koenig Quick-Step team pushing the way, followed by Jumbo-Visma. I can see the team of Movistar sitting behind them. So they're generally lined out, all the riders in the team together, and just finding their place in the bunch like that.
Taking a look at the front of the peloton now, I noticed that Bahrain McLaren are moving up in the orange colours, trying to bring forward Mikel Landa. They're getting themselves set up because we go over this climb, the Côte de l'Olagnier, and then it's the next climb of the day, not too far away, and then it's the finish. We are ticking down the kilometres very quickly today. The average speed is 40 kilometres an hour. We've been riding for 2 hours 53 minutes as we head in towards a conclusion of a stage for the general classification. This is about who might win the Tour de France. Certainly it's about who is going to get the yellow jersey at the end of tonight and who is going to challenge Julian Alaphilippe as we go past the Drac River, which is in this particular region.
What's going to be interesting about today's final, I think largely to this point in the race, we've just seen riders not try to lose time. And today could be the first point in the tour where riders actually try to gain some time on their rivals by attacking in this final, try and gap the other contenders, and not only take the stage win, but take some valuable time with the general classification as well.
At the moment, in terms of general classification, 35 riders are within 17 seconds of the yellow jersey. Within that group of 35 riders, most of the big names, including Pogacar, Adam Yates, Egan Bernal, Tom Dumoulin, Guillaume Martin, Esteban Chavez is there, Nairo Quintana, also Richard Carapaz, Roglic, Romain Bardet, Buchmann, Bauke Mollema, Pierre Latour. Valverde is still in that group of riders as well. Thibaut Pinot, we must mention, we can't forget him. Richie Porte. Though those riders are the key riders overall, there's one rider at 34 seconds, Gorka Izagirre, who dropped a few seconds the other day. But other than that, riders like Warren Barguil, Fabio Aru, Ilnaz Zakarin have lost a fair amount of time already in this Tour de France. But the big names, the names that we're expecting to win the Tour, are there at 17 seconds.
We've seen a couple of guys that we maybe thought may try and ride the general classification drop away, but definitely all the big contenders are still up the front, and probably really haven't tested each other to this point in the race. They've got a great opportunity to do that today, so we'll really see who is going to assert their authority on the race, whether it's Primož Roglic or maybe the Ineos Grenadiers riders with Egan Bernal. Maybe Carapaz could set a tempo for him on this on the steeper slopes of this climb. So with a little over 40 kilometres of racing left, we have 3 climbs to look forward to. So they're going to come in pretty quick sequence now.
Thank you for joining us. This is stage 4 of the Tour de France. We are almost 40 kilometres from the finish line now. The pace in the peloton is high. To update you on what's happened today, we saw a breakaway group of 6 riders go clear. Alexis Fiamels of Agi Desert Le Mondial, Nilans and Pollard of Israel Startup Nation, Burgado of Total Direct Energy, Tish Benoot of Sunweb, Quentin Pacher of B&B Vital Concept. Those riders built their advantage over the intermediate sprint the first time. Niels Pollard took the maximum points. On the first 2 climbs, it was Quentin Pacher who took the maximum points, and we're now heading towards the 3rd climb of the day. Thibaut Pinot, big moment for him when we get to Orcières Merlette. He's sitting towards the back of the peloton right now.
Looking very relaxed. Now this climb up to Orcières Merlette is probably not quite long enough for Pinot's characteristics. We've really seen him shine in the past in the longer alpine climbs. The climbs are sort of 10 kilometres plus is where he tends to find his own. He'll find a rhythm there, and he's able to ride in a tempo that very few riders in the peloton are able to match. So, yeah, I'm not sure we will see Pinot really contending for the victory today, but he certainly shouldn't lose any time.
It's unusual to have an uphill finish in the Tour de France so early. First uphill finish. We've never had a finish of a stage of the Tour de France starting in a peloton ever in an uphill finish in the first 4 days of a Tour de France. The only time we've had an uphill start was Super Bagneux in 1979 on a stage, an individual time trial won by Bernard Hinault. Super Bagneux used to be a place that we went to a lot in the Tour de France, but today is the first mass start uphill finish in the first 4 days of the Tour de France ever. Shows how tough this race is going to be.
Yeah, they've really decided to change the dynamic of this year's race. Traditional Tour de France for so many years was all about a flat first week of racing, maybe a prologue to start, a lot of bunch sprints. We saw the yellow jersey potentially go to a sprinter and be battled out on time bonuses between sprinters for a few stages before we sort of hit the first mountain stages maybe a week into the race. This year the race has been completely turned on its head by having a bunch of selective stages really in the first week. So it's nice to see a bit of a different dynamic in this year's tour.
There was an interesting article in L'Equipe today about the elevation gain on the Tour's flat stages. And there's Luis Leon Sanchez, the new Spanish champion, in the white with the red and yellow. And there was an article basically saying, as we look at the 3D position with the peloton and the head of the race, heading now towards this next climb. And that's where we're going, up towards the top of this next third category climb. A few bends there and there, here and there, but a relatively straight climb. And the article was basically saying, are sprinters now persona non grata in the Tour de France? Because the sprinters stages this year have got between 700 metres of climbing and 2,600 metres of climbing in them. Actually, 3,100 metres, the stage of yesterday. So are sprinters now not really going to be considered in the Tour de France, or just sprinters just have to be a different type of athlete in order to ride the Tour de France? What do you think?
Sprinters these days just have to be a lot more complete as a rider to get through the likes of the Tour de France. You very rarely see a pure sprinter that's just that's unable to climb in any way, and because if they do, they just don't rise to the top of the sport anymore. They might win a number of smaller races, but as soon as you get into professional ranks, you're required to get to the finish in all sort of races and win in all sorts of conditions. So, yeah, they're making it tougher and tougher for the sprinters in this year's tour. There's been some talk whether they made these sprinter stages a little tougher just to make them a little bit more interesting than these pancake flat sort of long sprint stages that we have seen. But yeah, they're definitely making it more demanding.
Onto the climb of the Côte de l'Olagnier, 3 kilometres in length, 6.4% is the climb, and this is the third climb of the day, a third category climb. Things are looking a lot more business-like on the front of the peloton. You think back to the times of Mario Cipollini, the Lion King, and he would turn up at Tour de France, try and win some stages, and then go to the beach. And it was written about a lot, and in many ways it was wonderful to have him in the Tour de France, but it also disappointed the fans because they wanted to see him ride the entire Tour de France. They wanted to see him win on the Champs-Élysées in Paris. I kind of understand why we don't have those just pure flat sprinter stages.
Well, there's not many sprinters now at the World Tour that aren't capable of getting through a Tour de France. I'm not sure we ever saw Mario Cipollini even finish a tour, but he definitely, you know, created a massive buzz around the first part of the race. He was such a big character in the sport. I remember him coming out in different coloured kits, and he was probably the first one to really wear yellow shorts to match a jersey, things like that. So he was a big character, and he had a lot of fans. He's still very much involved in the sport. Yeah, it's definitely a more complete sprinter. Needs to be here the race these days to get to Paris.
Now we're seeing some action.
Now we're seeing some action. It looks like the guys are lining up for a bunch sprint. Teams literally drag racing to hold position with what's coming up.
This is a climb that's got a little steep section in it, and now we're seeing the trains, 37 kilometres to go. Tony Martin right-hand side. They've brought Elia Viviani to the front for Cofidis to try and sprint into the base of this little rise. Why the teams think this is so important as a key point on the race. Suddenly we've seen the ignition being turned and the peloton has roared into life. 2:51 as the riders make their way up the climb, led by Tish Benoot. But suddenly we're going to see this peloton come flying into the base of this gradient. And I guess it's because it's steep.
Yeah, I guess it's because it's steep. It must get very narrow as well. But the pace of the peloton was roaring into the base of this climb is going to take a significant chunk of time out of this breakaway, because the breakaway aren't riding with near the intensity of the bunch.
Now they seem to have calmed down a little bit. Tony Martin right-hand side in the wasp-coloured kit. In the red and white, we see Elia Viviani. Jasper Stuyven now on the front for the Trek Segafredo team. The crest of this climb, the Côte de l'Olagnier, is 35 kilometers, so we're 1,700 meters now from the top, as we see the pace being set by Alexis Villamoz in the colour of Azur Desert Le Mondial alongside Tish Benoot. Another long conversation going on between those two riders. Villamoz, to me, seems to be one of the riders in this group who's constantly talking to everybody and just trying to keep everybody going.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to keep everyone in the breakaway motivated. He's sort of giving us a few words of encouragement. But yeah, as you get to the latter stages of a stage like this, you wouldn't expect there to be too much conversation within the breakaway. They'd all be very much focused on their efforts.
L'Église Saint-Bonnet, parish church since the 12th century and the seat of the Archpriest of Champsaur, built on the foundations of another chapel called Saint Cloud in the 11th century. It was damaged by the wars of religion in the 16th century and pillaged by the armies of the Duke of Savoy in 1692. "36 kilometers to go, 1,300 meters to go to the top of the climb." All about position then, I guess, for that run-in.
Yeah, it's been all about position, and as we get into the closing kilometres of the stage, the roads will get ever so slightly more narrow, a lot more twisty, and a lot more bends. So position becomes very, very important, not only for the climbs but for the descents. And often the peloton will split more so in the descents than the climbs with these lower categorised climbs.
It's been a warm day out here, but it's going to get colder towards the top of the mountain. It's a little bit fresher, but the sun is going to be beating down on the backs of the riders as they make their way up to Orcières Merlette. Just to give you an idea of the terrain that the riders will face, they're going to go off the top of this climb down to the Côte de Saint-Léger de Malaise, and then it's a run in to the finish at Orcières Merlette. When we get close to that finish, we'll get Simon to describe the climb. He left us before breakfast and rode all the way to Orcières Merlette just to find out for you what the climb is like, and we'll find out what his thoughts are on what might happen on the run into the finish of today's stage. We caught him on the run the last 3 kilometers of Orcières Merlette today, so he knows exactly what it's like. The soigneurs at the side of the road handing out the bottles as we make our way up this little climb. Bourgadeau on the back for Total Direct Energy, a young rider riding his first Grand Tour. Nearly 700 meters to go. Quentin Pacher has won the first 2 climbs. He's looking for more points. He's taken 3 points so far. This is an opportunity for another 2.
Looks like Pacher is going to get back on the front of this breakaway and just up the tempo ever so slightly as he did in the last classified climb. He's just demonstrating to the other riders in the breakaway that he wants these points. He's going to do a bit of extra work so no one really challenges him for the points in this on this small mountain sprint.
Bourgadeau on the back. On the climb, we've still got 1,000 meters of climbing to do today. Bourgadeau comes from Noirmoutier in the Vendée. You may remember that from the 2018 Tour de France. It's a very flat part of France, so he's not used to going up climbs like this when he's out training around that particular region. 2:42, the advantage. Pacher just dragging out the time of the breakaway, riding at 20 kilometers an hour up to the top of this climb, looking for these 2 points on offer. He's only got 300 meters to go, and that will give him 5 points today in the King of the Mountains. I don't think it's going to put him anywhere near the King of the Mountains jersey of Benoit Cosnefroy, but at least he started his time of trying to chase that particular jersey. Niels Pollitt in second place, behind him Chris Nielands. Then we've got Alexis Villamoz, then Tish Benoot, then Bourgadeau on the back. The breakaway group quite happy to let Quentin Pacher lead them over the top of this climb. The top of the Côte de l'Olagnier, and it's Pacher who's going to be first over the top now and get set for the penultimate climb of stage number 4.
So So the final of this stage is going to come up on the riders very quickly now. They have a fast descent down before they attack the final Category 3 climb of the day. And off the Category 3 climb, it's again a very short descent before they take on the long valley that gradually climbs up to the final ascent of the day, up to Orcières Merlette.
This stage has gone pretty quickly, hasn't it? 39 kilometres an hour, the average speed. They're riding for 3 hours. And we are seeing the peloton inside the last 35 kilometres. Obviously, the last climb is going to take them a little bit of time, but it's been not a sedate day at all in the Tour de France.
Seeing a breakaway like this really go literally from kilometre zero, as we've seen the first 2 stages of the race, it's been some exciting racing. I thought the breakaway might take a little longer to establish today with the green jersey sprint being before any of the major difficulties of the stage. I anticipated maybe the sprinters would try and jump into the break. I think they're all quite content just to sit back and make sure that none of the contenders got in the breakaway, because if they did, then they would have to mark it as well. So this breakaway was established really quickly. A group of opportunists have gone off the front and try and make what they can of the stage.
Confirmation that Pache took 2 points. Pollitt took another 1 point in the King of the Mountains today. Now they can settle in for the ride to the penultimate climb, the Côte de Saint-Léger-de-Malaise. Maximilian Welscheid doesn't look like he's enjoying this at all today.
It does look like he's suffering there a little bit, Welscheid. So there'll be he's sort of close enough to the finish now that he'll be able to sort of ride in at his own tempo and finish within the delay of the stage. I don't think there's any sort of big threats on this short mountain stage of dropping too much time between here and the finish.
Powerful riders like him, big, tall riders who are being used on the flat for NTT, and we've seen him do an awful lot of work already. There are moments when they suddenly just crack from just tiredness, and this is such a tough start to this Tour de France that I think we're going to see more and more of this.
We'll definitely see the bigger riders in the race struggle in the second and third week. They're going to come out of the first circular of the race carrying so much more fatigue than what they normally would with a flatter start to the Tour de France. Carrying the extra weight that these guys do up these long climbs just makes it so much more taxing. So we can see, I think it was Mercado rocking and rolling on the back of the bunch.
Thank you very much to all of you for joining us, and thanks for all your messages today. We've tried to take as many as we possibly can, but this race is pretty much on. We are reading all your messages, and we'll continue to read them overnight at Ant Macross and at Simon Gerrans on Twitter or Instagram if you want to get hold of us. I hope we've covered a few of the subjects that you wanted us to today. This race now is going to really focus on getting over the final 2 climbs. The climb at 19 kilometres to go, and then the run-in to Orcières Merlette. Earlier on today we saw the legend feature which showed you why this climb is so famous. That famous breakaway of Luis Ocaña, who took a 10-minute lead, or took a 10-minute win ahead of Eddie Merckx and a 6-minute win ahead of Van Impe on a day that Bernard Thévenet said, I didn't know whether he was in a car or a motorbike. It was one of the most amazing solo breakaways of the Tour de France. There have been some other amazing solo breakaways in the Tour de France, of course. I think of the day of Eros Poli when he won the famous climb of the Mont Ventoux and then descended down, having everyone thought he was going to get caught on the Mont Ventoux, and winning a stage of the Tour de France, as the average speed, vitesse moyenne, is now 40.5 kilometres an hour. That was another famous day in the Tour when he was in that solo breakaway.
There's been many iconic stages and iconic breakaways in the Tour de France over the years. We do see a lot less these days of sort of those big solo finishes, or the instances where the bunch will let a break sort of gain 10 or 15 minutes. It's very much held close these days, and yeah, unfortunately not so many of those classic breakaways.
There's more riders starting to suffer now already as we head towards these climbs. Wout Poels is having a terrible time in this Tour de France. He's injured, and Wout is a rider that Mikel Landa would normally really rely on. A winner of Liège-Bastogne-Liège. He's with Alexander Kristoff, Christophe, you can see on his face just how hard this is now.
Yeah, again, sort of these, it's been the last sort of nearly 100 kilometres of racing has been sort of consistently up and down, which is going to be very taxing on a bigger rider like Christophe. And on top of that, he's probably coming down a little bit from the highs that he felt in the first couple of stages of the race. Obviously winning stage 1 and wearing the yellow jersey in stage 2, emotionally it would be a very big high, and then, you know, probably a little bit of disappointment in the sprint in yesterday's stage to be beaten so convincingly by Caleb Ewan. Today seems to be really suffering.
The riders winding their way then towards the penultimate climb of the day. Oh, problem for Greg Van Avermaet. I don't know what's happened here, a little mechanical. Gets himself going again. No problems for him in getting going. The legs are still good. It's just the bike was giving out for a moment. Big acceleration from Greg to get back up to speed to ride his way back into the peloton as quickly as possible. All the gold is there. Total bling for Greg Van Avermaet.
See, he was just looking around for the cars in the convoys. There was quite a gap in front of him, so very experienced rider. He was just pulling over to let the cars go back past again so he could jump into the slipstream of the team cars, get a little bit of assistance to make his way back up to the back of the peloton.
Aquela1234 has said to me, can we just hear a little bit more about the Colombian riders, Nairo Quintana's chances in this Tour de France? We haven't really spoken a lot about Nairo Quintana yet, and I wonder whether today is a relatively good day for Nairo.
We could spend a whole stage speaking about Colombian riders. There's 10 of them in this year's Tour de France, and all very well accomplished climbers. There's obviously Nairo Quintana, his brother, as well in the team. There's a number of Colombians in the EF Education First team. Obviously Egan Bernal, as well as a defending Tour de France champion. So, yeah, we're fortunate to have a huge amount of great Colombian riders in this year's Tour.
Rigoberto Urán could do something on this climb. When you think about it, though, the Colombians will come into their own in the high mountains. That's where they really excel. A day like today, though, relatively high at 1825, but not the super high mountains where their upbringing really lends itself to them being so much better.
Well, many of these Colombian riders obviously grew up in altitude, and whenever they get an opportunity or a bit of a break in racing, they head back home to Colombia again, where home is in excess of 2,000 meters. So you literally have to search that kind of altitude out by going to the top of a mountain within Europe, where these guys, they live at that high and they train upwards of there. Understand Nairo Quintana, he grew up at something like 2,500 or 3,000 meters, and he used to ride, there's stories of him riding his bike 17 kilometers downhill to get to school every day and having to ride home again. So these guys literally grow up in the mountains, in altitude, and you really see them shine in the high summit finishes of the Tour de France.
Can you imagine, though, every day, that 17-kilometer descent? So he's good at descending and then climbing every single day at that altitude, just riding back home. That's some ride, isn't it?
He'd be tough as nails, Nairo Quintana.
He would. Number 67 there. Wout Poels, Maximilian Walscheid, Alexander Kristoff, and also in that group is Simone Consoni of the Cofidis team. Now we're winding our way towards the next climb of the day, and the peloton is starting to get rid of some riders. I get the sense that this is going to be a very hard run-in for the general contenders of this race. Julien Alaphilippe always near the front. Here's the onboard camera of Jeffrey Soup, and this is showing you just how hard it is. Everyone's sprinting flat out just to stay in the wheels even. The Total Direct Energy rider. His camera on the back of his bike. Julien Alaphilippe staying near the front all day, completely out of any trouble. He looks like he's comfortable. He doesn't look like he's under any pressure whatsoever. Let's see if he can win today's stage. His 16th day in the yellow jersey. He's now equal with Bernard Thévenet on the list of French riders with the most days in the yellow jersey.
How far is he off Vaucla?
Still quite a few days left.
Oh, is he? 4 days off Vaucla. Yeah.
He could do it in this Tour de France.
He could definitely do it in this Tour de France. He gets through today's stage with the yellow jersey. I think he could comfortably hold it tomorrow. And then it really depends on how many days his Deceuninck Quick Step team want to commit to hanging on to the jersey.
There's Andre Greipel. His time in the peloton is over. He's going to drop back to the group of Christoph, I think, today. And there'll be a nice gruppetto.
Yeah, these riders will we started looking to each other now. The guys are getting dropped off the back. As like Andre Greipel, he'll drop off the back. He'll have a quick chat with his team director to gain an understanding about how many riders are actually behind him on the road. He can sit up and wait for them and complete the stage with a bit of company.
Peloton winding its way downhill now. A little bit of respite before the next climb comes up. Looks to me like Michael Moorcow now taking his turn. Behind him is Casper Asgreen, then Julian Alaphilippe. Alaphilippe looks to be fueling up a little bit now, getting himself ready for this final climb. Behind them, we've just been talking about Nairo Quintana. Arkea Samsic bring Nairo Quintana through to the front of the peloton. They're the team in the red on the left-hand side of the screen as you were watching then. And this is our leading group. Just to remind you then, Alexis Villermoz of AG2R Le Mondial, wearing number 38 at the back. Chris Nielands and Niels Pollitt of Israel Startup Nation. Nielands wears number 175. He's the rider towards the front. Pollitt wears 177. Burgado of Total Direct Energy is in the red, white and blue. Tish Benoot in the white and black of Team Sunweb. And Quentin Pacher in the green of B&B Hotels Vital Concept. We're heading towards the finish in Orcières Merlette. It's a steep climb, and one rider who's been named by many people as a possible winner of today's stage is the Mitchelton Scott rider Adam Yates. Adam went to the finish the other day with Julian Alaphilippe. His terrain isn't the flat for a sprint, but his terrain is certainly the steep climbs. Let's hear now from Adam Yates as we get his thoughts on today's stage.
I mean, yesterday was a pretty steady ride. The sprinter teams wanted to control, and they haven't got many opportunities. So for us, one guy in the break, we try to take it as easy as possible for today. Really, today's another hard stage, and yeah, we'll give it a go.
And the possibility of yellow, is yellow in the back of your mind?
I think we'll see how the stage plans out. It depends which teams ride, which teams really want to push the pace in the final. And yeah, I just hope the legs are good and they can do something in the final.
Who's the man to follow? Is there a man to follow?
I don't think there is. I mean, there's a big group still, 15 seconds or so behind. So yeah, I don't think there's one person or even a team really. Everyone's still got their cards close to their chest, and like I said, hopefully I can play mine in the final.
A former teammate of yours, he looks ready for today's stage.
He didn't want to give any teams any kind of credibility to take control of the race there, did he? He was sort of just like, oh no, I'm not worried about anybody by their confidence in his voice.
Let's see what happens. He's my pick of the day, Adam Yates, to try and win today's stage. Let's see if he can bring home the goods at the top of the climb. It could potentially put him into the yellow jersey. In terms of the general classification, Adam Yates is 4 seconds down on Julian Alaphilippe. There is a 10-second time bonus at the finish, 6 seconds for second, and so on. So Julian Alaphilippe needs to think about Adam Yates because there are 4 seconds between the two riders. They could be equal on time in the Tour de France if they go to the finish together, and Alaphilippe needs to keep a good close eye on Adam Yates. He doesn't want to repeat what happened last year in the Tour de France when he lost the yellow jersey to the Italian Giulio Ciccone. You remember that? He wasn't too happy about losing the yellow jersey at all. 76 kilometres to go.
76 kilometres an hour, maybe.
An hour.
Yeah. No, I think even
Let's
with
not double what's to go already.
Even Adam Yates there, he's acknowledging that you can't literally focus on one rider on one team at this stage because there's a crash.
Oh, big crash. Is this Tish Benoot? Wow, that's a heavy crash. Here we go. Tish Benoot Doing all right here, but he went in hot. Oh,
he's just slid over the guardrail.
That's not a nice crash, that.
He just drifted wider and wider until he headed up the gravel. He's broken his bike in pieces here. Hopefully he's not hurt.
That bike is completely smashed. Tish Benoot getting up.
Oh, it's good to see him back on his feet so quickly.
He kind of managed to hit the rail and topple over. He was very, very lucky.
But he's even lucky that there was no post there that he slid along. It looked like he slid along a smooth part of that rail. So good to see him back on his feet. Hopefully he'll take a spare bike and rejoin the peloton as it goes past.
Do you know, I was about to say that Radio Tour has been really quiet today with any incidents. Wow, that was some crash. But he was cornering on nice, smooth roads.
Yeah, he may have just gone a little bit too quick and drifted wide. And it looked like he was going to make it round until he hit some gravel on the side of the road, and then his bike started to slide, and it literally slid him directly into that barrier.
25 kilometres to go now on today's stage of the Tour de France. Thank you very much for joining us. It has been a day of the breakaway here at the Tour de France, but we are heading towards Orcières Merlette. Radio Tour confirming now that Tish Benoot is back on his bike and up and running, and he is safely heading towards Orcières Merlette. No bones broken either. That was some crash to recover from. Niels Pollitt again is attacking down the descent, has shaken Tish Benoot, who must be extremely pleased that he has got up from that and is riding as though nothing even happened.
I think it's a quality that most professional cyclists need to have is a memory of a goldfish, because hopefully he's forgotten about that crash already and he's back up on his bike. But yeah, we can see him. He's just didn't lean his bike quite enough. He's drifted a bit wide. Maybe he's locked up the back wheel and slid into the guardrail. His bike has taken a big impact against that guardrail and completely broken in half, and he's just toppled over onto the grass.
He's got away from that. Very, very lucky. He's even taking time now to just sort the computer out, make sure it's working properly, and he's just riding his way back up to the front group again.
Quick trip to the osteopath tonight to get straightened out, and he'll be good to go tomorrow.
I don't know if he'll feel the same when he sees the crash, but there we go. 25 kilometres to go. 1:48 now. Never ceases to amaze me how tough pro bike riders are. Most of us, that had happened to us, we would have not got on the bike for a long time.
Mostly because it was broken in half. Tish is fortunate enough to grab one directly from the car and continue on his way.
Yeah, true. The carbon fibre sticking up wouldn't have been too comfortable on that descent. Inside 24 kilometres to go. There's the long peloton winding its way down the descent. Huge, one long line now. The pace is significant. There's a little group out the back. They're about 4 minutes down from the lead group, and that group contains a few different riders in terms of sprinters. Also Cosnefroid is in that back group with Walscheid, Consoni, Wout Poels. So Cosnefroid not too bothered about getting points or anything. He's taking this corner a little bit more careful. Tish Benoot, winner of Strade Bianche. And the peloton is about to mop him up.
Well, the peloton comes screaming down this descent, and it's only a matter of no time at all until they take on the final third category climb of the day, the Côte de Saint-Léger, the Merlette, which is a short climb, only 2.8 kilometres in length at 6.8%. Following this climb, there's again another fast sweeping descent until they hit the valley for the run into the finish climb.
Krits Nielands having a look around to see where everyone is. Is Niels Pollitt slightly up the road, I think. He's got a tiny advantage.
He doesn't hang around on the descent either, does he, Pollitt?
Doesn't he? Absolutely descends like a stone. There's our peloton. Just setting themselves up now. The contenders will be looked for by their teammates, making sure they're in the right position, making sure they're in the back of the group of all of their teammates. But here's our solo leader, still maintaining his slight advantage. He's done this on every climb, on every descent so far. Niels Pollitt just seems to be enjoying riding his bike today in this beautiful countryside. As we said earlier on today, he's going to join the Bora Hansgrohe team for next season. But this Israel Startup Nation squad is going to be a significantly differently looking team by the beginning of the 2021 season.
Yeah, with the recruitment of Chris Froome, obviously he wants to bring a number of riders to really strengthen the roster, to give him the best chance of coming back to win a 5th Tour de France. A real marquee signing, obviously, for the team, and a big move in cycling.
There's a few people going for Sergio Higuita today as a possible winner. As we see Niels Pollitt now, he was just trying to get away to the top of the last climb, but he's now been caught and he drops away. Well, let's update you then on what's been going on the race so far as we head towards the last few kilometres of what we think is going to be a thrilling run-in to the finish in Orcières Merlette. Let's take a look back at what's happened on the stage so far. The riders left Sisteron in the afternoon, a late start of today's stage. The flag was dropped, and no sooner had the flag dropped then we saw a group of 6 riders going clear. Viamos, Neilands, Pollitt, Bergado, Binut and Pache, the escapees of the day. Through the initial sprint, it was Niels Pollitt who ignited the pace, and he took the green jersey sprint ahead of Bergado. Pollitt has been animated in the breakaway all day today. Once we got onto the climbs, the first climb, the Col de Festre, it was Quentin Pache who scored the maximum points. He scored a few points in the King of the Mountains day today as he looks to move himself up the table. Further on down the road, we reached the second climb, and again it was Quentin Pache who led over the 4th category climb in the Côte de Corps. Throughout the day, the peloton has held the breakaway at a decent advantage. They've been able to control things. Quentin Pache took the next climb in the Côte de l'Olagnier, and as they headed towards this point in the race, the breakaway has started to deconstruct. 1.5 kilometres to go now to the top of the climb. Pollitt has just been dropped, and now it's about this climb, the descent and the run into Orcières Merlette to decide who will be the yellow jersey of the Tour de France at the end of stage number 4. Alaphilippe leads with 4 seconds on Yates. Hirschi at 7 seconds. Pogacar, Formolo and Bernal are just behind.
Now the gap to the breakaway has been significantly reduced. It's back down to only a minute and a half. Obviously the breakaway losing the firepower of Tish Benut to a crash a little earlier. Great to see the thumbs up there. Obviously he's feeling okay after that. And the fighting for position has really begun. Plenty of riders getting distance out the back now. We see Tim de Klerk after doing a lot of work. The green jersey of Peter Sagan dropping off the back. All the sprinters are basically sitting up now, and they'll ride quite easily to the finish.
20 kilometres to go. This is our leading group now. Viamos, Neilands and Pache, almost at the top of the climb. And it's still Kasper Asgreen, the Danish champion, who leads the peloton ahead of Bob Jungels now. Used to be the Luxembourg champion for 5 years. Now he's in the colours of De Koenig Quick-Step. Number 11 there in the centre of the shot was Primož Roglic. 1 kilometre to go now to the top of this rise. Viamos setting the tempo. Chris Neilands, former Latvian champion, sitting on the wheel. See who goes for these points. Pache will be looking to secure them.
Pache is taking all the mountain points on offer to this point in the stage, so I imagine he will try and take the maximum points on this last 3rd category climb, because he's probably quite realistic about his chances of holding the peloton off for the final climb up to the summit here.
Pache is having to grit the teeth a little bit, sporting a beard. Almost a grimace, kind of a smile, trying to keep himself going to the top of the climb so he can secure these maximum points. At the top of this climb is the Saint-Léger Church and the Saint-Léger Castle. Kasper Asgreen has taken over, and now look at this. Pache's not going to be happy with this. Chris Nielands goes clear on the climb. Pache had a little bit of trouble with the gears now as he gets them going, but the legs are really hurting. He's done an awful lot of jumping away. Chris Nielands, is this an attack to win the stage, or is this an attack to get the King of the Mountains points?
Chris Nielands definitely has the stage win in mind here, not so much the mountain points. He hasn't featured in any of the mountain sprints to this point in the stage, so to me he's attacking his breakaway companions to try and get some kind of advantage over them and maintain an advantage over the peloton into the bottom of the climb. Once he summits this climb in 300 metres, he'll go down a short descent, short, fast, twisty descent, where he won't lose a lot of ground to the bunch, but then there's a long drag up the valley. In big wide open roads until the gradient steepens towards the top of the climb.
26-year-old Latvian heading towards the top of the climb. His first Tour de France appearance, the winner of the Tour of Hungary. And he can now see the banner across the road signifying he's going to take the maximum mountain points. Chris Nielands of Israel Startup Nation, first across the penultimate climb of the day.
He hasn't eased up the intensity whatsoever after crossing the summit of the climb, which indicates the motivation is there to try and increase this gap to the peloton and start the climb with as much advantage as possible.
Third in the Arctic race of Norway, the race that's held above the Arctic Circle. And moving up now in the blue, the team of Movistar, looking after the interests of Alejandro Valverde today.
They quite a lot of firepower in the mountains, the team of Movistar. It's Carlos Verona sitting on the front there with Cataldo sitting in second wheel. So they have a number of riders that could feature in the finish today with an Enrique Mas, Marc Soler, and the veteran of the race, Alejandro Valverde.
The team of Movistar, as Simon just said, Cataldo, Arviti, Enric Mas, Nelson Oliveira, Rocas, Soler, and Carlos Verona with Alejandro Valverde. First time we came here to Orcières Merlette was in 1971. We've seen the legend of Luis Ocaña, who won that day at Orcières Merlette. Kasper Asgreen setting the pace. The arrival of Arkeas Samsic now at the front in the red and white. Sunweb moving up on the left-hand side. They'll be looking after the white jersey of Mark Hirschi, the 22-year-old Swiss rider. And the peloton now crest the top of the climb.
They crest the top of the climb and swing left here. Great to see Sunweb really backing Mark Hirschi. He demonstrated how good his condition is there on stage 2. He's sitting third on the general classification in his first attempt at the Tour de France and holding the white jersey.
There's the Church of Saint-Léger at the top of the climb. Tower stands at 36 metres. It dates back to 1882. The castle up there was built in the 15th century by a local lord and enlarged in the 17th century, and it's now become a townhouse. You've got your heart in your mouth right now.
Hirschi nearly overcooked it. Excuse me.
Nielands
nearly overcooked that. Just talking about Hirschi a second ago. Nielands went very wide on that corner and got caught in a bit of rough pitchment on the edge of the road. It looked like he was going to do a very similar move to Tish Benoot and go all right straight off the edge.
Let's hope not. There's some fast descents here, aren't there?
There is some fast descents. These long sweeping corners where the riders can actually see right through and out the other side to see the exit of the corner. It means they can really lay the bike over and pick a line through the corner that I think they're going to be able to maintain all the way through. When the corner tightens up a little bit and catches them off guard, they can very quickly end up in the gutter.
1:32 the advantage for our leader. Our lone leader, Chris Nielands of the team of Israel Startup Nation. A good day for them in the Tour de France as he extends his advantage to 1:30. Kasper Asgreen, though, is hunting him down. He's got his hands balanced in an aero style on the front of the peloton right now. Here's the back of the group. Ryan Gibbons, the South African champion with the broken ribs. trying to get himself to the finish. They'll be safely inside the time limit today.
They will be safely inside the time limit today. With the average speed the rider's been going, they should have close to 40 minutes delay in order to get to the finish, and being only a few minutes down now, they shouldn't have any concern whatsoever.
15 kilometres to go. This morning you set off early, you rode to Orcières Merlette, you rode this 15k. Tell us what it's like.
So from now on, you'll see the riders really take on this valley where the road sort of winds its way up the lower slopes of the valley, and it slowly but surely gets steeper as the road sort of veers off to the left-hand side of the valley and starts to make its way towards the ridgeline. The rider this morning, there was quite a strong tailwind going up this valley, so I expect the peloton to go up here at a very high pace. There should be teams lined up, one beside the other, trying to place their riders, their leaders, in the best position possible before they get to the town of Orcières and take on the steepest slopes of the final part of the climb.
Then the final part of the climb, as you rode it this morning, where do you see selections being made? Where would you be saying to a team leader, here's your opportunity to attack?
Now, the team leaders absolutely need to be in the first few positions as they approach the village of Orcières, because from that point on the switchback starts and you get a kind of spring effect. The further back you are, the more you have to slow down for the corners and the greater the acceleration you have to make outside of the corners. So it's very important that their support riders will take them to the front for that point in the race. So the peloton will get ever so slowly whittled down in this valley on the lower slopes, but I expect the real contenders of the stage to be in the front with around 5.5 kilometres to go.
Through the little hamlet of Pont du Fosse, Chris Nielands relaxing into this effort now, former Latvian champion, 42 kilometres an hour, dragging slightly uphill now towards the climb of Orcières Merlette. The final part of the climb, around about 7.1 kilometres. The average gradient is steep, 6.7%. The bottom of the climb is an average of 8.2 for a kilometre. Then in the middle section, 7.6, 7.4 and 7 at the top. This is not an easy climb. Also, the road surface is quite ice cracked as well on some parts of it and resurfaced in others.
Yeah, it's quite a fast surface. Very slick at points, so it's had a lot of traffic over the years, which has really compacted the surface down and made it very fast. It's a good width the whole way. There are no narrow sections that are going to make it difficult to overtake once the peloton strings out. So all in all, not a bad surface to race on.
Peter Sagan in the green jersey. He'll be in the green jersey again tomorrow. Thank you very much to all of you for joining us wherever you are watching, either at work, sneaking in the Tour de France, or whether you are sitting on the sofa at home paying attention to today's stage of the Tour. As we see Lilian Calmejean, a former stage winner in the Tour de France. Been a pleasure bringing you today's stage, but you're about to get the best part of it. We are heading in towards the final climb of the day to Orcières Merlette, the ski station, which stands up here on the top of the mountain at 1,825 metres. For those of you just joining us now, our lone leader is Chris Nielands. Behind him, these two riders, Alexis Fiamoz in the blue and brown, and Quentin Pache, who's been on the hunt for King of the Mountains points on the run into today's finish. The peloton at 104. Peter Sagan is behind now at 350, but he's not too bothered. Alaphilippe only sitting third from the front now. No more troops left.
Well, he should have a couple of more troops there. I expect Devenins to still be in the front there of the bunch. Maybe he's just drifted back ever so slightly. He hasn't done any work at this point, but he still has Asgreen and then Youngles placed in front of him in the bunch. He's quite a way forward, so he'll be taking quite a lot of wind that far forward in the bunch, whereas there are many of the favourites for the stage just sitting a little bit further back and enjoying a little bit more draft than what Alaphilippe would be getting in third position.
Asgreen is doing a huge turn now on the front. Behind them, all lined out, the team of Jumbo-Visma. They've not had to take any initiative at all today. Alaphilippe, though, will not be bothered. He's going to look after himself on this final climb, really, when it gets steep, isn't he? No, none of his teammates are going to be able to stay with him.
Well, I think Alaphilippe, what he'll do, because he will potentially be quite quickly isolated in this climb. So all he needs to do is look to the likes of Egan Bernal or maybe Primoz Roglic, because they're going to have colleagues around them to be able to chase down any threatening breaks. And then Alaphilippe will probably put a very strong attack in the final slopes of the climb and try and distance the other favourites from that point. So he is at a slight disadvantage from not having teammates around. If he has some kind of mishap, he doesn't have anyone there to help him out, but he will just rely on the other teams to do the majority of the work and and take their profit from their hard work.
The general classification, Alaphilippe leads the Tour de France, 4 seconds advantage on Adam Yates, 7 seconds on Mark Hirschi. Behind them, a big group of riders at 17 seconds, containing all the favourites for this year's race. Egan Bernal in a perfect position in 6th place overall, 17 seconds down on the yellow jersey of Julian Alaphilippe, enjoying his 16th day in the Tour de France in the yellow jersey. Tomorrow, he's getting closer to the record for the next rider on the list in terms of Frenchmen wearing the yellow jersey. Here we are with Kasper Asgreen. This is a big turn. The Danish champion emptying the tank now as we head towards Orcières Merlette. Behind him, Bob Jungels. Jungels, the former Luxembourg champion. He's ready to take over. He's ready to take Julian Alaphilippe to where he needs to go. I guess he's sitting there behind Kasper Asgreen, getting himself ready, mentally ready to empty the tanks as well. And I guess as an athlete, when you know you've got your job, the most important part of this race to come, you've got to get yourself almost in a zone, a little bit like a boxer, because you know you're going to have to take yourself to a pretty dark place and empty the tanks.
Yeah, they're going to be relying on Asgreen to get them as far up the mountain as possible. The steeper slopes are still 3 or 4 kilometres away, and Alaphilippe will want Jungels from that point on. So Asgreen needs to go for another few kilometres yet.
Jungels is ready. Asgreen is towing them along. Still a big peloton of riders, only on a slight uphill section, but is going to really rear up. You see the road rear up in front of you. Ineos Grenadiers are lined out. They look pretty ready for this climb.
I just counted the entire squad of Jumbo-Visma is still in the front there. They still have 8 riders, where you look to Alaphilippe and I can only see 2. That shows the sheer strength of the Jumbo-Visma squad as a unit.
Now we're starting to see the road climb a little bit more. 10 kilometres to go for our lone leader. Chris Nielands has done his team proud today. 43 seconds, drops down now to 39. But when you think about it, he's doing everything he can to win the stage. But really, he's doing nothing wrong other than the peloton is just surging all the time. They're looking for the win, and not necessarily the win of the stage. They're looking to take the yellow jersey, and that is just creating even more momentum.
There's so much at stake on today's stage, and I think the peloton, they're not so much surging, they're just progressively speeding up and faster as the stage goes on, till they'll be hitting max speed leading into the bottom of this climb.
They can see 2 riders from the breakaway in front of them who've just said thank you very much to each other for the time and the work that they've done. So Viamos and his breakaway companion Pacher are going to be brought back. Greg van Avermaet is still in this peloton at the back. The time in the lead is over for these 2 riders. They went away right at the start of today's stage. They've been in the front for 151 kilometres.
The gradient starts to pick up now. We see the teams of Jumbo-Visma and Ineos Grenadiers take control. Deceuninck Quickstep are running out of firepower. Alaphilippe is going to have to drop back and profit from the other teams.
36 seconds for Chris Nielands. The climb of Orcières Merlette is only 2.5 kilometres away now, and there's our profile on the screen. As Simon mentioned to you earlier on, it rears up 8.2%. There are opportunities at the base of the climb for the Tour contenders to try and make a little selection.
It's getting harder and harder. You're seeing more and more riders just peel out of the peloton. They've done their job. They're peeling out and just dropping back out of the way and letting the real climbing specialists take over.
Over on the left-hand side, in the white jerseys, are UAE Team Emirates. Sitting on the train is Tadej Pogačar. This is the speed of the riders at the moment. 25 kilometres an hour, I guess, is the average. Thibaut Pinot now in a perfect position for Groupama FDJ. Lutsenko is looking pretty good for Astana as he moves up. And this is Alexis Viamos just hanging on now as the distance starts to grow between him and the rest of the riders. Janssen drops away for Jumbo-Visma.
A number of riders that have done some work earlier on this stage are starting to filter back. We saw Valgarin dropping back there as well.
Simon, this is the profile, and that's the red section we're about to hit.
That's the red section we're about to hit. As the switchbacks of the climb starts, those sharp turns from left to right, the gradients in those terms, on the extra of those terms, are extremely steep. So the averages aren't that high, but there's some absolutely steep gradients in there.
Omar Friley near the front. The faces of pain on these riders as they try to bring their favourites forward. Krits Nielands at 31 seconds. He takes another look around to see where everybody is. Thanks very much for joining us. We are heading to the conclusion of stage 4 of the Tour. Thanks for all your messages. Let us know at the end of the stage who's your rider of the day, who's your loser of the day, what was your favourite part of today's stage. Message Simon, all right?
Nielands is doing an amazing job holding the peloton at around 30 seconds. You can see a number of trains coming on board, a number of fresh riders hitting the front. Nielands has been in the break since the start of the stage, and he's maintaining a very strong gap.
Thibaut Pinot talking to his team or talking to himself? Tony Martin is still there. Behind him, they've still got so many riders. Roglic in the wheels. Dumoulin is still there. They've got strength in numbers. Ineos Grenadiers moving up on the left-hand side. Kwiatkowski is there. He's on the wheel of Dylan van Baarle. Behind Kwiatkowski, just glanced around, is Egan Bernal. Bernal looks very comfortable, and sitting on the wheel of Bernal, Richard Carapaz, the Ecuadorian winner of the Giro d'Italia.
We also saw the team of Sunweb moving up on the right-hand side of the road. I think it was Crow Anderson taking Nicholas Roach with Mark Hirschi in third position.
Good position for Mark Hirschi, and he's got Nicholas Roach, the road captain of Sunweb. He's won stages in the Vuelta a España. He'll be able to tell Hirschi what to do, and it's good to have someone like him with so much experience.
Hirschi will be really relying on the experience of his teammates like Nicholas Roach. He's ridden a huge number of Grand Tours. He's been professional since 2005, so he's a wealth of experience to pass on.
Moving on to the wheel of Julien Alaphilippe, the Cofidis rider Guillaume Martin. Nielands holding them at 13 seconds, but it's not going to be too long until he's reeled in.
Nielands is going to be swept up as the steep gradients really begin in this race, and I think we see the contenders and the contenders team start to sit a much higher tempo.
They're fanned out across the road at the moment, still wide roads, but it starts to narrow soon. We are heading towards Orcières Merlette. Astana in the middle. Astana looking after Miguel Angel Lopez. Lopez looks pretty comfortable. Alexei Lutsenko is nearby. Moving up, Luis Leon Sanchez in the Spanish champions colours. Nairo Quintana is right in the mix in the middle. He doesn't look too bothered at all right now. And moving up on the left-hand side, we talked about him a little while ago, Mikel Landa, riding for Bahrain McLaren.
Mikel Landa looking very comfortable up on the left-hand side of our screen there, with still a couple of teammates sitting there in front of him. I think the race is really going to speed up now. There's 1.3 kilometres to go until they take on a left turn and the hairpin bends begin.
Krits Nielands has caught 153 kilometres in the lead today. Peloton all together now. It's all about who takes control.
TJ Gardner sitting up there in the pink jersey of EF Education First. He'll be looking back for his Colombian team leaders, who are caught a little bit further down the bunch on the left-hand side of the screen.
Right-hand side of the screen, Tony Martin, 4 times world time trial champion, as he heads to the front of the peloton. Behind him is Robert Hessing, then it's Primoz Roglic. Now EF start to get a little more organised, as TJ Van Garderen and Hugh Carthy are at the front. Krits Nielands disappears from the peloton. Well done, Krits. Good day in the lead for you. You have to try.
He tried his luck again. We can see EF Education First sitting there. Higuita sitting in second wheel. Many, many people's favourite for today's stage.
Well, we saw him already in the first few stages. In the sprints, he's a tiny rider, diminutive figure. TJ Van Garderen leads him. Higuita's got loads of power. Tom Dumoulin moves up. Nielsen Paulus takes over in second place, Hagita in third place. And now we've got some distinct trains starting to happen. Jumbo-Visma with Primoz Roglic, right-hand side of the road EF, De Kooning Quick-Step with the yellow jersey next to Hagita. Middle of the picture is Bahrain McLaren, Astana kind of nestled in there, and already we are seeing a takeover at the front, and it's the team of De Kooning Quick-Step who have managed to save another rider.
We knew Devenant was going to be there at some point. Only 300 metres to go to the all-important left corner of the exit of the town of Orcières, and the switchback climb starts. So that's where everyone is going to want to be in position, and that's why we've seen so many lead-out trains trying to take their leaders to the front.
Here she moving up. Tony Martin says goodbye to us. Well done, Tony. Another good day of work for Tony Martin, looking after the interests of Jumbo-Visma. Roglic is in a perfect position today. Dries Devenants, he's leading now. Alaphilippe takes a drink. Behind Alaphilippe, Bob Jungels. Then we've got Dumoulin and Roglic. Right-hand side in the pink, the young rider from the USA, Nielsen Paulus. Or moving up as well, Bauke Mollema of the Trek Segafredo team. We pick out in the blue and black the team of Ineos Grenadiers, who is sitting a little bit further back as kind of a whoosh round the right-hand side there with Richie Porte.
I also saw Chris Juhl Jensen, I think. Adam Yates has actually just moved to the front. And while I can sort of spot Nibi and Esteban Chavez a little bit further back in the darker coloured jerseys of the Mitchelton Scott team.
Only 6 kilometres remain. Nico Roche arrives with Mark Hirschi. Nico Roche in the centre in the white with the black stripes. Big gear he's riding at the moment. A little bit of a surge across to the left-hand side of the road, and Alaphilippe had to stay out of trouble. He doesn't want to catch a pedal in his wheel or something and then have a mechanical at a very critical moment of the Tour de France. We're 4 days in and we're talking about the general classification.
Riders looking around, there's a few flicks of wheels there. We see Primoz Roglic touch the handlebars, I think, with Kwiatkowski.
It's getting nervous in here. The fight is about to begin.
Here the riders attack the steepest slopes of this climb. On the exit of Orcières, the village itself, the ramps really begin to...
Front, Dries Devenants. Julian Alaphilippe sitting in the yellow jersey, his 16th day in yellow in his career. Behind is Roglic, Dumoulin, Nico Roche riding a lovely tempo for Mark Hirschi at the moment. Emmanuel Buchmann is also there for Bora Hansgrohe. He's their contender for the overall classification. Alaphilippe still looking comfortable out the saddle round that steep little rise, and now is pretty relentless all the way to the finish.
It's quite relentless now for the next around 3 kilometres. We have Jungels on the front setting the tempo there for Alaphilippe, trying to deter any attacks from any of the favourites, but at this stage all the favourites are still in the front of the race.
Last time we visited Merlette was 1989. Left-hand side of the road, Groupama FDJ. They don't have so much firepower. In fact, I'm going to take that back. David Gaudu is putting the pain of his sacrum to one side, and he's looking after the interests of Thibaut Pinot. That's impressive. 2 days ago, he was getting dropped at kilometre 0.
What a fantastic recovery. Following finding out he had just simply bruising and no broken bones, it seems like he's turned it around and he's able to help his team leader Thibaut Pinot in the mountains.
Bob Jungels now takes over, control at the front of the peloton. Behind him, Julian Alaphilippe in the yellow. Groupama trying to bring Thibaut Pinot to the front. They're looking to try and manoeuvre him forward. 5 kilometres to go.
Wout van Aert sitting there in third position. Incredible ride from the Belgian all-rounder holding Primoz Roglic up the front and out of problems.
That is a special ride by him today. Greg Van Avermaet is still here though. There's a little bit of a touch of wheels, a problem on the left-hand side for one of the Astana riders who looked like he might have touched a wheel or something. I think it was Izagirre, one of the Izagirres.
Pierre Rolland also sitting up the front in the first 10 positions in the green jersey, looking very comfortable rolling the big gear that we're used to.
More riders just trying to get themselves to the front. Another left-hand bend coming up as Bob Jungels gets out the saddle. Alaphilippe goes to the right-hand side of the road on the wheel of his teammate. Still no main selection has been made. And we see riders dropping away. This is Andre Amador. Now the attack of Pierre Rolland. He's won stages in a Tour de France before. A big attack by the Frenchman, Pierre Rolland.
You see Alaphilippe just looking over his shoulder to see who is going to pick up the chase now. Obviously, Youngles has done an enormous amount of work, and he doesn't want to be isolated this far out.
This is a big move by Pierre Rolland, winding the pace up as he tries to go clear, but behind them the work of UAE Team Emirates is now hauling Pierre Rolland back. But it's a great attack by him. It's opening up a little bit of an advantage. It looked like he was going to come back quickly. Now he puts his radio in because he's not managing to close the gap on Pierre Rolland as he kicks his way around the next hairpin bend at 8% gradient.
I'm going to say it's Polak that have picked up the chase from behind. He started to ride the front and they just let his wheel go, so he's turned around and eased off again, looking for his team leader in Pogačar.
This is a great move by Pierre Rolland. Behind, a number of riders looking around. Ineos Grenadiers moving forward. Pierre Rolland of the team of B&B. It's like Mitchelton Scott still have riders here. Rolland is currently at 17 seconds, so they can't let him go. He's a danger to the yellow jersey.
You say everybody left in this front group is going to be a danger to the yellow jersey. This is starting to make a serious selection here, so all of these riders are going to be genuine contenders.
Robert Hessink has dropped. I'm hearing on Radio Tour that Dan Martin is being distanced. And now we're seeing Mikhail Nievy at the front of the peloton, looking good, looking to set things up for a stage win of Adam Yates. And Yates is only second overall at 4 seconds, dreaming of the yellow jersey. Dan Martin distanced.
Look like Bob Youngles has dropped back there as well after doing that effort in the lower slopes of the climb.
Trek Segafredo lose a rider. That's Nicholas Eige. Youngles has done his work. Navy takes over on the front.
He's reeled back in Pierre Rolland in only a matter of a few hundred metres, so Nebe's obviously really picked up the pace.
Navy looking strong, isn't he? A stage winner in the Giro d'Italia. He won a couple of days after they lost to Maglia Rosa. But now he's starting to ratchet up the pace a little bit more. He looks good. Behind him, Wout van Aert. Behind him, Kwiatkowski. Then it's Castroviejo. Then it's the yellow jersey of Alaphilippe. Behind him is Roglic. Behind him is Sepp Kuss. Then Tom Dumoulin. Roland has slotted back into the string of riders, not too far behind. Bauke Mollema. Thibaut Pinot is also up there. Adam Yates is sitting on the wheel of Thibaut Pinot, waiting to pounce to try and win the stage. Cofidis are there. Now Nievy swings over and Wout van Aert starts to set the tempo for Jumbo-Visma and Primož Roglic.
What a classy rider. Wout van Aert has just shown these climbers how to do it. He's a classics rider, he's a sprinter, he's an all-rounder, and he's just taken over the front of this Tour de France peloton to set the tempo on the final climb of the day.
And this is steep. This is 8% gradient. Wout van Aert, World Cyclocross champion. There's nothing this rider can't do. He is an absolute king of cycling. Look at him go as he now puts all sorts of riders into terrible trouble.
He's just strung this group out and the riders are splintering one by one off the back of this bunch. Is Wout van Aert setting up an attack for Primož Roglic?
Roglic looks across. He looks at Sepp Kuss. They look at Tom Dumoulin. Alaphilippe is out of the saddle. Roglic right now with Wout van Aert ratcheting up the tempo is talking to Sepp Kuss. It's like a little remote control at this moment in time. 3 kilometres to go.
Only 1 more kilometre of real steep gradients here before it flattens out and the riders will get a little bit of rest from 2 kilometres to go to around 1.6 kilometres to go before the gradients really steepen again until right just about to the line.
Look at the pace Wout van Aert is setting on this climb. No one has been able to attack. He is going so quick up the climb towards the Merlette. Alaphilippe looks around. 3 wheels behind him is Primož Roglic. I spot Nairo Quintana in the red jersey. Who's going to win today's stage? Is anyone going to be able to attack at this ferocious tempo being set by Wout van Aert?
Wout van Aert is just setting a tempo that's nullifying anybody's ideas of attacking.
This is what Ineos used to do. Now it's Jumbo-Visma who are swarming at the front. Moving up on the right-hand side, Richie Port still looks good.
Chavez there moving up around the outside as well. He's just gone past Guillaume Martin.
Chavez could win this stage.
Chavez, a rider who definitely has the characteristics to win this stage.
22 kilometres an hour for Roglic, dropping down to 20. Moving up on the right-hand side, one of the Trek Segafredo riders. Still there is Nico Roach with Mark Hirschi in the white jersey, but Wout van Aert continues with this relentless tempo on the climb to Orcières Merlette. He's just towing the entire peloton to the top.
We have George Bennett on screen. I know he was confident being able to do a good job of Primoz Roglic today, but it looks like he's been distanced off the back. Kenny
Elissonde also distanced. Now a move on the right-hand side as Egan Bernal comes up to the wheel of Julian Alaphilippe. Bernal arrives to his teammates, switches onto the wheel of Mikhail Kwiatkowski and Jonathan Castroviejo. Bernal goes in front of Julian Alaphilippe. Behind Alaphilippe is the Colombian Miguel Ángel Lopez. There's Alaphilippe. Looks good. Behind him is Sepp Kuss. Bernal looks comfortable. Alaphilippe has got his wits about him, looking around to see what's going on. 2 kilometres to go coming up.
As we predicted before the stage start, before the climb, Alaphilippe was going to be quickly isolated on a difficult climb like this, but he is profiteering from the strength in the other teams.
He's a clever bike rider. Wout van Aert looking strong. Sorry about the picture breakup as we look down now. Still lots of riders in this group. Mikel Landa moving up on the left-hand side of the peloton on the wheel of Tadej Pogačar of the UAE Team Emirates. On the wheel of Mikel Landa, still many riders in with a shout of winning the stage. Wout van Aert, though, ramps it up a little bit more. Says, I can give you more throttle if you want it. I'm still within my limits.
The gradients just ease off here for a few hundred metres. You see the pace pick up. Wout van Aert is probably putting in his last turn. Only another 100 metres or more before the gradients kick back up again, and I think we're going to see some fierce attacks.
Egan Bernal talking into his race radio, telling the team what's going on. Alaphilippe does his shoes up. He's ready. Alaphilippe does the shoes up again. A little bit of a nervous thing. He always does. He gets himself ready. Now we're getting ready for a sprint to the top. 1,500 metres. 1 more turn, 2 more turns, or 5 more turns. Wout van Aert ramps it up even more.
Wout van Aert just does one final sprint, peels off the front and leaves it to Mikhail Kwiatkowski.
Now
Castroviejo in all sorts of difficulties behind. Sepp Kuss taking over.
Sepp Kuss looks across at Kwiatkowski, and Sepp Kuss now attacks. Roglic goes onto the wheel. Sepp Kuss is within his limits. Bernal immediately onto the wheel of Roglic. Alaphilippe trying to respond to that attack of the climbers. Now Sepp Kuss takes over from Wout van Aert. So it's Kuss followed by Roglic, Bernal, Pogačar, Alaphilippe and Landa.
One more right-hand bend here until there's a long straight stretch that takes us into the village.
Now they're going to start to look for position. Bernal is riding as though they're on the flat. He's bowed right over on the handlebars, trying to stay in the slipstream. This is relentless. It's hard. It's tough. Landa now starting to make a move on the left. They're literally sprinting up this climb.
All the riders out of the seat, trying to match the pace of Sepp Kuss. This is an incredible ride.
1 kilometre to go, 1,000 metres to the top at Orcières Merlette. 1,825 metres above sea level. Sepp Kuss on the drops now, sprinting with Roglic in the wheel. Roglic is now telling us that he has the form. He was in all sorts of trouble after the Dauphiné. Now he's looking strong again. Kuss trying to set Roglic up for the stage win. 800 metres to go.
Pogačar sitting there in 4th wheel, looking extremely comfortable on Bernal's wheel. There's only another 450 metres to go till the gradients back off and it flattens to the finish line.
Bernal is, to me, quite on his limit. I don't normally see Bernal suffering like this on a wheel. He's doing everything he can to stay there. Alaphilippe still looks comfortable. Pogačar is on the right-hand side. Nairo Quintana on the wheel of Alaphilippe. Big attack on the right-hand side from Cofidis.
Guillaume Martin attacking there as the riders pass 500 metres to go.
That is a huge attack. Is he going to go clear and win the stage? Guillaume Martin. Bernal is in trouble. Bernal can't follow again. And immediately onto the wheel goes Primoz Roglic and Alaphilippe and Pogacar and Nairo Quintana. Bernal, to me, is absolutely on his limit. Looking now to set themselves up for the finish. Guillaume Martin is looking good for Cofidis. 300 metres to go. Here they go for the sprint. Miguel Angel Lopez trying to get through on the right-hand side. This is a big attack now. Roglic goes for the line. Primoz Roglic. On his wheel is Alaphilippe. Pogacar is there as well. Did you ask the question, could Roglic win the Tour? There's your answer. Roglic wins the stage.
What an impressive sprint out of that last corner for Primoz Roglic. Everyone tipped Alaphilippe in that scenario. He just could not match that final acceleration of Roglic. An incredible ride also by the young Pogacar.
What a finish that was. So impressive. Carapaz now coming up to the line. He's going to lose time today. He's going to lose 24 seconds. What a finish.
What a fantastic finish. And here we have finally seen who are the genuine contenders for this year's Tour de France. An unbelievable ride from Guillaume Martin. He attacked a long way out. He hampered Alaphilippe's sprint ever so slightly, but Alaphilippe simply did not have the legs to match the acceleration of Roglic in the final.
Pogacar was in second place. Alaphilippe, well, Roglic will take a 10-second time bonus. Alaphilippe fights another day, I think, in the yellow jersey. But yeah, he just couldn't match. What an attack by Guillaume Martin.
An attack by Guillaume Martin when everyone was on their limit. It was only Roglic that reacted, but it definitely showed us who is going to be there in the front come Paris.
We asked the question, was he still injured from the Dauphiné? I don't think he was. He still looks superb. Roglic wins. 10-second time bonus. Tadej Pogacar of UAE Team Emirates in second. Guillaume Martin in third for Cofidis. Great ride by the Frenchman.
Fantastic ride by the Frenchman.
I think he just went a tiny bit early.
Well, he was probably quite aware that he's not as explosive as Alaphilippe and potentially Roglic or Pogacar in the final. So he played his chances. He tried to go around that last corner with an ever so slight advantage. He knew it flattened out in the final couple hundred metres of the race, so he just wanted to start that final sprint with a few metres on the other favourites.
Primoz Roglic gets it right today. He gets across the line first. You picked him to win the stage.
I did pick him to win the stage, but I think he can really thank his teammates for that, for the work they did in the lower slopes of the climb.
Let's hear now from the winner of today's stage, stage 4 of the Tour de France. Primoz Roglic, the Slovenian champion, has set the stall out for the contenders of this year's race.
Without the glasses, it's possible?
Yeah. Primoz, a big smile on your face. The satisfaction, first of all, of winning a stage. Take us through that final sprint.
It was quite a fast day, actually, quite hard. Yeah, the guys did again really good job. I was all the time in a good position, and yeah, at the end I could do a nice sprint, so very happy.
Yeah, you don't get the yellow jersey because it'll stay on the shoulders of Alaphilippe. Is that good news for the moment?
Yeah, it's the news that I have to accept. I don't really care. It's just, like I say, again, a nice day. We stay safe. At the end, we even win, so even better. So, yeah, we have to continue like that.
You seem to be at your top again after the crash during the Dauphiné. You seem to be doing good.
Yeah, coming back. What can I say? We see that, yeah, still I'm coming back now. I can race, and like I said, every day I feel a little better. So it's nice to ride the bike again.
And you must feel a lot better in your head too.
Yeah, definitely. But I already got a proof on second stage that okay, that I'm ready for the start, definitely, and yeah, we need to continue with the whole team. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
So impressive.
Well, every day I'm getting better and better. I worry for his rivals.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not at his best yet. There's the stage. Roglic wins ahead of Pogacar with Guillaume Martin. A superb performance by the Frenchman in third place. Behind him, Quintana and Alaphilippe. Alaphilippe warming down. Will he be pleased? Will he be satisfied or not?
I think he'll be disappointed. Alaphilippe is a rider who loves to win. He was there, he could see a stage win of the Tour de France at his fingertips, and he just didn't have the acceleration to match Roglic in the final.
That's how you're getting back down to the bottom of the mountain.
That would be the fun. That's about the pace that I think that Wout van Aert did the lower slopes of the mountain. How impressive was his turn of speed up until around 1.5 kilometers to go?
Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. What more could you ask for in a rider?
He said in a couple of days in the interview he's really enjoying the role of super domestique, and there's nothing that he can't do. He's a guy, as we said, he's won sprint finishes, he's Belgian time trial champion, and he can ride the peloton down to a very select group now in the mountains as well.
Alaphilippe will lead the Tour de France into stage number 5. Adam Yates in second place, and Primož Roglic now moves into third. 7 seconds down. Adam Yates just unable to attack or accelerate. But look at this. Talk us through this finish. Look at the speeds.
Well, it was only at around 150 metres to go that the riders could actually see where the finish line was. So Roglic just closed down on Guillaume Martin leading into that corner. He drifted, he took advantage of his slipstream, exited the corner and opened up his acceleration, and literally gapped Julian Alaphilippe off his wheel when he opened up his sprint.
2 Slovenians on the podium today, followed by the Frenchman Guillaume Martin, with Quintana throwing his bike at the line to try and get the bonus seconds.
You also saw Lopez up there from Astana. Strong ride by the young Colombian on the Astana team.
In terms of the overall, it means that Roglic will be in third place, Pogacar will be in fourth, Guillaume Martin in fifth. Egan Bernal, I'm not sure those legs are good yet.
Another strong ride also by Esteban Chavez. It's really great to see him up the front there, mixing it up with the GC favourites.
Yeah, Chavez will now be 8th overall at 17 seconds. He's still in with a good shout.
I think he will take a lot of confidence away from that result today. The fact that he was able to match the best riders in the race on the climb, not drop any time on the GC.
The top 10, Landa was also there in the top 10, didn't lose any time. Adam Yates was there with Nairo Quintana as well. Tough finish.
These riders went so deep on that final. They knew it was an important stage. This really sets the tone for the GC the days to come.
Romain Bardet 16th on the stage. Put that in context. Roglic hit the line at 50 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, that shows how explosive that sprint was. It does flatten out in the final few hundred meters of the stage, but to be able to put an acceleration of that nature after such a tough climb shows the condition that he's in.
Buchmann lost 9 seconds on the run-in, Enric Mas also. Valverde lost 21 seconds. Carapaz lost 28.
Carapaz we didn't see at all feature on that final. I thought he might be able to move to the front of the group and put in some work for Egan Bernal, but he was drifting back and, as you said, just lost a few seconds there in the final. But 16 riders finished on group time, the last one being Romain Bardet, not to lose any time. See, Rigoberto Urán was also up there, Richie Porte, Mollema.
Here's the move to win the stage. Roglic at 21 kilometers an hour.
But look how far back Martin started his attack from.
Yeah. Sitting right, what, 10th wheel, 11th wheel. 28 kilometers an hour now. That's Sepp Kuss setting the pace on the front with 800 meters to go. And then Guillaume Martin, wonderful attack. To say for a moment, I wasn't sure it was Guillaume Martin by the way he attacked so hard, because I've never seen him do that on a climb. I've seen him attack with riding away, but I'm not seeing him with that much power. So Guillaume Martin, for me, looks good for France.
He looks really good. Look how small the gear Roglic is riding. He's pedaling with such a high frequency. So obviously Sepp Kuss there, he just peeled over. He knew that he couldn't match the attack of Martin, and he's left Roglic to do the work. So Roglic has short acceleration, sat back down again. Bernal couldn't follow him. He's recovered a little bit here into 400 meters to go, taking the bend at 350 as it starts to straighten out. He sat on Martin just for a minute with 300 meters to go. The road twists again at 200 meters to go, and around 150 they see the finish line for the first time.
Egan Bernal in the Dauphiné lacked a bit of speed at the top of the climbs, and he lost time here or there. He hasn't lost time here, but he also, to me, doesn't seem to have that punch, that speed when they accelerate. And he's getting left by the punch of Roglic and Pogačar. How is he going to bring this back round?
Well, he's going to need some longer climbs, some longer steady climbs where he can rely on his teammates just to set a really high tempo that he's able to then maintain and accelerate away. But on these punchy finishes, he definitely lacks the ability to finish off and match the accelerations of the guys who beat him today.
Thanks very much for joining us. We'll have the podium presentation shortly. You can message Simon or I. Who was your winner of the day? Who was your loser of the day? What was your favourite moment of today's stage?
The message from Ben McClary saying we can call Wout van Aert from now on.
Good idea.
Not bad.
Absolutely right. That was wow. Stunning finish. Well, you and I built this up as all day thinking it's going to be a great showdown, and it was. It still answers some questions and it raises others. It's the ski station at Orcières.
I can see the finish of the Tour de France, the finished gantry and all the trucks up there.
Who's your rider of the day?
I think there was a number of great performances today. Obviously the acceleration of Van Aert there really caught everyone by surprise on the final climb. The attack of Guillaume Martin. Again, we were talking about a rider him as a rider who'd never really seen attacked, really just follow. And he showed us that he is an attacking rider today in the final. That was great to see. The breakaway put in a phenomenal effort as well. The late move from Nederland as well, holding off the break there until, what, 6 kilometres to race on his own there for a number of kilometres. There were so many great performances today.
I agree. There was some amazing performance today, stunning to watch. I think one of my moments of the day is Tish Benoot somehow not breaking anything in that crash.
He was so lucky. He was so lucky. That could have been a sheer drop off the side of the road there, and he managed just to topple over the barrier and land on some soft grass. His bike, however, not quite so lucky.
No one's riding that ever again. It's there for parts and parts only.
A question here from Sarah Sally on Twitter. Why is Higuita wearing a yellow jersey? Well, that's the champion of, he's a Colombian champion, so he has the jersey the colour of the Colombian flag.
He's nice and easy to pick out, though, isn't he? You can see him when he comes up with his teammates. See him straight away.
He's been very easy to pick out in the first few stages because he's been right at the front in the finals.
Yeah. Where did he finish today? Just have a little look. I think he might have lost a little bit of time at the finish for the first time in this race. Yep, he lost 28 seconds. He was 27th. Mark Hirschi lost 38 seconds on that run-in.
He'll be disappointed with that, I think. Yeah. With what he demonstrated on stage 2, really being able to match, the only one really being able to match Alaphilippe's initial acceleration, I think he would probably would have loved to have been up there and still on the time of the contenders today.
The best young rider will be Tadej Pogačar.
The green jersey from Peter Sagan now crossing the line.
Not too far behind today, are they?
Not too far. 15 minutes is not too far at all. Imagine there's probably maybe another group or two behind this one on the road. But it's great to see all these guys not losing too much time on today's stage.
Led in by the South African champion, Ryan Gibbons. The broken ribs must be healing a little bit. Tish Benoot in that group crosses the finish line after a bit of an adventure out in the breakaway. 16 minutes since the stage winner crossed the line.
Oui, exactement, très serré le classement par points. Peter Sagan qui a costé le maillot à l'issue de la 3e étape, quelques points d'avance évidemment sur ses concurrents les plus proches. Et aujourd'hui on parle
the riders definitely enjoyed some more favourable conditions on today's stage. They had bright sunshine all day, very little wind. Some great conditions for racing.
Tomorrow we're going to go to Privas, which is in the Ardèche. Stage town for the second time. Should be a day tomorrow for the sprinters, although it's a slightly uphill finish.
Let's have a look at the profile for today's stage. I remember looking at the book as the race began thinking, okay, the sprint stages are the odd numbers in the first week of racing, so tomorrow at stage number 5, and it looks like a sprint stage again, slightly uphill to the line, and an opportunity with a lot of downhill within the stage, so great opportunity for the faster riders again.
Bessie Coleman, my biggest winner for the day is Jumbo-Visma. Kuss and Van Aert are super domestiques. And then Roglic showing how strong he is. Jay Holbeck, best performance is Jumbo-Visma, the domestiques, and Israel Startup Nation for animating the break and showing themselves in the race.
Dave Lemay, big loser for today, Tom Dumoulin. Well, I think Primoz Roglic has definitely shown his intentions in this year's Tour de France and his form. So if there was any indecision with the Jumbo-Visma team about who is their leader for this race, Roglic showed today he's the man.
Dumoulin came in 11th place. There's Niels Pollitt, who was in the breakaway. He finishes 18.5 minutes down on today's stage. Richie Porte was in that group as well. No time lost by Richie Porte today.
It's great. We thought it was a finish that would suit Richie Porte's capabilities. A short, explosive climb with some steep ramps. Richie's a very explosive climber. We've seen him attack on the short uphill finishes in races like the Tour of Switzerland, the Tour Down Under. He's a rider who's won Paris-Nice twice. Just generally has a lot of shorter, more explosive climbs. So great to see Richie not lose any time.
You'll notice the graphic on the top left of the screen now shows you the time delay and how it's ticking down to how long the riders have to get across the line. 15 minutes or so remaining. There we go. Nice addition to our graphic there on the screen.
That's a great addition. That saves me doing the math.
It does. You've been sitting here with your calculator, your abacus, and your times tables trying to work it out. Here's the next group coming in. They've made it inside the limit, no problem. Mads Pedersen, the world champion, is in here. Kevin Razor.
Sam Bewley there as well, participating in his first Tour de France. Alexander Kristoff, our stage 1 winner.
Trentin is in there too.
And the polka dot jersey of Contefoy, which he'll wear for another day.
He will. I guess he's just trying to save the legs a little to try and fight another day in that polka dot jersey. The fanfare sounds. We're ready for the podium presentation of stage 4 of the Tour de France 2020. Primoz Roglic arrives on the podium as the winner of today's stage. How long is it going to be until he takes the yellow jersey, if he does? Certainly tomorrow could be another good day for Alaphilippe to just stay in the jersey.
I think the Deceuninck Quick-Step team will definitely defend Julian Alaphilippe's jersey again tomorrow. On paper, it looks like one of the very few opportunities for the sprinters in this year's Tour de France. So a day that they'll take control and defend, I would imagine. But how far Julian Alaphilippe can hang on to that yellow jersey for is yet to be seen, but he's looking very good at the moment. Lopez put an impressive finish in today. He went to move up on the right, but he just got caught on the wrong side of the wheel and lost a little bit of momentum coming to the final corner, but I think he could have been potentially maybe finished a place or two further forward.
Lopez looks good. He could be a danger man when we get to the higher mountains. The yellow jersey, though, remains on the shoulders of this man, Julian Alaphilippe. His 16th day in yellow today, 17th tomorrow.
Should be very pleased with his efforts and the efforts of his teammates today. They did a huge amount of work controlling the breakaway. There's actually a question about the average speeds of today's stage, and I think the average was so high today simply because it was a breakaway who committed immediately to working hard together. They tried to get as big of an advantage as they could on the bunch, which forced the bunch to obviously ride very hard, pushing the averages up for the stage. So I think the averages were nearly higher than the race anticipated altogether.
There's our top three, Alaphilippe, Yates and Roglic now. Roglic only 7 seconds behind the yellow jersey. The best young rider, Tadej Pogačar, riding for UAE Team Emirates. They're having a great race so far. Yellow jersey on day 1, white jersey on day 4.
Very, very impressive young rider with stage wins and a podium finish in the Vuelta a España last year. There's big expectation on Pogačar in this year's Tour de France.
I think if he sees any possible opportunity to take yellow, he'll take it. And he's a rider who isn't scared to attack and try to do something a bit different. Here's the classification. Pogačar leads 6 seconds ahead of Bernal and 15 seconds ahead of Enric Mas.
Yeah, he's a very exciting rider to watch. Some of the early season races, you can see him attacking on the steepest gradients of the climbs and really accelerating away. He's not only a great climber that he can ride at a good tempo, but he's also very explosive as well, as we saw in today's final.
Another one of the young breed of riders who are not thinking, yeah, I have to be 28 to ride a Grand Tour. They're just straight in there.
Not at all, and I think the teams these days, if they see a young rider with plenty of ability, they don't make them go through the process of helping the sort of more experienced riders in the team or the current team leaders. They try to give them the opportunity to get results for themselves and teach them to win races at a young age.
Still got the green jersey and the King of the Mountains to present.
Extrêmement puissante, malheureusement qui ne pourra pas compter sur un Steven Kruijswijk à l'occasion de cette campagne 2020 du Tour de France, mais qui a de nombreuses unités d'expérience évidemment pour appuyer les ambitions du collectif et les ambitions de Primož Roglič, cette pépite slovène qui ne cesse de nous impressionner. Mais c'est vrai qu'on voit le progrès également de Primož Roglič depuis sa victoire.
Beautiful area around here, the rugged mountains, stunning scenery. I've enjoyed being here over the last 24 hours. We're going to move on to the next place. The speed they came round that last corner, it was like a bunch sprint.
That's exactly what it was. With 16 riders coming to that tough finish together. You see Mollema on the back as well. He's a bit of a dark horse to do a good result on the general classification, but yeah, explosive finish. All these riders knew that it flattened out in the final, and they just opened up that last corner like it was a bunch sprint. But Roglič was the best place going into the corner and had the cleanest run of the line and the best legs to finish it off.
For me, Nairo Quintana is in the best form we've seen for a long time.
Quintana has obviously got himself into a team that he's comfortable in. There's no battle for leadership in Arkea Samsic. He's definitely the guy that they're turning to for a result in the classification in this year's Tour de France. He had some good support with him. He recruited a couple of guys across with him. He's obviously had a bit of an influence on a few changes in the team, so he's obviously happy there. We've seen some great results from him earlier in the season, and now he's performing well here at the Tour de France.
Green jersey arrives, Peter Sagan, riding for Bora Hansgrohe. He'll wear this again tomorrow. Another mask. Going through the 21 he's been given.
Peter Sagan qui va continuer de régner suprême sur ce classement par points parrainé par Skoda. Peter Sagan qui est félicité par Fabrice Borel, président de la communauté de communes de
Tomorrow then for Peter Sagan, in terms of the first intermediate sprint, it comes up pretty early. We're going to go through there after 47.5 kilometres of racing.
Well, I think you'll be quite pleased that the green jersey sprint is relatively early in the stage, because I think the late green jersey sprint in yesterday's stage may have taken a bit of spark out of his legs for the final, because you see in the final sprint, which was won eventually by Caleb Ewan, Sagan was really well placed, but as the sprint opened up and he had to do that last acceleration for the line, you could see he just didn't have the legs to finish it off. And that may be a result of getting a little bit older, but also you know, the intermediate sprint that was inside the last, was it 30 kilometres?
Benoit Cosnefroy, the king of the mountains for another day.
Le maillot à poids de meilleur grimpeur, parrainé par la marque Leclerc, représentant la France pour la formation AG2R La Mondiale, c'est Benoit Cosnefroy.
Rode in one of the gruppettos.
Avec le maillot à poids sur ses épaules, félicité par Joël Giraud, secrétaire d'État en charge de la ruralité. Félicité également par Christophe Ribateau.
He lives to fight another day tomorrow for the King of the Mountains jersey.
Et notre hôte sur le podium officiel, Benoit Cosnefroy, qui a connu le succès à de nombreuses reprises depuis le début de la saison, mais qui est très offensif depuis le tout début de ce Tour de France.
The gondolas and the chairlifts helping the spectators get up and down the hill.
I can imagine this is a beautiful area to ski in the winter, up here on the top of the mountain. Not too high, but it will get plenty of snow and it will be some great slopes. Looks like a nice town to stay in. Confirmation then that Cosnefroy leads. He's still got a good advantage, 9 points on Michael Gogol, with Roglic now in 3rd place. Who's going to be our most aggressive rider? Chris Nielands is going to wear the red number tomorrow.
Deservingly so.
He held them off well, didn't he?
It was very impressive, his final attack on the last Category 3 climb of the stage. He gapped his breakaway companions really quickly and maintained a really good gap until the grade into the final climb really picked up.
He'll be proud at taking that number. Gives the team more publicity tomorrow. Their plan was to put 2 riders in the break, and that's what they did.
Un sourire derrière ce masque, j'imagine.
C'est une immense joie d'être encore rejoint un jour de plus. Un grand coup de chapeau à l'équipe qui a fait vraiment un énorme travail aujourd'hui.
It's a huge joy to stay in yellow.
De garder le maillot et essayer de gagner l'étape. Et voilà, aucun regret parce que je donnais le maximum et c'était vraiment un final difficile avec la dernière ascension avec un rythme très élevé, mais encore une fois, chapeau à toute mon équipe.
The climb was really hard and I gave my absolute maximum
c'est un vrai plaisir.
C'est la preuve que
Thanks very much to my teammates. We did the job today.
Avec les Bernal, etc.
Ouais, non, je me suis bien senti toute la journée et voilà, j'ai donné le maximum jusqu'à l'arrivée.
I feel good, the legs are feeling good. I gave my best again today.
Comment vous estimez votre état de forme par rapport
Tomorrow's
à
a bit
l'an dernier, par
different.
exemple?
Another day
Il n'y a rien
ahead.
de comparable à l'an dernier. C'est vraiment difficile à le décrire parce que c'est une saison particulière. Voilà, je me sens bien quand même depuis le début du tour, mais il y a encore du boulot, donc voilà, on ne pourra pas tenir ce rythme-là avec l'équipe pendant les 3 semaines.
Nothing
Aujourd'hui,
compared to
c'était
last
vraiment
year.
une étape qu'on avait à cœur de contrôler, mais ça sera bientôt plus à nous de faire tout
I hope I'm going to be able to be in shape for 3 weeks. I'll just repeat that line to you. I hope I'm going to be in shape for 3 weeks.
He seems to have changed his approach a little bit there.
Yeah, maybe.
From all of a sudden, you know, I'm not thinking about the yellow jersey, I'm not thinking about the general classification, to I hope I stay in shape for 3 weeks.
I hope he does as well. I would like nothing more than him to challenge for 3 weeks. Let's take a look at tomorrow's stage as we ride from Gap to Privas. Stage 5 of this year's tour, taking us 183 kilometres. It should be a day for the sprinters. Green jersey sprint early, and then we are going to go into a couple of climbs before the race finish. It's not a tricky day. It depends on the weather conditions. Today we took the riders to Orcières Merlette, an historic climb made famous by Luis Ocaña. Today at the top of the climb, though, it was all about Primož Roglic. He's answered the question, is he suffering after his crash in the Dauphiné? The answer is no. He's good enough to take a stage. From Simon Gerrans and me, Anthony McCrossan, thanks for watching. Join us for stage 5 tomorrow. Bye for now.